The story revolves around an empire drenched in blood and pain. Back then, the girl was possessed by the cursed sword and accidentally killed the one she loved the most. 15 years later, with the power of 10 Gyoza, she begged the gods for a chance to return to the past. Time rewound, and she vowed to change everything to stop the tragedy from repeating. This time, she would seize her own happiness, no longer letting the cursed sword or fate control her. Everyone, let us follow Lisa Manhwa and this captivating, gripping series together. This series has the most beautiful art I have ever seen so far, and it is expected to be a masterpiece. If you are reading, please leave a like and a comment to support me. Thank you. At the beginning of the story, at a castle surrounded by a magnificent garden filled with fresh, cool air, a group of people holding swords entered, whispering excitedly. There are so many candidates this time too, huh? Among these people, how many can actually become Knights of the Blue Sky? Maybe not even one. If you are not a swordmaster, you can't become an official knight, and being a swordmaster is not easy. Justin naively asked. Are all knights swordmasters? Mark retorted. You idiot. Have you spent your whole life stuck in a zenka? Do you think being called the Knight Order that oversees an entire city is something simple? All members of the Blue Sky Knight Order being swordmasters is what is unusual. In other countries, there are not even that many swordmasters. But here, even those who can infuse mana into their swords to control them are still just regular knights. Moreover, there are even Gyoza wielders like monsters up there. That is why, even though there are no classrooms or trainers, people flock here just because they heard passing means becoming a squire candidate. And the current captain is the youngest wielder of the Lan Gyoza sword in history, also the youngest captain of the Blue Sky Knights. Now you understand how majestic the Blue Sky Knight Order is, Justin muttered. No wonder there are so many candidates. Then, look out the window. Senior, look at that candidate. Seeing Justin distracted, Mark approached and scolded. You brat! I am talking and you are looking away. Down in the yard, a pink-haired girl approached the exam area. A judge asked her, You plan to participate in that outfit? She replied, yes. Her high heels clicked as she walked, and they whispered, That outfit. Showing up at a Zenka's entrance exam dressed like that, she is not normal. Just looking at her, she can't even hold a sword. Does she think this is a ball or something? Mark frowned. Forget swinging a sword. Can she even hold one? She is like one of those noble ladies running away from home after reading too many romance novels. Wanna bet? I bet a silver coin she will fail and cry her eyes out. Justin refused. No thanks. I was gonna bet the same, but then I would lose. Suddenly, a voice spoke. Is there a problem? Both turned pale and stiffly looked over. Mark stammered. Hello? Hello, Captain. He was none other than the captain of the Blue Sky Knights, Urian Deharden Kyrie. Mark stepped forward. It is nothing, sir. We were just chatting about that odd candidate. Urian silently looked outside and muttered, Odd, huh? Seeing something. His eyes widened. Mark pointed. Yes, you can tell right away over there. Even if she is some naive noble lady, what is she doing, coming to the military academy? Never thought I would witness such a candidate at a Zenka's entrance exam. His hand clenched. Candidate. You think she will fail? Mark blinked. Yes, sir. Isn't that obvious? In that outfit, swinging a sword would be tough. Urian's eyes glued to her. If it were me. At that moment, she slowly drew her sword. Under the blazing sunlight, she swung her blade. With a swift slash, he said, I will bet she will be the top scorer of this exam. With that sharp strike, she cleanly cut the wooden post in front of her. The crowd gawked, mouths agape at how easily she sliced it. Everyone followed the falling piece of wood, awestruck. After finishing, she sheathed her sword, and the judge called her name, Echinacea Roaz. Passed the preliminary round. Hearing that, the crowd cheered excitedly. Mark's face turned pale, and no way. While Justin adjusted his glasses and muttered, what am I even watching? Urian turned and ordered, Bring me her records. Startled, Mark replied, Why? Yes, Captain. A moment later, they brought her file along with a portrait. Urian took it, lost in thought. Named after the purple coneflower Echinacea, it suits her well. Hearing it once is enough to remember forever. Echinacea, in the future I know. She is not a student of Azenka, nor does she have that beautiful pink hair. She has changed. Scene shifts to Echina staring blankly at the blue sky. Then she looked at her hand for a moment. Her eyes, tinged with sorrow, as if she would just endured something terrible. A voice suddenly spoke, making her freeze. You are thinking of abandoning me again, are not you, O heartless master? She steadied herself, turned toward the gate, and replied, Of course. I have come all the way to Azenka. It continued, "Hey, that is cruel. You know it is. Thanks to me you could rewind time, right? Be generous. Do not cling to a past that has already been erased." Opening the door, she faced a long, silent corridor. She frowned and shouted, "Shut up, you damn sword. If it were not for you, I would not have had to know these things. The cursed sword that manipulates its wielder to murder, also known as Bardere Giosa. Since the day that sword appeared, I killed the ones I loved with my own hands. On the day I became a monster, the one person who believed in me, even that person." Cutting off her thoughts, Echina reassured herself, "Don't tremble." Then she pressed her hands to her face, thinking, "To sever this sword forever, I must not be distracted. First, stay as far away from Captain Urien as possible. Focus on joining the knights. Even if Urien remembers, it does not matter." She continued walking. Seeing her reflection on the glass, she thought, "Now I live with a new appearance. I, at 35, have returned to my 20-year-old self. The second life I have been given. I won't let it repeat the erased past. This is a chance not easily granted." Gripping the door handle, her eyes looked forward with confidence. "Because this is the miracle I seized for myself." Thinking that, she walked toward the door, glowing with radiant light. The Roas Count family where I was born was not a great power in the Kyrie Empire, but still a wealthy and traditional family. My parents loved each other. A gentle younger brother to inherit the title, and me the only daughter, kind and beautiful. I lived such a happy, ordinary life. Until the cursed sword Bardere Giosa, born from human malice, took over its wielder's body to massacre and destroy. However, the sword's power was too great. Eventually, the body could not endure and was destroyed. And so the cursed sword lost its host. But my body was different. With a crazily high mana compatibility, I did not collapse. My natural body was perfectly optimized for the sword's techniques. And so, I became a one-of-a-kind genius, and a demon wielding the cursed sword. There, under a blood-red sky, smoke and fire rose endlessly. She dragged the blood-soaked cursed sword, thinking, "If only I would never known this." I never wanted to be a genius this way. From the ones I cherished to famous mercenaries, respected swordsmen, and even promising knights all died by my hand. Why can't anyone kill me? Today, may I lose, if some miracle exists. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "You, defiled by the cursed sword." Urien, his face resolute, drew his sword. "As a member of the Blue Sky Knights, I will protect the knights." "I will destroy you?" Echina silently looked at him, desperately praying, "Please defeat me." Urien de hardened Kyrie. Though the third prince of the empire, he renounced succession to become the wielder of the Langiosa sword and captain of the Blue Sky Knights. He lived in a world far too different from mine. I could only watch him from afar, never daring to imagine meeting him. At that moment, I could only clench my fists as I looked at him. But never in my imagination had we met like this. And then, we pointed our swords at each other. Even if he is captain of the Blue Sky Knights, defeating me is impossible. She smirked darkly. Immediately she leapt, startling the entire squad. Without hesitation, she slashed straight at Urien, but he easily blocked it. Her thoughts rang with the cursed sword's voice. "Kill." Echina stared at Urien. "I do not want to kill?" But the sword insisted kill. Echina begged painfully, "Please." "I hope he beats me." "Stop." At that moment, Urien flung her away. Echina slid back. Then he focused his power into his sword. He sighed. "Incredible. What a pity. If you were a knight, I could have fought you with all my heart." A voice called, "Captain Urien, shall we join in?" He hesitated briefly, then said, "All right. This is not a duel. It is an extermination." They advanced behind him while he poured all his mana into his sword. After a while, Teresa panted. Alone she held out this long against all four of us. Even as the demon of the cursed sword. Still hard to believe. At that moment, a sword pierced Echina. Her eyes blazed as she tried to pull it out. Dietrich spoke. "It is right before your eyes. Can't believe it." "Are you blind, Teresa?" She snapped. "Shut up, Dietrich." He added, "Such a shame. Talent like that, yet tainted by the cursed sword." Hearing that, Echina froze, thinking, "You think I wanted this? If I would known it was a cursed sword, I would be crazy to touch it. I just..." Suddenly, a voice said, "She never wanted to hold that thing either. Surely she never wanted to do this," Urien said gently, looking at her. His words saved her, making her think. For the first time, I feel something that is not fear or hatred, but a faint pity. Not the gaze for a crazed demon with a cursed sword, but for me, trapped inside. You know, I never wanted this. Tears welled up. Urian saw them and paused. She is crying. Dietrich approached. That body's just a corpse controlled by the sword. Impossible. If the sword consumes you, yourself can't remain. Urian denied it. She is still there, fighting. It is her will and the sword's. But Dietrich opposed, Captain. Overcoming the cursed sword's power is impossible. Even with a shred of hope, you know how many territories she has destroyed, and how many have died at her hands. Urian lifted his sword. Part of the rising casualties is our fault too, Dietrich shouted. It is those stupid Imperials' fault, insisting they could handle it themselves. Meanwhile, something dawned on Echina. Her eyes widened, then she slowly closed them. Urian cast a spell to knock her unconscious, then said, "You can't punish a sin someone never meant to commit." Dietrich, enraged, rushed forward. "I am losing it. Hey, YUL, normally I respect your knightly ideals, but not this time." Teresa blocked him calmly. "Captain, what are you going to do?" Urian gently lifted Echina. "I will give her a chance." She had passed out, but her thoughts still echoed among the blurred voices. Only his words rang clear. Like a beam of light from the heavens, a miracle descending. And so I was imprisoned in the blue sky nights, dungeon chains restraining the sword's power in my body. Every day, I faced my own subconscious. I fought the cursed sword countless times. I experienced failures and despair, just as many. I imagined my own victory in those grueling battles. If my body recovered, first, I would wash away the filth and sleep on a soft bed. The next day, I would smooth my pink hair and return to my former self. And then, but Urian entered. "Still the same," the guard replied. "Yes, nothing unusual today." Captain Urian stood before her, separated by cold iron bars. Seeing him, she slowly looked up, thinking, "I want to smile in greeting to the one who gave me a chance. To answer those blue eyes that believed in me, to atone for the sins I committed." I endured and believed such a miracle would come again. But it did not. Fooled by the cursed sword, the jailer opened the cell. Baron, wielder of the slaughter skill, was killed by the cursed sword while evacuating people until the last moment. Echina, walking, suddenly stopped. It was Teresa grabbing her leg, struggling. "I won't let you go." Echina thought, Teresa, the Dream Forger's wielder too. She stalled for time until her last moment. Teresa's determined eyes still shone, never. And Dietrich, trying to escape to report this outside. Seeing Echina ahead, he panicked. Unbelievable. Monster. But under the cursed sword's control, Echina completely destroyed him. She thought, you can't escape the cursed sword's pursuit. In the end, Urian returned from his mission and faced the cursed sword at Azenka's ruined plaza. Echina surrounded by the sword's murderous aura. Seeing her image stunned Urian. She thought, the reunion I would longed for all this time happened in a way I never wanted. Seeing her smile, Urian summoned his sword. He held it and stepped straight toward her. She thought, but even Urian, praised as the most exceptional. From those shining platinum eyes, soon blood splattered his face and the light in his eyes faded. Echina, holding the cursed sword drenched in Urian's blood, thought, even he could not defeat the sword that grew from countless massacres. The eyes that once watched and trusted me were no more. Echina trembled all over, muttering, I will kill you. And all that remained in her was hatred toward the cursed sword within. 2 years had passed since then. 6 years since I was defiled by the cursed sword. I regained my body in some small fishing village. The filth on my skin was gone. My old hair returned, and my body moved as I willed. At that moment, Echina raised the sword high with a mocking smile. She shouted loudly, It is too late! Too late? What should I do now? Everyone's already dead. Now She wept, lowering the sword slowly. And she said, where am I even supposed to return to? Suddenly the cursed sword's voice echoed, Try it for 100 days, will it really break? Hearing another voice, Echina stopped crying, startled. She turned and asked, Who? Who is there? The voice replied, Me, Barderi Giosa. The sword you are holding in your hand. The fact that you hear me means you are qualified to become my second master. Congratulations, my second master. Echina looked at the sword in her hand and asked, Congratulations. You dare casually say that word to me. Because of you, I have no one left, family, friends, even the one who believed in me. So what? The cursed sword stammered. Wait, that was not me. It was the malice and bloodlust of those who once wielded me. Echina furiously raised the sword and shouted, "Shut up!" Bardere tried to calm her. "Master, listen to me." But Echina cursed madly. "Shut up, I won't listen." Bardere then said, "There is a way to return." Hearing that, Echina asked, "What did you say? Can I save all those I killed?" Bardere explained, "Not save, but turn back time. My previous master did the same after awakening me. Of course, it is not easy." Echina quickly said, "Fine then, tell me how." Bardere asked, "Do you know the legend of the Gyosa? If you possess all 10 artifacts created by humans, you can truly borrow the power of the divine sword. Among them is a sword made from time itself, the power of Kairos Gyosa. There is only one chance, but it can rewind time." Echina muttered, "Rewind time." She looked at her blood-stained hands, thinking, this won't be easy. The sword could be lying, but even if the chance is short-lived, I will save everyone with my own hands. That day, I clutched a faint hope and made my decision, not to wait for a miracle to come to me, but at last, before me shone the sword Kairos Gyosa. Long ago, a blacksmith defied the gods. The god granted him the power to forge swords from intangible things like day and night, saying, "I have given you power equal to mine. Use it to create the finest sword. This is the Gyosa trial I set for you." The blacksmith forged 10 swords over 100 years. 2 of those swords were more beautiful and powerful than all 10 of the blacksmiths combined. Realizing his arrogance, the blacksmith regretted it. The god forgave him and brought him to the divine realm. The remaining 12 swords were left to the world, called Gyosa in the ancient tongue, for they were the result of a trial. Among them was a divine sword forged from the material of time itself. A voice echoed, "O worthy human, what do you desire?" The voice came from the sword Kairos. Echina stepped forward. "It took me 9 years to get here. Kairos Gyosa, send me back to the past, to when no one had died because of me." The sword asked, "Why do you wish to return to the past?" Echina replied, "Because I want to save those I killed." Kairos asked again, "You killed them with your own hands, and now you want to save them?" Echina shouted angrily, I never wanted to kill them." Kairos stayed silent. After a moment, it spoke, "I see." Echina lifted her head. Then it asked again, and afterward, Echina froze. Kairos continued, "In a world where everyone still lives, what will you do next?" Echina fell into her own turmoil, thinking, after that, I only want to fix what I destroyed with these hands. I never thought about what comes next, only about bringing everyone back. She remembered Yurian's back. Clutching her cloak, she said, "Yes, I just want to live normally. Now I can't even sleep peacefully, nor remember the last time I smiled. All that is left is an empty shell. But if I can rewind time and change everything, if I can return to who I once was, then I want to be happy too." As she spoke, Echina lowered her cloak, revealing her reddened eyes. Kairos answered, "Very well. I shall lend you my power, O worthy human. But there will be no second miracle." As it spoke, Kairos unleashed its magic, shaking the air violently. It continued, "So do your best to be happy." And so time was rewound to a grand mansion surrounded by brilliant flowers. Echina sat up from her bed. This sound. That familiar ceiling. Lancel lid. That pink hair has returned. No sooner had she awakened, Echina leapt out onto the balcony and jumped down. "My arms and legs move as I will. This body is mine." Thinking this, she ran down the radiant path. And Echina, barefoot, ran without care. She passed by a maid who gasped, "My lady!" But Echina ignored her and kept running. The maid reminded her, "My lady, this place is still under training. It is dangerous." When Echina stopped, her younger brother looked at her in confusion. "Sister, why are you here at this hour?" Before he could finish, Echina rushed forward and embraced him, thinking, "My family has returned." March 17th, year 1629 of the divine calendar, I had returned to the day I first picked up the cursed sword. Lancel, caught in her sudden hug, blushed and stammered, Sis." But she kept thinking, carrying new determination that surpassed despair. Time passed. In the hall, the maid's voice rose. "You startled me this morning, my lady. If you wake early, you should call me. Why wander around like that? So unladylike." Hearing the scolding, Echina smiled gently. "Sorry, Nora." Suddenly, Nora looked up. "But why did you wake so early? Are you unwell? You often complain about sleeplessness at dawn." Hearing that, Echina froze. Then she asked, "Wait, Did I call you at dawn today? Nora blinked. Don't you remember? You said you could not sleep and asked me to bring warm milk. Ichina's face darkened, thinking, this is exactly like the day I picked up the cursed sword. That dawn, Nora went to the kitchen and never came back, so I went myself. Back then I walked into the hall and asked, Nora, why so long? And what I faced wasn't the gentle, loyal Nora, but Nora, consumed by the cursed sword, turned into a demon. I do not even remember how I avoided her attack. When I came to, the cursed sword she dropped lay before me. Ichina's hand trembled as she reached for it. Grasping the sword, she shed tears of fear, thinking, to survive, I had no choice but to take it. Breaking the thought, Ichina clenched her fist. She asked, did you notice anything strange that time, Nora? Nora thought, well, actually, there was a strange package in the kitchen I would never seen before. Ichina asked, do you still have it? Nora replied, yes. Since I did not know its origin, I planned to hand it to the steward. Ichina held out her hand. Give it to me. I will handle it. Nora handed her the wrapped item. Ina unwrapped it and muttered, as I thought. The length is the same as the cursed sword. Someone planted it in the kitchen. But since the sword was not inside, Nora never picked it up this time. She placed the cloth on the table and commanded, Bao, answer me. Why do you still cling to me, even though I turned back time? Because Barderi Gyosa was still in her hand. She glanced at the mark on her palm. She commanded again, Bao, answer me. Suddenly a voice interrupted, My lady, will you dine with the family today? I will inform the kitchen. Ichina blinked. Who? Nora frowned. You are acting strange today, my lady. Of course with the master, the madam, and the young master. Soon, the whole family gathered at the table. Her father said, It is nice to share a meal together once in a while. Oh, I heard Nicole will visit tomorrow. Lancel brightened. He finally got leave. I will make him play with me. Unlike his excitement, their mother calmly reminded, Before that, dry your hair properly, Lancel. Next time, come to the table with it fully dry. Their father glanced at Ichina, but Eki has not eaten a bite. Lancel turned. That is right, sis. You have not eaten at all. Ichina's face was pale. She did not move. Clutching her dress, she stammered. Number. It is just this appearance. How can I? What does this even mean? She recalled her family's lifeless bodies, her brother clutching their mother and crying. Why did you do this, sis? Ichina softly said, It is because I missed you all so much. At the same time, she thought, Now I realize. Hearing her, they laughed. But we saw each other yesterday. Are you still half asleep? Ichina embraced the warmth of the moment, thinking, the scene I longed for so badly. Her mother asked worriedly, Did you have a nightmare, Eki? Ichina replied, Yes. It really was a nightmare. She smiled brightly and wiped away a tear. Time passed into the evening as she focused her strength. She murmured, Just gathered mana. Still not much. At least the mana core is forming correctly. A mana core only saint-level swordsman can form one. It is a reservoir of magical power within the body. In my past life, I already had a mana core, so I overlooked the fact that this body did not. Moreover, pushing myself without it naturally led to exhaustion. So the core has finally appeared. She held out her hand. Bao. The cursed sword materialized before her. She gripped its hilt tightly. With her other hand, she poured mana into her palm. Then, in an instant, she struck the sword, making Barderi Gyosa scream in pain. It snapped irritably. Hey, a gentler wake-up would have been nice. That hurt, Ichina calmly said. Tell me why you are still clinging to me. Barderi answered, Of course. Even if time rewinds, your soul is still yours. Ichina frowned. What? Barderi explained, I am a Gyosa carved into your soul. The reason you still have memories is because you are my master. Ichina asked, So if I abandon you, I will lose my memories? Barderi quickly replied, Exactly. Ichina pressed on. And what about the other Gyosa? Barderi continued, You have never awakened the essence of the others. Only when you awaken them do you truly become their master. The only Gyosa you have awakened is me. Without me, you would go back to being that naive little girl. And that means I could consume you again. Hearing this, Ichina grimaced and clicked her tongue. Looking at the cursed sword, she thought, Barderi Gyosa, the sword of slaughter. Not only memory loss and stolen identity like before, if I slip up it will devour me again, and I will massacre once more. If I can't rid myself of it completely, I will never have the happy life I want. Then she muttered, But if it is here? The Gyosa Hall, where all discovered Gyosa are sealed. If it is deep inside the Blue Sky Knights headquarters, maybe I can obtain a new Gyosa. To seal away the cursed sword, there are only 3 ways to enter. First, when a Gyosa of unknown origin is discovered and stored. Second, when a current master dies or retires and returns their Gyosa. And third, when a Knight of the Order is granted the chance to choose a Gyosa. That means I have 3 chances to enter the Gyosa Hall. But the problem is, she raised the cursed sword. Do the other Gyosa masters still have their memories? Bardari replied. You do not know. How would I know if they have awakened their essence? If they had, they would already remember everything. Ikina paused, then thought, there are 4 Gyosa masters in the order. Vice Captain Baron, Teresa, Dietrich, and Captain Urian. They all have memories of the past. If Urian still remembers, would he hate me enough to kill me? She clutched the marked hand, thinking, of course he would. Echinacea betrayed him. How could he see me as a friend? If he does not attack me on sight, that'll already be a miracle. So I must find a way into the Knights without letting the Gyosa masters notice. Suddenly an idea struck her. She looked in the mirror at her own reflection, her radiant pink hair. She touched it, murmuring, this pink hair. Then thought, the one they remember is not noble Lady Echinacea Roaz, but the demon form of the sword. If I appear like this, they won't recognize me. A genius knight with a difficult personality, flashy clothes, and high heels. It might cause controversy, but at least it won't arouse suspicion. So what if it causes a little controversy? It is not as bad as being called the demon of the cursed sword, right? Ichina muttered, gripping her luggage as she headed toward the Knight Academy. Holding up the admission notice firmly, she declared, since it has come to this, I will live my best at Azenka. Nora and the servants froze at the sight of the paper. Yes. Without hesitation, she climbed straight into the carriage. I will hire a personal attendant to bring my luggage later, so you can leave now. Nora hesitated, voice trembling, my lady. Before leaving, Echinacea reminded her, send my regards to my parents. Nora's face went pale. The military academy? How could my lady go to such a harsh place, Lady Echinacea? A mysterious voice spoke. Master, are you sure about this? Annoyed. She flicked her hand in the air, I am sure. Her face turned expressionless again. I have already prepared everything at home. Flashback to days before her departure for Azenka. Her companion could not find the words to respond. Nicole was surprised by her request. You want me to investigate the origin of the cursed sword while you deal with it? Nicole's tone sharpened. I just returned from my arcane leave, and you summoned me suddenly. From someone becoming the cursed sword's master, to rumors in the Count's house. Are they true? Arms crossed, she admitted calmly. They are true. That is why I need your help while I am at Azenka. Echinacea looked at Nicole with eyes full of hope. Please protect my family and the Count's household. But Nicole snapped. Do you realize how serious it was? Who can guarantee you won't be controlled by the cursed sword again? What are you going to Azenka for? Don't tell me you plan to march straight into the Blue Sky Knights and call yourself the cursed sword's master. At the mention, her hands clenched around the sword. I won't tell the family. Only you. That only worsened Nicole's mood. Where does this confidence come from? Because I am your family's mage. Echinacea simply answered, that is not it. Her eyes, though bright, carried loneliness and hurt. She recalled days playing with her sister. They had been so happy together, until one event turned the palace blood red. Nicole quickly drew a magic circle. Echinacea was drawn in by the blue glow. Facing each other then, she knew her sister was the only one. Back in reality, Echinacea lacked the courage to look up. She could harm the sword, but I can't say that. Instead, she chose the safest words. I trust no one but you. Nicole went silent at her expression. But then Nicole surprised her. All right. I believe you. Her heart heavy, Nicole pressed on. But how will you join the Knights? That place gathers the finest sword geniuses. Echinacea slipped on her gloves and smiled faintly. Don't worry. She sounded proud. I am the genius of geniuses. Scene shift at the dorm. Everyone whispered, that is her, right? Does she think the Knights are some ordinary place? She must be crazy. Eating, Echinacea thought. So I am the reason for those rumors. She grumbled internally. Even if I am the center of attention, can't I just eat in peace? Lost in thought, she did not notice someone approach. So I became a master 1 year earlier. At 22, huh? The voice made her glance sideways. Are you Lady Echinacea Roaz? A girl with a sword approached. I am Alice Winterbell, assigned as your roommate. Alice bowed politely. Sorry to disturb your meal, but could we talk? Echinacea turned to her. Yes, what is it, Lady Winterbell? But Alice cut in. Lady Roaz. Alice frowned at the mountain of luggage. What is with all this? Echinacea calmly replied. Oh, you mean my clothes and jewelry? Yes, there is quite a lot. Alice lectured. For a cadet aspiring to be a knight, you do not need so many clothes. But Echinacea retorted smoothly. I do. Alice was silenced, fuming. Echinacea cheerfully added, I do not plan to wear shabby cadet uniforms anyway. She pouted. Besides, the rules never said we can't wear dresses. Alice shot back, because they obviously do not fit a knight's image. Calmly, Echinacea asked, Then, Lady Winterbell, what is a knight's image? Alice thumped her chest. The knight's spirit, she rambled on, a person of honor, humble, respectful to the weak, solemn in bearing. This reminded Echinacea of Teresa's upright figure. Like Lady Teresa von Frank Almari, right? She jabbed her finger at the table. But no one said the knight's spirit can't come with some flair. Alice scowled. That is just vanity. Echinacea smirked. These are my usual clothes. Isn't buying new knight-style clothes even more extravagant? Alice faltered but still shouted, W, wearing such impractical clothes. How can you even wield a sword properly? Echinacea's innocent look only made her tremble with anger. Seems normal to me. The truth, it was not. Alice seethed inside. How could she possibly be top-ranked? Echinacea eyed her slyly. That sulky rookie look is kinda cute. But she is too critical. I will have to tone her down. So she suggested, If you do not believe me, shall we duel like this? Alice clenched her fists. So you are saying, even in a dress, you are stronger than me. Echinacea smiled sweetly. Heavens, no. I would never be that rude. I am just confident I can beat you. With that, her small hand gestured challengingly. Alice steadied herself. Fine. I officially challenge you, Echinacea Roaz. If I win, you will apologize for your insults. And never wear such extravagant clothes again, Alice shouted. Echinacea calmly replied, Agreed. If I win, stop nagging me. She turned to the crowd. Tonight, training grounds behind the dorm, everyone's welcome. At that moment, someone entered, breaking the tension. Such excitement. If you two do not mind. Ian had arrived, grinning. As student representative, may I witness? He looked at both girls politely. If you do not mind, I will be your referee. Echinacea eyed him curiously. And you are? Ian smirked proudly. Ian Peltro, 3rd year. As student rep, I will be fair. Alice bowed quickly. Greetings, senior. He waved it off. Don't be too formal. Am I intruding? Annoyed but polite, Alice replied. Not at all. Thank you for volunteering. Ian leaned close to her. See you tonight at the training grounds. Alice nodded softly. Yes, senior. Then his gaze shifted to Echinacea. Alice glared at her with clear hostility. Lady Roaz. Echinacea turned back, heart unsettled. Maybe it is better to settle this now. Watching Ian leave, she prayed, Please, let nothing more complicated happen. But the cursed sword's voice intruded. A duel. Are you going to kill them? Ah, the smell of blood. I have missed it. Do it. Echinacea clenched her fists. Shut up. Another voice broke in. As rumored, impressive from day one, rookie Echinacea. Ian lingered, making her suspicious. He has not left. She frowned. What do you want? He smiled brightly. Want to join my club? She blinked. Club? Ian guessed. Seems you do not know. Gesturing toward the tables, he explained. Newcomers often do not. Like you. Ian continued. You know there are not normal classes or exams here, right? Echinacea replied politely. Yes. He said, instead, there is a ranking system. Raising 2 fingers, he explained. Every 3 months, rookies duel to decide ranks. If you want a new rank, challenge someone, win, and it is yours. She nodded. I have heard of that. But in her heart she thought, yes, the rankings are the academy's core. Ian added, the badge of the Knights rookies serve as temporary squires through ranking duels. A squire assists an official knight. He pointed to armor on display. Not just servants, they handle weapons, armor, horses, and aid in training and battle. Clashes between knights are natural. Sometimes, you even get swordsmanship advice. The emblem of 2 crossed swords, unless a knight personally chooses a squire. Assignments are based on rookies, rank from duels. Ian, sounding very informed, explained, to be a squire to the best knights, you need a high rank. That is why rookies fight desperately. But you can't improve alone. You will need help. He leaned in. That is why clubs exist. You can train with others, sometimes instructors. Usually students decide their club before registration. Echinacea asked hesitantly, is that mandatory? Ian bent slightly, smiling. Not required, but they will push you. He warned, you entered as top rank. Impressive. Expect plenty of tough challenges. Echinacea probed, any other reasons? Ian pulled out a paper. You will understand when you see this. It was neatly sealed. Echinacea Roaz. First year you have been assigned as a squire. The room erupted. A squire? A rookie. That means an official knight chose her. Echinacea sat stunned. What? The crowd buzzed. Who would pick a rookie? A dark thought crossed her mind. Which cruel person assigned me? Don't tell me. The Giosa masters, with their memories intact. Fear gripped her. No. They will kill me or take me captive. Who is it? Suddenly, a familiar face flashed in her mind. Her eyes widened in shock. I never intended to approach an official knight. Her hands trembled slightly as she tried to steady herself. But who is it? Ian revealed the name. Urian de Harden Kyrie. Her heart stopped. Urian. After chatting, Ian stood and said, 1 month from now, your official mission will be assigned. Until then, I will give you basic training. As he left, he added, 4th Training Hall, East Building. Be there before 9 a.m. Tomorrow. Patting her shoulder, he asked. No questions. Waving goodbye, he said, see you at the 7th Training Hall tonight. Echinacea sat frozen. Urian. Doubt filled her. Urian chose me as his squire because of my top rank or my second test, or does he still remember? If so, why? The image of Urian's back haunted her. I betrayed the chance he gave me. I ruined everything. I want to see him again, but I never wished for this. Echinacea's mind was filled with him. A squire. Does that mean I must be at Urian's side again? Very quickly, Alice and Ian greeted her under the sunset. You have finally arrived. Echinacea, in a billowing dress, stepped out under the watchful eyes. Welcome, recruit Echinacea Roaz. He quickly took charge of the duel. Let us not waste any time. Let us get started. Since recruit Alice requested the challenge first, she will go first. Immediately after, the loudspeaker officially announced, tonight, April 18th, 1629, witnessed by Ian Pelletron, the witness. She and Alice exchanged meaningful glances, ignoring the loudspeaker. Recruit Echinacea Roaz. Recruit Alice Winterbell. Begin your conversation through your swords. A hand rose with a reminder. May the victor show leniency and grace. May the defeated accept defeat with humility. May honor and justice reign in their swords. Ian swung his hand down forcefully with a sharp tone. A.R. Sabatium. Glory belongs to the divine. Alice followed suit, holding her sword in front of her. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was shocked that Echinacea's bowing posture distracted Alice slightly. Is that a lady's greeting? The others also showed disdain for her appearance. What is that? Does she think this is a ballroom? Unbelievable. She assessed while swinging her sword. Someone like that is a top student. At this moment, Alice's resentment increased several-fold. Unacceptable. Very quickly, the two swords clashed. Echinacea and Alice constantly exchanged sword strikes. But she seized a moment to dodge, causing Alice to miss. Her footing faltered for a moment. She is just dodging. Alice turned back, only catching a glimpse of Echinacea's cold profile. She was infuriated by this action. No attacks, not even defending properly. Now, Alice was cursing in her mind. Damn it. Immediately after, she turned and ran very quickly. Alice was annoyed and questioned, are you even focused on the match? She did not hesitate to call her by name, Echinacea Roaz. Echinacea had been silent, only thinking to herself, I should have ended this match sooner, but my mind is elsewhere. Apologizing now would be seen as insulting. In front of everyone she spoke very gently, in that case. In the blink of an eye, Echinacea closed in on Alice. There is no other choice. Let us end this. Alice's black eyes widened in surprise. Since when was she this close? Alice did not have time to react and could only block with her sword instinctively. She aimed at those slender hands and then blamed herself. It was just a weak blow, and I could not even block it. Alice was struggling to hold her sword against her cheek, but her mind was constantly distracted. She is blocking with textbook precision, as if she walked out of a sword fighting manual. She had to look at her with different eyes. The more I observe, the more I realize that her swordsmanship is as genuine as she is. Meanwhile, Echinacea was focused on the match. Next step. Thinking it, she did not hesitate to lower her sword. Perhaps it will glide along my blade and shorten the distance. Echinacea's sword glided towards Alice's waist. She performed a quick sword spin in an instant. I knew it would be like this. As for Alice, even though her sword had been knocked away, she still had a condescending attitude. She is too textbook, so of course I can read her like a book. At this point, Alice panicked and cursed. Damn it! Her sword flew straight into the nearby ground. Alice could not resist the sword point at her neck. I lost. She had no choice but to surrender in front of everyone. I won't bother you anymore. Echinacea quickly withdrew her sword, expressing her regret. No, I was the one who was rude, Miss Winterbell. Alice remained silent with a look of unwillingness. This is not a sword fight. She ignored the chatter and only stared at her. She was not focused at all. At this moment, Ian came out with cheerful applause. You two did great. I am glad no one was hurt. Alice politely responded, Thank you for witnessing. Then she wanted to leave. If you do not mind, may I leave first? He agreed generously, of course. Oh, since the match took place before the ranking match, it won't affect your ranking. Hearing this, Alice felt relieved. I understand. Then excuse me. As she left, Ian took the initiative to talk to Echinacea, a total of 3 times. That is how many times you acted as a temporary guard for the night. She was slightly surprised by these words. Knights are not the type to make impulsive decisions. He quickly opened up the topic of conversation between the two. That is why it is so easy to follow their lead. They are rational, respect the law, and are the embodiment of a master of the holy sword. But this time, I do not know. At this moment, Ian confided in Echinacea. Why do you think he chose you? Because you are talented. Or, he did not hesitate to say all his guesses. Perhaps you have some connection with him. But she denied it and turned away. No, I do not know. Echinacea clearly expressed her confusion. I do not know why I was chosen either. Seeing that she was a little nervous, Ian joked and made fun. Come on, I am sure it is still fair. Echinacea looked at this person with a little silence. Ian Peltro. He still habitually patted her shoulder. Don't forget 9 a.m. tomorrow. Ian kept leaving reminders. Recruit Echinacea Roaz. Her eyes also glanced at the corner of his mouth. A mocking smile. Now I remember. The buried subconscious was awakened again. 3 years later, on the day Azenka was ravaged by the demon sword, a weathered face suddenly flashed in Echinacea's memory. The Ian Peltro they met was the Knight of Azenka. He desperately reached out for hope. Sir Knight, save me. And the person in the distance was him, with hesitation. The person in that memory did not have a kind smile. He revealed his evil nature. Ian then ran straight to the main road. To buy time to escape, he pointed everyone, children, the elderly, and the vulnerable. His vile smile was deeply imprinted on her mind, in the direction of the cursed sword. But very quickly, Ian had to bear the consequences of his actions. Wait, do not kill me, I will do anything. As the sharp sword was raised, he still wanted to cling to his vile nature. I saw it. There are many people on the other side. I am a demon knight. If you let me live, I will offer them to you. When blood was splattered on the ground, Echinacea realized, I killed him. Returning to reality, she somewhat rejected Ian's hand. See you again tomorrow, Senior. A person like that became a knight. Ridiculous. In the air, that mysterious voice appeared again. They left quickly. It kept chattering endlessly in Echinacea's ear. This is not the main road either, is it? Every time it is mentioned, she gets angry. He annoyed me, so I had to come here. The voice wanted to gossip even more. Hey, are you going to solve everything by killing them all like before? But she scolded him mercilessly. Shut up. Echinacea sat alone by the waterfall, denying it. That is not what I want. Her vision suddenly moved to where the sun was setting. I want the house to still be standing there. The children running around also made Echinacea feel at ease. Everyone lives happily. Everyone maintained the peaceful scene of Azenka. Echinacea looked at the scene and secretly yearned. I really want to see those things, but the voice directly criticized. Boring. A moment later, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, catching her attention. Recruit. Urien, completely covered up, ran to find Echinacea. Echinacea Roaz. His face was both delicate and captivating. She was a little stunned by this appearance. As soon as they met, Urien questioned, Do you remember me? Echinacea pretended to turn away and coughed. I looked at him, thinking he would know me. I was careless. Sorry, but I do not recognize you. She slightly lowered her face to avoid him, but still opened her mouth to ask, Do you know me? His eyes suddenly lit up with a hint of sadness. You know who I am, surely? But Urien still wanted to get Echinacea's confirmation. You have met me before, right? These words immediately made her extremely worried. No way, he still remembers. He said we met, but when? If he still remembers me, what should I do? Echinacea wanted to remain silent. Me, but he was one step ahead and interrupted at the summer birthday party last year. She was a little dazed, but still pretended to be surprised. You saw me at the birthday party. At this time, Urian recalled the memory of the party that day. Although I do not know who you are, I remember that I once saw you. Didn't you see me? The more Echinacea listened, the more helpless she became and lowered her face. We did not say anything or even make eye contact. Everything. At that moment, her head suddenly thought quickly. Then are you the commander? Sorry for not recognizing you sooner. He seriously corrected. Don't call me commander, call me by name. Urian decided to repeat it again. My name is Urian. The sound of running water could not hide Echinacea's panicked voice. Sir Commander, I am just a recruit, how dare I? But he was very calm in contrast. Recruit, I know. Urian even did not hesitate to ask a sensitive question. Why did you join the academy? She was a little taken aback by this question. Is he asking because of my style? But Echinacea was still very honest. I want to become a knight. Unexpectedly, his next words made her hand clench. Why do you want to become a knight? Echinacea turned away shyly. Because I like swords. Waiting for this sentence, Urian directly grabbed her hand. You like swords, huh? He gently lifted Echinacea's hand to admire it. Urian just uttered a sentence that made her widen her eyes. Your hands do not look like the hands of someone who would hold a sword. Now, he was even more excessive in probing. I will ask again. Urian resolutely held Echinacea's hand in the air. Why do you want to become a knight? She shyly pulled her hand back. In all things, it is my right hand. I thought he would recognize it. Words came to her mouth, but Echinacea could not say them. Her brain continued to work at full capacity. I can easily fabricate a reason, but with him, I do not want to lie. Thinking about it, Echinacea came up with a reason, because I want to be happy. It sounds weird, but... She faced his eyes with a little guilt. At least, those blue eyes will believe me. I do not want to lie. Echinacea quickly put on a charming appearance. I am telling the truth. Then she turned to the other side. More importantly, why did you come here? Immediately Urian retorted. What about you? What are you doing all the way out here on the first day? Echinacea rolled her eyes and said something untrue. I wanted to check the fountain, but it is completely fine. I can't say that. I was just walking and accidentally came here. He also borrowed this reason to respond. Me too. I also walked here. Urian's smile also softened a bit, but she associated it with a different meaning. Is he the type of person to smile like that? He walked. He answered very frankly. That is right. Echinacea's mind suddenly became a mess. Too coincidental, is not it? To the place he was killed, on the day he assigned the girl who killed him as a guard. She almost guessed it, but still directly asked. That means he still remembers completely. I heard you assigned me as a guard. Echinacea was really curious. Why? I need to know his intentions. But Urian just called her name. Recruit Echinacea Roaz. He leaned over and whispered, Can I ask for a practice match? She officially froze. A practice match. At this time, Urian took off his hat and coat. Not now, but whenever you are ready. These words made Echinacea a little embarrassed. I am a recruit. I should be the one asking. But he is the one who suggested it. His coat was quickly placed on her. To find out why I called you that? The two looked into each other's eyes, and it was very meaningful. I will answer after we sword fight. Urian did not forget to tell her. It is cold at night. Do not wander around. Recruit Echinacea Roaz. The voice had time to work again. What is he thinking? Langioga chose the right naive master. Echinacea lowered her eyes and looked at the coat. Tell me about it. She could not stop guessing at his actions. There is only one possibility. Echinacea was still standing frozen in front of the closet. Maybe he is trying to keep me close to monitor me. It wanted to scold someone. What nonsense are you talking about this early in the morning? She kept touching the coat non-stop. I think I know the reason he called me. He wants to confirm if I am the demon of the demon's sword. The mysterious voice guessed according to her. That means he wants you to be a guard to monitor you. Even Echinacea thought it was too logical. If not, there's no reason he would keep me by his side. She unconsciously remembered the scene last night. If he is sure I am a demon, at least. Echinacea could not help but clench the hem of her coat. He would not smile at me like yesterday. Suddenly, Alice came in with a piece of paper. Echinacea. The paper quickly dropped with a confession. I said I would not bother you, but... She did not hesitate to throw it straight on the ground. Did you leave this in the lobby to show off? Alice frowned and spoke excessive words. There is no borrowing. Everyone knows you are the knight's guard. After venting, she turned around and left. I am leaving. The person had left, and she looked after her curiously, even though she did not have time to say anything. She must be uncomfortable, but she still remained calm and even closed the door very gently. Then Echinacea noticed the paper rolled up on the bed. The nut on it was like her heart at this moment. I can't do anything more. This is the time to focus on what I can do. Returning to the lecture hall, the invitation rang out very clearly. Hello? Recruit Echinacea Roaz. Echinacea bowed politely, even though she did not like it. Hello, senior. His smile made her uncomfortable, and Ian was still smiling proudly. Okay, let me introduce you to everyone. He quickly put his hand on the shoulder of the person next to him. This is Brett Von Pol, a third-year student. Both of them had very professional smiles. Today we'll assist you in the preliminary training session instead of me. Brett did not hesitate to come forward to assess. Beautiful. He even touched her shoulder even though they had just met. You will become the official guard after tomorrow, right? There is not much time left, but do not worry. Brett's words could not be more unambiguous. I will guide you. In front of the hallway, he was constantly lecturing Echinacea. When the student representative leaves, we will start the lesson. First, you will become my guard today. You must pay attention to me. She had no choice but to comply. Yes, senior. Brett became even more outrageous. Call me sir, that is the basic thing. Echinacea really called after him, yes sir. Now, he could not help but touch his chin and smile deviously. I will train you a specially designed exercise. Brett crossed his legs arrogantly and ordered, First, massage my feet. These words quickly made her suspicious. Is that how guards are trained? He shamelessly insulted Echinacea. Don't pretend you do not know when you are wearing a gorgeous dress. Brett acted like he understood her very well and pointed with 5 fingers. You are trying to flirt with the knight to get married, are not you? I know everything. He also looked down on Echinacea too much. Moreover, your other scores are only average, but you became the top student because of your overwhelming performance in the second test. When practicing with the trainee knight, rumors are spreading among the students. Brett even wagged his fingers without restraint. They are wondering why you were able to defeat a trainee knight. Speaking of this, she could only sigh. All those rumors spread in one day. I do not know where to start correcting from. But Echinacea's eyes quickly turned cold because of the ignorant person. That is also a remarkable skill. Even seducing the knight is impressive. He directly belittled her like the petty people. Now you are a guard, you can officially serve him. Every day is a hot day, right? In Echinacea's heart, she was constantly fluctuating. During the days of collecting Gyoza, I think I have heard all kinds of things from the mercenaries. She could not help but evaluate this rude person, but this is too vulgar. Echinacea's pupils slightly narrowed, containing murderous intent, and dragging Urian into it. The mysterious voice quickly saw her hand curling into a fist. Master, you are angry, right? It quickly created an illusion full of chains for her. Feeling uncomfortable, use me. That voice was like a flame that ignited the peak of anger. Are you going to endure all those insults? Don't hesitate, kill him. Echinacea's eyes suddenly met Brett's. It hurts a little when you say that, senior. He was confused. What? Her feet suddenly moved closer to him. This expression made Brett very excited. I have to teach you how to respect seniors. He kept rambling and then stopped because of the painful kick. Or maybe your stubbornness has stimulated the superiors. Echinacea looked at Brett, who was hunched over in pain, with satisfaction. Your words make me want to vomit, senior. She frankly gave him a look of disgust. Sympathize with me. As the demon sword said, there is no need to restrain myself anymore. An idea flashed in Echinacea's mind. According to the eccentric genius style, I have to act a little... The voice immediately dissatisfied. Hey, I told you not to hesitate to kill him. She ignored it and bent down to confront. Brett? I do not understand why I was chosen as a guard, but I can tell you why I defeated the trainee knight. He was surprised. What? Echinacea's high heels suddenly rose higher. Like this? She dared to step directly onto Brett's back, catching him off guard. Echinacea slowly and calmly exposed, your opening is too obvious. Brett knew he could not fight back and threatened with his reputation. Hey, what are you doing? If you do not stop, I will report to the superiors and you will be disqualified. But she was not afraid. Go report. Echinacea was so ruthless that she even took out the stick. But you have to tell everything we talked about too. The other end was held against his back. What's serving at night? Brett still stubbornly retorted, you hit me first, you bitch. Do you have evidence? Do you have evidence of what I said? At this moment a person came forward like a savior. I can testify if you need it. You are Echinacea Roaz. Echinacea turned around curiously. And you are? Braha stepped out. With a handsome appearance. Braha Isaf, 3rd year. I heard everything that guy said. I can testify for you. He leisurely ate bread, watching her run wild. Thank you. Now there is someone to testify, Senior Bread. The sharp sword point was stuck right next to his hand. Do you think you did anything wrong? but Bread was still very stubborn. "What nonsense are you talking about? I did not do anything wrong." Echinacea spoke and conveniently picked up the sword. "I guessed you would say that." She did not want to get involved with him anymore. Get lost. But Echinacea did not forget to teach Bread a lesson: manage your mouth. He ran away like that, but he could not shut his mouth. You will regret it. Just watch." Baraha laughed at the way he ran. "I think I can give him that lesson." She turned back seriously. "I think a warning is enough. But if he acts up again, we need to teach him a few more lessons." Echinacea's words seemed to make him realize, if he keeps getting beaten up, won't he shut up from the pain? Baraha changed the subject shyly. "According to what I heard, it seems he is receiving preliminary training to become a guard. Why did you go to listen to nonsense from those failures?" She was a little curious when she heard this. Is he famous? He leaned against the stone pillar and started telling the story. He belongs to the stupid association that thinks the military academy is their private residence. Moreover, that god probably has never been recommended, so who in the world introduced him? She also simultaneously remembered those two liver-burning faces. "Mr. Student Representative, introduce a troublemaker to me, Ian Peltro." Speaking of which, Baraha continued to focus on his bread. When he finished munching, he clenched his hands and questioned, "Echinacea Roaz, why are you wearing a dress?" Echinacea quickly became bored with this repetitive question. "Is there a dress code?" Baraha was afraid she would misunderstand and deliberately explained, "I am not prejudiced against you. Just curious." After hearing this, Echinacea became cheerful again. "This is my hobby. I like to dress nicely." He became more and more confused. Aren't gloves and leather shoes more comfortable? Is that really a hobby? She did not deny it. Yes, they do not match the dress, and they are not pretty either. Baraha continued to suggest, "If you like beauty, why do you carry such a cheap sword?" Echinacea interrupted him immediately. "I will throw it away and buy a new one if the blade is chipped." Then Baraha laughed heartily. "The more I interact with you, the more interesting you become." She widened her eyes, showing humility. "Thank you for the compliment." Then he became serious again. "Okay." Before leaving, Baraha wanted to add, "I will supervise your preliminary guard training." Hearing these words, Echinacea bowed at a 90-degree angle. "Thank you for your guidance today." He felt a little relieved at this attitude. She is a little apprehensive, but still better than that. Die from before. I can't refuse. Thinking about it, Baraha leaned against the stone pillar and opened his mouth. Not just today. Her eyes widened in surprise. "What?" He rubbed his hands together for a moment. "A.R. Sabatim, let me reintroduce myself." Baraha was very proud when talking about his identity. "I am the guard of Baron Tilius, the owner of Salik Giosa." He seemed even more excited when showing off his achievements to Echinacea and the deputy commander of the Blue Sky Night Order. Baraha always kept a smile, so as not to scare her. "I will teach you until you become a real knight. From now until then, please take care of me." He also narrowed the distance with the title, Junior. But Baraha did not know that Echinacea's heart was raging. "I am in real trouble. The senior is the guard of the owner of the Giosa I killed." She began to regret this meeting a little. "I would rather be in that Playboys Club. Outside the academy at that time. You are okay, senior. You do not have to go that far. I am doing it because I feel it is necessary." Then Baraha placed his hand on himself. "My guide is the deputy leader." Then he reached out to Echinacea. "And you are the captain's trainee guard, even if it is only temporary now." Then he crossed his arms and continued. "If you become the official guard later, there will definitely be a lot of things to do together, so I will teach you in advance, so I do not have to work so hard." Later, she did not say anything but secretly thought, "I was so busy thinking about Urian that I forgot about this. With this situation, I will increasingly run into the owners of other Giosa." Baraha said, "Follow me first, I have something I want to give you." Then Echinacea walked slowly after him. "Ah, yes," she thought to herself. "From now on, I have to dress more gorgeously." Then she imagined the scene of herself wearing luxurious clothes, to the point that no one would recognize me. Then she followed in his footsteps to walk. Suddenly, Echinacea thought, "But the more I think about it, the more strange it is. Baraha Islaf." She looked at his back and analyzed. Such a big and easy-to-recognize figure, having been the Baron's guard, he should have made some impression. The sky gradually became gloomy, yet in the rare battle in Azenka, I do not remember killing him at all. Baraha was slightly stunned and said, "Oh dear, it is going to rain." Then he turned around and instructed, "I will run back to the dormitory quickly. Please wait for me a moment." "Yes." By the time Baraha left, she realized something I remember now. When I was hunted down by the owners of Giosa and imprisoned, the raindrops began to fall. On stormy days, the guards often told this story. The deputy leader is going to the cemetery again today. Cut to the scene where Echinacea caught two guards talking. It seems that on rainy and stormy days like this, he remembers the old days. Their voices were getting lower and lower. It has been 3 years, has not it? The monster hunt that year seems like just yesterday. At that time, he was standing in front of the tomb in the rain, because the damage was too great at that time. That tomb was engraved with a squiggly line. Even the deputy leader's guard lost his life in that battle. At this moment, she was sheltering from the rain under a tree and thought, this year, in the monster hunt, Baraha Islaf will die. I am the one who knows the future. Echinacea assumed that, so at least I will try to change what I can. And that also means that the future can be completely changed, Baraha's voice suddenly sounded. You have been waiting long, have not you, for example? He was getting closer and closer to her with a heavy aura, saving Baraha Islaf, who will die before long. Her eyes looked at him blankly, because his death is something that the knights, those close to him, know best. If the future really changes, I can also try to see who still retains the memory. Then he held out the bag to her. Here, take it. Today's lesson, it is a guidebook for guards. Condensed from the experience of seniors, keep it, and pass it on to your juniors in the future. He did not forget to instruct her enough. Well, now I have to go see my master. Come to the training ground tomorrow morning. Thank you, but, senior. Echinacea asked slowly, can I participate in this year's spring monster hunt? She clenched the bag and the umbrella in her hand before Baraha said, it is probably difficult this time. On May 10th, you are still a trainee guard. Then he also said that no one will let a recruit who has not been officially recognized go along. Even so, she still squeezed out a question. Is there no other way? Baraha, with a face as if he wanted to be foolish, concluded, you are more active than I thought, wanting to be in real combat so much. In response, Echinacea answered calmly, as a swordsman, that is a matter of course. But she did not cling to swordsmanship so much. Hearing him say that made her a little embarrassed. Is it that obvious? He saw that. Well, if not, then forget it. Then Baraha held out his hand. If you want to go to that extent. Don't forget to instruct that. Getting to the top 3 in the upcoming freshman ranking match. The monster hunt in the blue sky is a real battle, no different from real combat. As he spoke, the corner of his mouth curved up. But even as freshmen, the top 3 with the highest strength will still be given the opportunity to go into battle. Do not you have confidence, freshman valedictorian? Echinacea listened carefully to those words from him. Then she answered, it is okay, making him a little surprised. Then she spread her skirt to both sides, lowered her body, bowed her head. In the upcoming monster hunt, I hope you will help me a lot, Senior Baraha. Before her attitude, Baraha praised, very good. He gave her a bright smile. I will look forward to you, Echinacea Roaz. Dark clouds gradually rushed over. Thank you, then do your homework. Well, I will check it tomorrow. Then, he turned around and left. Master, you said you would not aim for too high a ranking. Now you are going to be in the top 3, no, the top 1. She said anyway. I have become a guard, there is no reason to restrain myself anymore. Her voice full of determination revealed. So I have to show my strength very clearly so that no one dares to say anything. Raindrops began to fall on the leaves. If you are so angry, why do not you just kill him already? I do not like it. I do not want to become a murderer. Echinacea reached out to welcome the falling raindrops. But you used to be like that, so you are still a murderer. Then she clenched her hands. You do not have the qualifications to say that by. And for the first time I realized the true power of the demon sword. It was thanks to a news dealer in the inner city that I met, after awakening the consciousness of the demon sword. Cut to a restaurant at that time, Urian, he is the worst captain in history. Because of the smell of pity for a garbage demon, the entire night order was disbanded. The owner also said that, but it is also because the world praises him too much that he becomes arrogant. That person clenched his hands. A real bastard. He continued, people like him should have been torn apart long ago. Echinacea flew into a rage and prepared to attack him, making him not able to load everything. What? The demon sword, when the master is slack, vigilant, solved. She walked out as if nothing had happened, losing her mind. That counter now only has chili sauce, or feels murderous intent towards humans. It will be activated by the magic of that murderous intent. He did not close his eyes when he left, but widened his eyes, and began to control the owner to find the optimal path to kill people. Echinacea thought to herself, a power that I never want to think about. Her fingers gradually loosened. You also know it, do not you? The suppressed murderous intent that has not been released is gradually accumulating. It has been a long time since you killed anyone. The others were frantically looking for shelter from the rain. Before it is too late, find someone who deserves to die and finish him off. I am seriously advising you. Unable to stand those words anymore, she shouted loudly. Shut up. From now on, Alice is looking at the rain through the window. She muttered. It is raining heavily. Then she remembered those 2 letters. From now on. Echinacea was determined with her decision. I will not let myself be dominated by something like you again. Ms. Roaz, there is a telegram for you. She just stepped in with a surprised face. Alice continued to say, I left it on the table. Check it out. Ah, thank you, Winterbell. She had barely left before she called, Miss. Echinacea looked at the 2 letters in her hand and thought, it is really cold. One is sent from home, just as I guessed. The other is... Then she looked at the content inside. Under surveillance, cannot be confirmed for sure, but traces of the Silver Lion have been found. Nicole Siston. Her pupils began to dilate. The Silver Lion is the emblem of the Kyrie Empire. That means the Kyrie royal family, Karam, Kruin, Urian, successively appeared in her mind. The words in the letter made Echinacea extremely panicked. Is it related to the demon sword that was once with me? Early the next morning at the academy, people are rumored that she became a scale for the team because of her beauty. If anyone understands the team even a little, then that rambling rumor would not have appeared. A few days later, at the stable at this time, those unfounded rumors will soon disappear. Do not bother yourself with it. Instead, focus on the main job of a guard, taking care of the horse. Baraha stood with his arms crossed, and she was taking care of her warhorse. Ah, by the way, Sylphid likes to be brushed strongly, do not forget. Yes, I understand. He lowered his hand to let her know that guards often take care of horses for their masters, so it is best to start training with that horse from the beginning. Then he reached out and stroked it. Among them, Sylphid, the captain's steed, is quite gentle, so it is easier to take care of than other horses. Seeing this, Echinacea asked, Senior also took care of Sylphid. He did not hesitate to answer, Yes, I used to be a temporary guard for the captain for a while. Wait. Baraha said, Hey, your clothes are all dirty. It is okay, this much is still fine. Hearing that answer, he put his hands on his hips and said, The more I look at you, the more I see that your personality is not like your appearance at all, Ims. Then he began to analyze, dressed up as if she would never set foot in places like stables, but when her clothes are covered with mud, she does not care at all. The corners of her mouth also curved up. It is clear that she likes to dress up, and it is really interesting. Echinacea's movement stopped, because both are Echinacea Roaz. He is as big as a bear, but he is so fussy, it is annoying. She turned to ask him, Baraha Senior, can I just brush the mane? Hearing this, Baraha came over. No, you have to use your hands to remove the knots first. Then he instructed her carefully, if you do not do that, the mane will break. After that, Echinacea understood. So that is it. Then he secretly withdrew his hand. She is not even surprised by this much. Before that beautiful image of her, he thought, she looks like a fragile flower, but Ma Kaunile, even when facing the chaos in front of her, she does not even blink. The more I look, the more interesting she becomes. Suddenly she started calling. Baraha Senior. Echinacea gently asked, Can I try? Yes, try it. Another voice called his name coming. Baraha, that person is Urian, the Baron is looking for you. Hearing that, Baraha stepped out of the stable and asked, A.R. Sabatium. Yes, Captain. Did you come to use Sylphid? Yes. Is this the preparatory training for the guard? Then, he hurriedly explained, we were just brushing her fur, so I will stop now. You finish it and go back. I will take care of the saddle. I remember telling you to go see the Baron. Then, he repeated in a low voice, I remember telling you to go see the Baron. Baraha. That cold expression, even he was terrified. Yes, I understand. Then, Baraha left without even turning his head back. Just now he showed that he was not afraid of anything. Then he remembered that time. But when the captain just appeared, I felt clearly nervous. After that, Baraha began to consider, could it be? She is afraid of the captain. At this time, Urian is grooming the horse for her. She is afraid of the captain. Not letting this atmosphere be silent for too long, he began to speak. If the invitation to the match makes you feel pressured, you can consider it as if it never happened. Echinacea slowly said, It is not like that, Captain. It is not pressure, but it is too much honor for me. She also continued, and the coat from before. Thank you very much. I will send it back soon. Then Urian gave her the brush. Just as she turned around, he said, So you really do not feel comfortable. Her lips opened, preparing to say something. That is understandable then. Echinacea said, Can I ask you something, Captain? At this time, she slightly lowered her head, secretly wondering, Does he still remember me? Does he resent me? You said you saw me at the birthday party last year. Perhaps now he is secretly testing me. Thoughts and guesses kept appearing one after another. Her 10 fingers intertwined. But I have not even had the chance to talk to you yet, all my thoughts. How do you know me? These words did not cause Urian to change his expression. They all pointed towards him, then he gave a plain answer but made her blush. It is just simply standing out in my eyes. Echinacea pretended to cough. Could it be because of my hair? Then he reached out, Number? Then he touched the top of her head and revealed, "It is personal. Interest." These words made her a little confused. "What do you mean, that question?" Urian laughed and said, "I will answer after the match is over." But Echinacea repeated, "You said if I feel pressured, I can forget it." Hearing that, he said, "If you do not want to, then I can't force you." He slightly lowered his head and continued, "But that means I really want to have a match with you." That guy, does he still remember? Hearing that, Echinacea got angry. "Don't call Urian by that name. Oh, I am so annoyed." "In the stable at this time, Master, let Langiosa and I collide. I will start talking to know everything clearly. Or why not just ask directly, people? Do not say anything. Or I will be electrocuted." Her expression was slightly serious. The monster extermination is coming. At that time, it will be clear how Senior Baraha handles it. If Urian retains the memory, he will definitely not let Senior Baraha die. Moreover, she is a royal family. There are many things to worry about. Suddenly, a loud voice from the front door came out like a loudspeaker. "Today your dress is also beautiful." Academy Echinacea. "So I have complimented you, okay?" Hearing that, she sighed. "Ah, that is right. There is another troublesome thing. That person is Fatima. Come to the club with me." The Wisdom Club is a great name. The name alone exudes the essence of the knowledge that is destined to lead a Zenka. She with a stiff face and a thumb up. "We are not simply knights who only know how to use strength. Welcome to Wisdom, ma'am, the inner circle of wise knights. Fatima Toya, Year 2. She thought, "Other clubs did not even come near me after hearing those rumors, but she is trying to recruit me." Then, Echinacea answered and turned away. "Senior Fatima, I do not have the need to join any club. Should not you give up on someone that even other clubs have rejected?" But Fatima stepped forward to stop her. "That is because they are stupid." She with sharp arguments that, "My intuition, a person who founded the Wisdom Club is shouting that you are a unique genius." Then she smiled and revealed, "Of course I have to recruit you." Her face was sullen, not very happy. She also often recruits for the club but does not care, because she is not affected by the rumors. Or her face is a ta, thanks to giving in to beauty. Seeing that, Fatima also did not forget to add, "Echinacea Roaz, you are the top recruitment target." Then she began to explain the reason. "Currently, I am paying attention to 3 people, including you. First, the owner of Gosa, then the student Mikhail." Echinacea's pupils dilated, "And you of Lord Teresa von Frank Almari." Then she asked, "Who is the last person? I know that person." Fatima raised her hand and slowly said, "Your roommate, student Alice Winterbell. It is a pity. It seems she has been in a slump recently." These words made her very flustered. "Slump, Miss Winterbell," she continued. "You know training ground number 9 is in the forest over there, right? Students usually train there. I think I should see it with my own eyes." Before the natural scenery in front of them, the conversation of the 2 people was still taking place. "I think I should see it with my own eyes. The 2 of you fought each other on the first day, right?" Echinacea was silent. Perhaps the cause of the slump was due to that first head. Then she waved her hand. "So I give you this advice. If the 2 of you are closer, join Wisdom together." She mentioned the training hall in the forest. "I should go see it." Cut to the image of a sword slashing a person in half. Then she brought the sword to it, panting. That scene made her widen her eyes. Her sword was completely misdirected and showed abnormal signs. It used to be very fast, accurate, and delicate, more than half elegant like a delicate work of art. But now the inspection is the foot. Echinacea secretly determined she was affected by that match. Other weapons were hung up nearby. The problem is to erase the afterimage that I left on that sword. But if it was as easy as that, she would not have been in a slump. She began to draw her sword, but interfering with other people's inspection techniques is not very good either. Alice's face turned black, moreover. If a young girl like me, who has never learned swordsmanship, advises her, Alice will surely feel insulted. Due to carelessness, she stepped on a clump of grass. I should leave to avoid disturbing. The 2 swords just happened to touch each other. But Echinacea was not surprised. "But I am the one who left the afterimage. I am the one who has to erase it." And she was completely the opposite. Alice's voice lowered and questioned, "What are you doing here?" "Miss Roaz," she smiled slightly. The 2 began to dialogue with each other. This is the most awkward challenge to every human here. After swinging the sword, interfering in other people's training, and wanting to challenge. Sorry, maybe because I was so focused that I felt guilty when I called her." Alice turned her sword upside down. "This is called rude intrusion, a sword carrier who does not comply with the rules." She gritted her teeth and said, "Is there any difference from the thugs in the alleys?" Then, Echinacea took the initiative to issue a challenge. "I will be more careful, so will you fight or not?" Then, she continued, "Coincidentally, I also want to warm up a bit. I heard that Miss Alice practices here every day." Her criticism made her a little annoyed. In fact, you have not made any progress since that first match. So she accepted the match. I accept the challenge. Swing your sword. Hearing that, she laughed with satisfaction. Thank you. The match started in a moment. The two expressions on their faces were completely opposite when the sword collided. Let us skip the boring social network. A loud noise came out in the forest. Alice panted repeatedly, and she, with a calm face. She is not defending as before. She is attacking more. No matter how many times I block, she immediately strikes back without hesitation. Without letting her rest any longer, Echinacea took the initiative to rush in with that precision and speed. The sword point was getting closer and closer to her. She is getting closer to me. Fortunately, she managed to block it in time. This made her a little stunned. What now? And Echinacea smiled slightly. She secretly analyzed the technique in her head with the skillful technique of moving to the center of the opponent. Then she remembered the training ground where she used to fight. This made Alice surprised, just like how I fought in the match the day before. Then she began to respond to it. No, it is different. Right now, her sword-holding hand is shaking. The technique is the same, but at a completely different level. Then, Alice remembered her movement just now. Smooth and precise movement along with agile attacks. Only inquiring to the fake movements, she is performing her technique with great perfection. The sword point pointed directly close to Alice's eyes, which made her surprised. The sword slipped from her hand. Alice was the first to collapse. But then, Echinacea held the sword in front of her and asked, "Can you continue?" She thought to herself, "I have done all I can." Sweat dripped from her forehead. If she were like bread, she would throw a tantrum. Or, perhaps, she simply would not remember what she would done. If she was not serious about swordsmanship, he would feel deeply insulted. If she were weak, she would be consumed by despair. And if she were petty, she would be swallowed by self-doubt. Her hand tightened around the sword. Then Echinacea said, "If you can't, we will end it here." And then Alice grabbed her hand and said, "No, I am okay." Her pupils dilated. Right now, she was using the sword to support herself. Then she pleaded, "Please, let me ask you one more question. As the sun sets, Lady Roaz, are you saying—" She was tired, leaning on her sword, her body slumping. "What I did has nothing to do with you. I did not do anything. We only sparred like any other new recruits." Alice slowly approached her and gently asked, "After that match, did my swordsmanship change?" But you replied, "What does it have to do with me?" "It is all thanks to your efforts, Lady Winterbell." Even though she was exhausted, she still tried to say, "During that match, I realized something. I thought you were not truly sincere about swordsmanship, that you did not really want to become a knight," making her a little startled. Immediately afterward, she bowed 90 degrees, expressing her gratitude. "I apologize for judging you by appearances. You are more sincere about swordsmanship than anyone else." Echinacea's cheeks flushed slightly. Looking into her eyes, they were completely different from before. Only now did she smile, with an expression full of discovery, surprise, and admiration, as if she were admiring something beautiful and new, shining with honesty and respect. Then she turned her face away. "It is true, I do not like swords." Hearing that, she laughed. "All right, I have already put that aside." Then she did not forget to gently remind her, "Move away from me a bit." "You are all wet, huh?" Alice remained silent. Echinacea began to get annoyed. "I told you to move away, that smell. You are the same way, Lady Roaz. That is why I need to take a bath right now." "Why did not you use manna yesterday?" At that moment in the room, the makeup items were floating in the air. "Alice Winterbell is so serious that I am drawn in by her. You are really something." "So the first time you used manna was to do your makeup?" It started working by applying makeup to Echinacea's face. "Stupid sword, can you shut up? It is hard enough to lift my arm right now." "You do not even have the strength to lift your arm, huh? But you did not have any trouble eating what that kid brought. And that tray is really pretty. Killing her would be a real regret." She felt annoyed by its rambling. "Stop talking and tie my hair for me." Like the sword said, when I woke up this morning, breakfast was already ready on the table. Pastries and tea were prepared on a tray. Alice turned her head. There was not a note or anything, but it was obvious. It was brought up by Alice Winterbell. She clenched her hand, right after yesterday's match. Then she thought again. "I have never been this kind to anyone before. I do not even know how to repay her. At the stables I thought I would be in the top 3, but you are definitely going to breeze through it. What they teach us, do not underestimate those warnings." Echinacea appeared in a gorgeous outfit with a horse grooming brush. "I am not underestimating them. Well, I just understand my own abilities? Slightly surprising, Baraha? He crossed his arms and burst out laughing. Haha, I like that confidence. Then she turned to him and asked, I have finished grooming the mane. What is next? We will stop here for today. But she said, the ranking match is tomorrow, is not it? Hearing that, Baraha put his hand behind his head and said, I think it is fine. I have to meet the vice captain this afternoon anyway. Suddenly he remembered. Ah, that is right, yesterday. He recalled going to see Baron yesterday. You are here. He told me to stop by before I left. So early, he was a little surprised. Why? One of his eyebrows furrowed in confusion. Or is the captain confusing me with the vice captain? Suddenly, Echinacea called out, Senior Baraha. But Baraha waved his hand. It is nothing. I am leaving. End it here. Okay, yes, I understand. He turned his head back to encourage her. Good luck in tomorrow's match. I will come watch. Thank you, and thank you for today too. First, I need to calm down and think for a bit. Then, she chose a quiet place to sit down. I have seen people injured, but I have never felt the pain myself. She raised her hand to cover her face. My body has not been fully trained yet. Continuing to exert myself like this will cause damage. It will take hundreds of years to train it properly. Echinacea's eyes darted to the source of the voice. Finally found you, student Echinacea. Ian smiled and said, I guessed you would be near the stables after meeting Baraha. Seeing him, she thought, why does it have to be him? But she still greeted him politely. Hello, senior. Is there a problem? Then, he announced, it is about the upcoming ranking match. Because you do not have records yet, the participants have to draw lots. He held out the bag for her to draw. Pick one. Just as she put her hand in, Ian butted in. I heard you want to be in the top 3 to participate in the monster battle, right? Well, if the captain's bodyguard is not in the top 3, that would be ridiculous. Then she drew lot number 8. Here it is. Number 8. Number 8. Seeing that, he said in a suggestive tone, Oh, not so lucky, huh? What do you mean? You will surely recognize your first opponent. Her pupils dilated in shock. It is student Mikhail, the younger brother of Master Gyosa Teresa. Suddenly, the scene of all that Chinsu chili sauce appeared in her mind. On the day I was mind-controlled by the demon sword, he was one of the people I killed in Azenka. The blonde knight was holding a boy who looked like him in her arms and crying. That image is always clear in my memory. Then, Ian smiled and said, If you win, your next match is with Alice. Okay, come on, I am sure you will be fine. I am looking forward to it. Echinacea's face darkened. Next is Alice. Was that really a random draw? Thank you, senior. She was a little surprised by the familiar figure she had just seen. That figure, Urian. It really was him. Urian was standing in the distance, looking at her. Urian. Faced with his cold expression, she thought. If he is here to pick up Sylphid, he should be at the stables. Why is he here? A question was raised at this moment. Is he here to confirm whether I really am the Demon Sword's devil? His blue eyes shone. If that is the case, then his appearance is reasonable. From his perspective, I am a murderer, who could go crazy at any time. The scene of Urian draping a coat over her appeared. But if he does not care, he will just say, it is due to personal interest. Echinacea wondered, has he really been secretly watching me since last year's birthday party, or is he personally observing me? Her eyes turned to the ground as she pondered. Come on, some cheap romance novel is not going to come true. Maybe I am just too tired and my head's all messed up. Seeing her melancholy expression, Ian began to speak. Echinacea, are you okay? She quickly regained her composure. Sorry, what did you just say? Brett wants to apologize to you. What? She was a little taken aback. He revealed he said he made a lot of mistakes with you and asked me to arrange a meeting. You can refuse if you want. Then he added, just because someone wants to apologize to you does not mean you have to accept. Ian's expression made her skeptical. I do not believe he is repentant. What is he plotting? When does he want to meet? As he was speaking, a foot was approaching from behind him. He said tonight, if possible. Another voice rang out. Apologize? For what? Urian asked in a low voice. Did something happen between the students? Hearing his voice, he began to turn his face. Captain Urian. Ian immediately raised his hand and said, It is just a small misunderstanding, sir. What kind of small misunderstanding? His face was cold as he looked at her. Student Echinacea. Immediately afterward, she looked away, thinking, if Paletro or Bread pull any tricks, I will report them to Urian. Then she spoke up. It is a personal matter, sir, she said to herself. Besides, Urian and I should not get too close. Then Echinacea relayed the message to Ian. Tell him that if he wants to apologize, he has to say it himself. Please help me out, senior. He quickly agreed. Okay, I will tell him. Then Urian asked in a cold voice, Student representative, do you have anything else to say to Echinacea? Yes. His face was very scary right now. I need to talk to her. If you are done, go help me. Hearing that, he bowed 90 degrees. I understand, Captain. I will go. When he left, he finally spoke. Something's. This expression was completely different from before. Well, can I help you? After speaking, Urian pursed his lips tightly. But she replied, Sorry, I did not hear you clearly. He did not repeat it, but turned his face away. No, never mind. Before leaving, Urian said, Follow me, Student Echinacea. Echinacea followed him inside. What does he want to do? Then, she closed her eyes tightly. I want to put this body on the bed and sleep. Then she opened her eyes, but what caught her eye was Urian's back. Whenever I look at him vaguely, I can't take my eyes off him. His hair seems to be covered in shimmering silver light. He stood in front of the door and instructed. Wait a moment. Okay. Ah, yes. After that, Echinacea raised her hand to her face. I must have a fever. Then Urian handed her a bag, surprising her a little. This is. Without a word, he placed his hand on her shoulder. Then he instructed a few things. Don't push yourself too hard. This is medicine that only the knights in the squad can use. She pointed to the syrup bottle on the table and said, This is antibiotic syrup, and this is ginger honey tea. Echinacea lay sprawled on the table. Even Senior Baraha, who trains with me every morning, does not know I am sick. How would he know? I am really stupid, are not I? It is sour but strangely sweet. Could it be that he is worried about me? In an instant, her face flushed red again. I hope he does not remember. The scene of the party immediately appeared, that we met for the first time at last year's birthday party, that we recognized each other back then. Among the other nobles there was also Urian, and we met in Azenka for certain reasons. Your face is redder than a tomato. Do you have a fever? But she retorted, I do not know. Shut up. And time passed. Martin put his hand on Mikhail's shoulder. Why are you staring at that spot? Mikhail immediately turned his eyes towards him. The ranking match for the new recruits had begun. He pointed to that spot. Leo, is that girl really my first round opponent? Ah, the controversial one, right? Echinacea, in a gorgeous outfit, is calmly waiting. Martin began to tease him, making him angry. Eye candy, huh? What do you think, Angel? Don't call me that. Do you want to die? No matter who my opponent is, I will win and participate in the monster battle. My sister will look at me with a completely different expression. Not as the youngest child who is so weak that he can't even wield a sword, but as a new recruit of the Azure Sky Knights. Then he added, Siskon. Hearing that, Mikhail kicked him. Shut up. So confident. What will happen when you lose to that skinny girl? His eyebrows began to tighten. Immediately afterward, he asked in a stern voice, You think I would easily lose to that dried-up little girl? And he leaned against the railing. It is suspicious, being chosen as a bodyguard on the first day. Then Mikhail said, We will admire her swordsmanship today. Alice was approaching to sit next to her. Isn't that Alice Winterbell? I heard they were not close. Since when have they been so close that they are chatting? Echinacea shyly smiled slightly. This action made his face red. After that, his hand punched himself again. This made one side of his cheek bruised. Mikhail, what is wrong? Mikhail's expression changed. Nothing. Ian, standing in the middle, began to announce. Number 7, Mikhail von Frank Almery, and number 8, Echinacea Roaz. May the victor show compassion and grace. He, with a serious face, clenched the sword in his hand. May the loser accept defeat with humility. May honor and justice reign in their swords. And Echinacea, with an expressionless face, A.R. Sabadium. The Frank Almery family uses a swordsmanship style that specializes in defense. This style sacrifices fast attacks in exchange for powerful counterattacks based on defense. His eyebrows furrowed. Even my sister Teresa became a master and knight lord, thanks to this swordsmanship. The Almery swordsmanship, my victory, I have no doubt about it. And yet I was distracted by a girl in an outfit that is alluring to men. Don't have any stupid thoughts. It is all her fault. She has not even moved, but is holding her sword tightly in her hand. Suddenly, Mikhail urged her in his head, So do not be so slow and hurry up. Not long after, she began to rush forward. When he stands here, even if he is the captain's bodyguard or whatever, I will catch up to you with this swordsmanship. As soon as she arrived, she smiled gently at him. Then, Echinacea immediately struck a blow, causing his sword to fly away. This also shocked everyone. The winner is number 8, Echinacea Roaz. And Mikhail had not even loaded what had just happened. What just happened? He still could not believe it, and neither could everyone else. Mikhail lost. At that moment, the referee announced, number 8, Echinacea Roaz is the winner, which made Mikhail stand frozen, while Echinacea calmly held her sword and looked towards the audience. Hearing that, Mikhail gritted his teeth, glared angrily, and snorted. Immediately after, he turned his back and ran frantically away from the arena. Outside, Mikhail pressed his face against the wall, his body slumped in contemplation. Martin followed behind, calling out, Mikhail, are you okay? He scratched his head and said consolingly, it is okay, everyone makes mistakes, so do not be too hard on yourself. Mikhail did not bother turning his head, then seriously affirmed, that was not a mistake. Martin blurted out, what? After that, Mikhail turned away in frustration, then insisted, I said it was not a mistake. Didn't you see? Martin scratched his head in confusion and blurted out, see what? Mikhail sighed and replied, if you do not know, then forget it, idiot. Just live ignorantly. You only see what you know. Seeing that, Martin muttered incomprehensibly, crazy is he? Suddenly saying crazy things. Mikhail did not bother to pay attention, yawned, then exhaled and said, damn it. He rested his chin on his hand, then absent-mindedly pondered, I have never met a girl like her before. Thinking about it, Mikhail regained his spirit, then spoke up, let us go. Martin, still blankly dazed, blurted out, go where? Mikhail walked away and seriously expressed, we have to keep watching. We can't miss any of her matches. Martin, behind, still firmly retorted, aren't you ashamed? You lost to a girl. Hearing this, Mikhail immediately turned his head back and stated, once this ranking match ends. He bluntly declared, then I do not think anyone will be ashamed to lose to her. Back at the arena, Echinacea was slowly walking off the stage, thinking as she walked, just now, my swordsmanship. She pondered thoughtfully. It was the move that Teresa used when she blocked me. Well, it is also because he is her younger brother. Rewinding to an old memory, the sky was red with a gloomy atmosphere. Echinacea hastily made a judgment. I do not remember the moment I killed Mikhail very well. At that moment, a scream rang out. Mikhail lay motionless on the ground with a bleeding wound. Teresa knelt down and hugged him, then helplessly shouted, Mikhail, open your eyes! Echinacea's memory appeared once again. I only remember the sobbing, like the mournful howl of a beast, the image of Teresa bursting into tears, hugging Mikhail's frozen body tightly. Echinacea continued to reason, and all the pride also shattered like shards of glass. At this time, she returned to sit in the audience, and although everyone was chattering about her, Echinacea was still immersed in thought. It is great to see them both alive. It is worth it to go back in time. She secretly commented, Mikhail, you admire your sister and want to become a role model like her, right? The image of Teresa and her younger brother Mikhail, solemnly holding swords, appeared. Echinacea sat propping her chin up and reasoning, but I do not think that kind of self-defense swordsmanship suits him. Because of Teresa, too. If I have the chance, maybe I should advise him. At this moment, Alice approached and raised her hand to greet her, Lady Roaz. Immediately, Echinacea excitedly shouted, Miss Winterbell. Alice also happily praised, you were excellent. The fighting style was quite different compared to when you sparred with me. At this time, Echinacea slightly uncomfortably suggested, just call me by my name, Winterbell, okay? Then she thought to herself, I can't stand it because it sounds so awkward. Alice quickly expressed, if I talk to you comfortably, will we spar again next time? Hearing that, Echinacea also nodded in agreement. Okay, from now on, just call me Echi. Alice happily replied, okay, Echi? Echinacea crossed her arms and turned sharply to remind her. I told you not to speak formally, remember? Alice scratched her head and awkwardly smiled. It is because I am not used to it yet. Echinacea quickly questioned back, does that even need time to prepare? At this time, Echinacea spoke up, you know that the second match is between me and Alice, right? After that, Alice immediately expressed, of course, I have been looking forward to this match since the pairings were announced. Hearing this, Echinacea leaned against her chin in frustration and pondered, oh, I was planning to finish quickly without causing a stir. The scene changes to the next match. On the stage at this time is the confrontation between Echinacea and Alice. The two rushed to attack each other, but both were evenly matched. Echinacea swung her sword to attack, but Alice quickly defended it. Her face was full of determination as she looked ahead, even though her whole body was trembling because she had to resist. On this side, Echinacea was still trying her best to attack, but still took the time to think, how can I ignore eyes like that? Then suddenly, she closed her eyes, sighed, and muttered to herself, going along with her wishes would not be bad, huh? Thinking about it, Echinacea immediately pulled her sword out of the opponent's parry. In the blink of an eye, she took advantage of the lightning-fast opportunity to aim for Alice's weak point, and swung her sword past her, catching Alice off guard. That sudden surprise attack made the male students in the audience convinced. As expected, truly a genius of the century. The female student next to him was also stunned and hastily stated, facing that little Alice, "It is like she is teaching sparring." On this side, the brown-haired male student also exclaimed in surprise, "If it were not for not being able to use mana, she could have fought an official knight already." Mark next to him also hurriedly replied, "The captain probably knew beforehand, so she became a bodyguard." Everyone was talking back and forth, then one of them screamed, who started spreading fake news about her being favored. At that time, Ian was standing with his arms crossed, leaning against the handrail of the stairs, pondering thoughtfully. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang out. "Congratulations on being ranked first, student Echinacea." The words made her pause for a few seconds and look forward. Ian walked in from outside, smiling brightly, and congratulated. "Until there is a ranking competition or another match, you will still be ranked first among the first-year students. When it comes to the All-Academy ranking competition, everyone will be very worried. The higher grades will fall into chaos." Hearing that, Echinacea felt awkward, but still politely replied, "You are exaggerating me too much." Then she thought with a black face, "I just want to go back quickly. How annoying." Contrary to that wish, Ian at this time continued to speak. "Now I understand why the captain chose you to be a bodyguard. The captain must have recognized your talent." He could not stop asking, "What is your secret?" The Roaz family is not known for its tactics. Ian curiously questioned, "Who taught you that? Or have you been training with the captain for a long time?" Echinacea politely replied, "No, I learned it myself." Hearing this, Ian was stunned and exclaimed in horror, "You learned swordsmanship alone by yourself?" Echinacea did not want to argue and quickly suggested, "Senior, can I go home now? I am a little tired." Ian scratched his head, smiled awkwardly, and replied, "Ah, of course, you must be very tired. Sorry for holding you back." "Just waiting for that," Echinacea bluntly expressed. Then, "Excuse me." At this moment, Alice happened to pass by, looking ahead in question. At that time, Echinacea sighed and thought to herself, "It is really tiring. I wish you would just cause trouble outright." Immediately after, Alice suddenly spoke, "You were just talking to Senior." Looking at Ian's receding back, Echinacea finally replied, "I did not say much, you just told me about the first-year ranking." Immediately afterward, she turned sharply and asked, "But also, Alice, are you okay?" Receiving the question, Alice stunned and replied, "Huh, why are you asking?" Echinacea explained, "I see your ranking is lower than your ability." Alice quickly expressed, I do not care about that." She immediately explained her feelings. "I have achieved something that is more important than ranking. I plan to focus on training my swordsmanship for a period of time." Hearing that, Echinacea secretly assessed, it really is a model answer for a knight. He is honest and open with himself, unlike someone like Ian. He can't even be put on the scales. She suddenly called out, "Alice, I." That hesitation made Alice confused and turned to look at her. Now Echinacea sincerely expressed, "I really hope that you will become a knight of the azure sky. You completely match the title of knight." Finishing her words, she was lost in thought. "Until now, I have always thought that swordsmanship is just a technique to kill people effectively." Echinacea recalled the time she sparred with Alice. She changed that old-fashioned thinking. "But it feels so different when I exchange swords with her." Echinacea held her sword and competed with new joy she secretly felt. As if I was inspired by Alice, a person who treats the sword seriously and honestly. Then she continued to make a judgment. There are still people who use swords not to kill, but to protect. Then an image of Teresa with her face covered in wounds and blood splattered all over, yet still resiliently holding her sword to fight, appeared. The scene of Alice seriously holding her sword to spar had made Echinacea change her mind and evaluation. And there are still people who swing their swords to train themselves, regardless of others. Thinking about it, she spoke up to suggest, "If you need it, always feel free to ask me to spar, Alice." "I think that," Echinacea sincerely expressed, "actually sparring with you would be a lot of fun." That unexpected offer left Alice quite bewildered and speechless. But immediately after, she also gave a satisfied and contented smile. Then Alice took Echinacea's hand and said sincerely, "Thank you, Eki." She happily expressed, I am really glad to have met you. Echinacea suddenly indignantly shouted, Why are you suddenly holding my hand? Alice calmly replied, So what? Is there a problem? At this point, Echinacea hurriedly turned away, exhaled, and expressed, It is not that it is not allowed, but... Immediately after, she sighed and suggested, Let us just go back quickly. Then the two girls walked away, holding hands. At this time, Alice also spoke up to remind her, You can take a bath first today, too. Echinacea unhesitatingly replied, I was going to do that, even if you did not say it. Got it. At this time, all the students in the school gathered to observe the notice board. Everyone was whispering and talking, some exclaiming in surprise, Is this monster battle bigger than usual? While others asserted, It is definitely the captain's request. The list of student names appeared on the board. One person spoke up to assess, Looking at the team format, this year is truly fierce. The other person fearfully said, How bad is the situation in the canyon? Immediately after, everyone shifted direction and affirmed, Anyway, as expected, the top 3 rookies are them. Then, the dignified images of Mahal, Alice, and Echinacea appeared in turn. Finally, everyone excitedly speculated, It seems that we will see their swordsmanship in this battle. Returning to the banquet table, Echinacea crossed her arms and sternly questioned, Why did you suddenly change your decision? Alice calmly spoke up, What do you mean? After that, Echinacea continued to express, You said that you wanted to focus on swordsmanship for a while, but I saw your name on the notice board. Hearing that, Alice hurriedly explained, I recently fought with a second-ranked student and changed my ranking. I did not want to miss the opportunity for actual combat. At that time, on the sparring floor, a male student had to kneel before Alice and say, I lost, and even the third-ranked person used a similar approach. Then, Echinacea continued to argue, You can still accumulate experience later. Why are you so determined to choose this suppression mission? Alice did not hesitate to answer, Well, I did not want to miss the first mission with Eki. Hearing that, Echinacea exhaled and said, Unbelievable. At a small roadside shop, Alice chatted animatedly with Echinacea. At this time, she suggested, You can challenge me whenever you want. Okay? Echinacea firmly affirmed. Challenging and actual combat are completely different. At that time, on the other side of the road, a male student had noticed the two of them. Then, that young man stepped forward to greet them. Are you both here? This made Echinacea and Alice simultaneously turn around to look. At this moment, both of them exclaimed in unison, Senior Baraha. Then, Baraha quickly raised his hand to greet them and spoke up, I can't believe everyone is ranking up so fast. And first place, very impressive. Immediately after, Alice immediately clasped her hands respectfully and expressed, A.R. Sabatium, it is an honor to meet you, Senior. Baraha pulled out a chair and sat down, then cheerfully replied, You are Alice Winterbell, right? No need to be so polite. Then Alice asked curiously, Do you need something? Baraha immediately explained, It is nothing important, you have seen the notice. Right, I just wanted to inform you to prepare carefully. He continued to explain, No matter how talented you are, this is your first actual combat. Hearing that, Alice nodded in agreement and replied, Yes, of course, but, she worriedly explained, As far as I know, the Azure Sky Knights usually summon the new recruits based on the entry requirements, but this monster battle is a little different. Baraha did not refute and said, That is right. After that, he spoke up to explain, Every spring, the requirements will be different. Baraha gave information. The Azure Sky Knights have chosen an area where monsters are rampaging unusually and are conducting suppression. It also partially shows our strength. Then, an image of the majestic soldiers on horseback appeared. Then, Alice quickly assessed, The target this time is White Crow Canyon, right? If it is there, then around the summer of last year. Before she could finish speaking, Baraha spoke up to analyze. It has turned into a battlefield. That canyon is near the border, so it has been used for an ambush. The image of a series of bloodstained swords falling down and stabbing into the ground. Baraha continued his words. Many soldiers have shed blood here. On this side, Echinacea turned her face away and thoughtfully thought, A battlefield where many lives have been lost has become a major monster nest not long after. She imagined the scene of chaotic people fleeing and contemplated, In my previous life, the Azure Sky Knights were wiped out, and the monster attacks spread throughout the country. On this side, Baraha excitedly announced, This time, both the captain and the 3 Geosa Masters will also participate in the mission. That is a great opportunity for you to gather actual combat experience. Try to follow closely, and carry out the mission. Alice politely replied, Yes, thank you. At this moment, Echinacea suddenly asked, Will you also participate, Senior? Being asked unexpectedly, Baraha stopped and thought for a while, then replied, Of course. I am the vice captain's bodyguard. After that, Echinacea stared blankly at her reflection in the teacup, then sighed and said, I thought so too. Deep inside her, worrying thoughts appeared. Something is going to happen during this mission. I have to make sure that the people I know, including those two, do not die. She looked at her reflection reflected on the teacup, then resolutely muttered, Moreover, I need to find out if the memories of the other Gyoza masters, Echinacea vaguely pondered, have not been erased. After that, at the camp where the soldiers' tents were set up. This is the entrance to White Crow Canyon, May 12, 1629. At that time, Echinacea in a gorgeous outfit appeared. She thought for a long time, then exclaimed, My mission is with Captain Urian. Immediately after, a voice rang out, Why are you so surprised? You are the captain's bodyguard. Echinacea hurriedly stammered, Oh, that is right. Baraha was taking tools out of the box and spoke up to instruct. You only have 8 days during this short-term session. That is more than expected. He specially instructed, in battle, keep a close eye on the captain and assist him. Echinacea immediately replied, Yes, I understand. After that, she vaguely thought, Next to Urian. At this moment, Bardere suddenly spoke up to expose her. That is perfect, master. Now you can keep a close eye on him, right? Echinacea jumped in shock and angrily shouted, Shut up, Bal. Then, Baraha shouldered a tarp and cheerfully announced, The bodyguard has to set up their personal tent next to their commander. It seems you have never done it before. Let me help you. Hearing that, Echinacea hurriedly ran after him to refuse, no need. But Baraha had leisurely walked a distance away and reassured her, Don't worry, it only takes 30 minutes. Echinacea cautiously spoke up, No, I can do it myself. At this moment, whispers of conversation rang out. Look over there. Everyone was carrying the materials to make a tent. After that, those people looked at Echinacea with contempt and discussed, It seems that she does not want to do heavy work. She is a lady, listen, a lady. Those comments also caught Echinacea's attention. She secretly pondered, These attentions are the problem if I run to the other Gyoza masters like that? At this moment, Dietrich suddenly reached out and exclaimed, Oh! He brushed his hand across Baraha's neck and disdainfully announced, Love blooming in a suppression battle. How touching, how sweet. This made Baraha pause for a moment with confusion. Then, Baraha quickly spoke up to explain, I am just helping a junior. Dietrich appeared vigorously with a bright face. Echinacea noticed and exclaimed, Lord Dietrich. She hurriedly covered her face with a stunned expression. Dietrich! She observed Dietrich's expression and secretly exclaimed, I remember, that red hair. Finally, Echinacea firmly affirmed he is Dietrich Saruha. She recalled the moment she met him deep in the forest, then thought, Dietrich is the Gyoza master who escaped when Teresa held me back. And he tried to send a message to Urian, who was in Azenka. At that time, Echinacea's whole body was stained. Blood was splattered everywhere, but she still vigilantly held her sword up in front of her. Then, a voice rang out, She is here. Dietrich fiercely appeared and said in a low voice, which means Teresa could not hold her back. Immediately after, his face darkened, gritting his teeth and bluntly declaring, You must die here. As soon as he finished speaking, Dietrich drew his sword and rushed straight towards Echinacea. However, with her skills and keenness, in the blink of an eye, Echinacea swung her sword and stabbed it straight into Dietrich's chest, causing him to be unable to change direction and stand there blankly. Echinacea recalled that feeling and secretly assessed. A distorted face, loud groans. After that victory, she also gave a satisfied smile, even though her whole body was scratched and full of wounds. At this time, Echinacea was still lowering her head to cover her face, imagining the scene and thinking, I still remember exactly the scene of his blood splattering on Teresa's dried blood. After that, she opened her eyes and reassured herself. Calm down. Echinacea observed the sword hanging at Dietrich's side and secretly commented, His sword is only a thin, common type. If he had awakened his Gyoza, he would still be carrying it with him. Immediately, a dazzling image of Dietrich appeared. Echinacea hurriedly concluded, That means that Dietrich is no longer the master of Gyoza. He is just a trainee knight, not yet official. She continued to state her point of view. In other words, Dietrich currently has no memory of the past. On this side, Dietrich nudged Baraha's shoulder and cheerfully teased, Is this your girlfriend, Baraha? Hearing that, Baraha shyly denied, That is not it. But Dietrich refused to let go. He slapped his shoulder again and chuckled. Right, you said she is not your girlfriend yet, right? Probably not yet. Baraha stamped his feet and angrily shouted, Please do not joke. Then, Dietrich suddenly spoke up to explain, Hey, if she is not your girlfriend and you are not planning to flirt with her, then why help her set up a tent? Hearing that, Baraha immediately retorted, What is wrong with me helping a junior? Dietrich slyly tilted his face to analyze. Oh, there is totally something wrong with it. You really are not aware of your surroundings. Baraha stuttered. What do you mean? After that, Dietrich explained, if you really care about juniors, think about how others will feel when you help her. In front of them at this time, 2 male students were pointing and talking around. Hearing this, Baraha finally realized and blurted out, Ah! Echinacea hurriedly ran over and suggested, if you are concerned about my reputation, then you do not need to do it. Dietrich observed the actions of the 2, then crossed his arms and said, Besides, she does not need your help anyway. Immediately after, Echinacea spoke up, I only receive help. It has always been that way. Suddenly, Dietrich suddenly expressed, Okay, I will just say it since I am here. In the next second, Echinacea worriedly explained, Is it about my outfit? Dietrich hurriedly waved his hand to deny it. No, I do not care about that. He recalled and gestured, then said, I happen to know a few geniuses, especially our captain, who now lives in the clouds. Dietrich recalled the memory of when he and Urian met and said, Back in the academy, we were roommates. Suddenly, Dietrich pointed to the sky and affirmed, After observing those geniuses, I realized they all have one thing in common. He pointed to his head and confidently proclaimed, They are all crazy bastards. Every genius has that craziness. Finally, Dietrich sighed and analyzed. Each person in their own way. As an ordinary person, that is a world that I can't understand, so just ignore it, like the way you dress. Hearing this, both Echinacea and Baraha were speechless and stood frozen in place. Echinacea could not help but ask, You came here to say that? Dietrich turned his feet to the side and replied, Not really. He put his hand in his pocket and stared at her. You know? Dietrich came closer to Echinacea and rested his hand on her, the dress you are wearing today. Finally, he unexpectedly praised, It really suits you, that is what I wanted to say. It is beautiful, and I like it. Echinacea was stunned and speechless after hearing Dietrich's words. Not stopping there, Dietrich winked and smiled affectionately, then suggested, From now on, let us live in harmony, student Echinacea. Immediately after, he turned his back and left, but did not forget to raise his hand to say goodbye. I am leaving now, take care. After he finished speaking, Bardere analyzed, Is that guy the master of Lemon Gyoza? Lemon Gyoza has a strong taste. Hearing that, Echinacea did not know what to say. After that, Echinacea finally exclaimed, Dietrich, has he always been like that? At this moment, Bardere announced, Oh readers, I am Bardere Gyoza. Today we will learn about Lemon Gyoza. Immediately after, an image of the sword emitting a dazzling light appeared. This is Lemon Gyoza, other name Sword of Conquest, twin swords, meaning Gyoza challenges bliss. Lemming, a rapier sword with a bright red glowing blade, flickering like a flame. And it is said that its materials are human joy, the desire to conquer, the blade, ecstasy, ambition, victory, possession, and the emotions in the moment of conquest. Bardere continued to analyze, and the strong will ready to sacrifice everything to achieve something, this has forged the sword of conquest. After that, he sighed and lamented. Doesn't sound as impressive as me. After that, Bardere continued to provide information. It is said that it resonates with the Demon Gyoza twin swords. Is it also related to the master of Demon Gyoza? The image of the 2 swords merging together created a dazzling light. Echinacea could not stand it anymore and dragged Bardere away, but he did not forget to say goodbye. Of course, let us meet again at the upcoming Gyoza lesson. Bye. On the other side, Dietrich walked to the camp. The 2 male students respectfully greeted him. He raised his hand to signal, then nodded. Echinacea sighed with relief, feeling as if a storm had just passed. Immediately after, Baraha rushed from behind, scratching his head and saying sorry. Echinacea startled and turned around. Baraha continued to bow his head and sincerely expressed, I was just gonna help, but I did not think, so far I did not pay attention to how this could affect your reputation. Hearing that, Echinacea gently replied, It is okay. This made Baraha widen his eyes in surprise, and also feel more relieved. Echinacea smiled brightly and continued to explain, You helped me not because I am a girl, she gently explained, but because I am the bodyguard accompanying you, so you do not need to apologize. Baraha was still stunned after hearing this. Immediately after, he also expressed with relief, Thank you for saying that. Baraha hurriedly turned back and left, but did not forget to announce, All right, I am leaving now. My camp is near the vice captain, so if anything happens, please come and ask. Echinacea politely replied, Yes, thank you. She watched his back fade away, then sighed, Now then. Looking at the birds flying in the sky filled with the afternoon sun, she encouraged herself, It is time to get back to work. Night fell, covering the entire camp. Each tent lit its own light. Echinacea sat blankly alone in her tent, thinking. At this moment, Bardere suddenly wondered, What are you staring at? Echinaceia's face was lifeless, her eyes looking at an unspecified point. It turned out that she was holding the coat in her hand, then spoke up. "The coat Urian gave me. I will return it today." Bardere suddenly exposed her. "Oh, you are planning to directly meet him?" Unexpected. Echinacea hurriedly refused. "No, I would not dare." She opened a tent and looked at the tent next door, then sadly said, "He has not returned yet either." After that, she stepped outside and expressed, "Well, just leave it there while I still have the chance." Echinacea quickly took the coat and moved to the tent next door. Seeing that, Bardere could not help but exclaim, "Sneaking around like a mouse. Not fair at all." But she did not care and replied, "Well, there is no other choice. I can't risk it anymore." After that, Echinacea personally opened the tent and stepped inside. Then suddenly, she froze in place, her eyes wide as she looked ahead. A man was blankly sitting still on the bed, with no expression. Echinacea worriedly thought, "Someone is in the camp." In for a penny, in for a pound, she had no other choice but to continue into the tent, then secretly blamed herself. "This figure is Urian. I was too careless. I should have checked before entering." Immediately after, Urian lit the candle. He suddenly called out, "Bodyguard Eki." This made Echinacea jump in shock, her mouth agape in surprise. At that time, Urian looked towards her and questioned, "Why did you come here?" Echinacea hesitantly raised the coat and said, She quickly handed the coat to him and expressed, "I came to return this. Sorry for bringing it late." Urian lowered his head to look at the coat without saying anything. After that, he slowly approached her. Echinacea also quickly returned the coat to Urian, and he immediately took it. Then, Echinacea, with sparkling eyes, contemplated, "Urian?" She observed his face and secretly assessed, "He seems different today than usual." At this moment, Urian suddenly asked, "Did you come here just to return this?" Echinacea shyly turned away and replied yes. In her head, she could not help but wonder, "Why is he asking me that?" Suddenly, she blurted out, In the next second, Echinacea politely bowed and explained, "Also, I wanted to thank you for the ginger tea and medicine." Urian still looked at her affectionately. After that, he finally spoke. "Did it help you feel better?" Echinacea unhesitatingly replied, "Yes, much better." Hearing that, Urian also smiled with satisfaction and said, "That is good." Echinacea was surprised by that expression of his. She widened her eyes and looked up, then secretly reasoned, "Urian is smiling in an undisguised way." At that time, Urian's smile was still in her eyes. Echinacea hurriedly thought, as if she remembered his scratched figure when fighting, then carefully concluded, "That smile is full of affectionate love." Echinacea still looked at him without looking away, with a surprised expression. After that, she laughed at herself and blamed, "It is ridiculous. Having such thoughts is a real insult to Urian." Thinking about it, Echinacea embarrassedly left immediately, not forgetting to announce, "Excuse me, Captain, I have to go back." Immediately after, Urian suddenly spoke, "Wait." That sentence made Echinacea freeze in place with surprise. Urian stepped forward and suddenly asked, "Have you ever faced monsters before?" Echinacea blurted out, "Monsters?" At this time, she searched back in her memory for the battle between herself and the giant beast. When she was eroded by the cursed sword, abandoned structures were always covered by newly emerged creatures. At that time, she was gathering monster hunting nights was inevitable. She remembered the broken space, then shuddered. "I was pulled into that place and almost died." Echinacea muttered, "I can't tell the truth." Thinking, she spoke up, "I have seen them before." At this moment, Urian analyzed, "Monsters are completely different from humans in battle. Have you learned how to fight them?" Echinacea truthfully replied, "I have learned a little bit." Urian continued to instruct, "I do not doubt your swordsmanship, but monsters are an unpredictable species, so stay close to me. Do not wander around." Echinacea was surprised and exclaimed, "You do not doubt my sword." She turned back and looked straight into Urian's eyes, then questioned, "Have you ever seen me use it?" Urian lowered his head and sighed, then frankly expressed, "I saw your entrance exam, and I know the results of the ranking match. You are an exception." Then Echinacea turned back and walked away, then said, "Thank you for praising me so much." Finally, she sent a message, "Sorry for disturbing your rest." Urian watched her back fade away, not knowing what to do. He lowered his head with emotion and expressed, "I was not sleeping just now, so you do not need to worry. Well, go back and rest well." Echinacea wandered outside the camp. At this time, Bardere spoke up, "It is ridiculous." It said unhappily, "He told you to be wary of the monsters. You can cut him in half." Echinacea was not satisfied with that way of speaking, then seriously reminded, "Shut your mouth, Bal, from now on. Never mention his name again." Bardere uncomfortably grumbled, "I am telling the truth. Why are you so sensitive?" After that, Echinacea also returned to bed to sleep. She still remembered and called Urian's name. She replayed his radiant smile from their conversation earlier and wondered why he had made that expression. Urian's image kept popping into her head, and Echinacea could not help but wonder what he was thinking when he said that. She lay hugging her pillow and sighed, "I do not know." And that night, she dreamed. Echinacea recalled the gentle atmosphere between her and some handsome young man and pondered, "I dreamed of a luxurious ballroom with vibrant colors, and I was dancing with someone." At that time, she was smiling brightly, and then she suddenly realized his face was blurred, but he had a really mysterious smile. Half of his face was covered by his hair, but it left Echinacea with the feeling that he was very warm and delicate, to the point where I felt like I could cry. Outside, a blackbird sang. The first rays of sunlight gradually appeared, and suddenly a voice rang out, "From now on." Everyone had gathered in one area, led by Urian. Following him was Echinacea, and then he loudly announced, "We begin our conquest of White Crow Canyon." The group moved forward together, and then someone sighed. "The atmosphere around here is really heavy. It is not surprising that monsters appear in a place like this." Just then, Baraha turned and quietly asked, "Are you mentally prepared?" He called out loudly, "Eki!" Immediately, Echinacea appeared in her sparkling black outfit. She hesitated and replied, So. Echinacea suddenly wondered, "Aren't you coming with us, Senior?" Baraha honestly replied, "I am staying at the encampment with the master. Someone has to guard the encampment." Hearing that, Echinacea lowered her head and thought to herself, according to the original story, Baraha was supposed to die during this monster subjugation. She observed his expression and silently concluded, but no one knows how he died. The only clue is what happened on a rainy day. Suddenly, Baraha asked, "Why does the top student look so gloomy?" He sincerely advised, "Take care of yourself. Don't stray from the squad leader." Echinacea politely replied, "Yes," but in her heart, she was still thinking, "We will be back before dark. So it should be okay, right?" In the desolate canyon, the monsters attacked, and everyone fought with all their might. The last monster finally fell to the ground, screaming. On this side, the brown-haired soldier exclaimed in horror, "There are so many, that must have been a pretty chaotic battle." The black-haired guy wiped the wound on his mouth and speculated, "I heard they pour boiling oil on the enemy, so it is not surprising that monsters occupy this place." The guy laughed loudly and affirmed, But no matter how many there are, facing the squad leader, they are just walking scarecrows." Just then, Urian strode out with the Langiosa sword in his hand. Green monsters swarmed in from somewhere, sticking out their tongues, howling, and attacking. They raised their sharp claws toward Urian, but he calmly turned and swung his sword. Then, he swung straight forward, creating a dazzling light. Echinacea, witnessing this scene from the side, exclaimed with attention, "That sword." In front, Urian swiftly rushed forward, attacking monsters with skilled technique. Echinacea attentively observed and secretly concluded, "Long ago, a blacksmith used the justice of humanity as a material to forge a sword." After the attack, Urian calmly turned around and landed. Echinacea continued her train of thought, and engraved on it the sense of responsibility that mankind carries. That sword shone in Urian's hand, and that was the Langiosa sword. It is a mana amplifier, destroying evil, a sword that increases power when facing demons and monsters. At that moment, Urian concentrated his strength and rushed forward to destroy the monsters. Echinacea was still intently looking at the holy sword Langiosa and constantly expressed, "It has never accepted me, a murderer, as its controller." She recalled the time she carried the sword and sincerely confessed, "With other swords, you can store and summon them with a mark engraved when you become their owner, but those things do not apply to Langiosa. I had to carry it on my back the whole time." Finally, she sadly pondered, "Pure white and beautiful, but never given to me, just like Urian." Echinacea suddenly thought to herself, "I heard Urian does not have a backup unit." That is right, with that skill, it is not necessary. At this moment, at her feet, a monster was baring its teeth and reaching out to grab Echinacea's leg. She keenly noticed it and looked down. Without hesitation, Echinacea stomped on its hand, causing the monster to scream in pain. Not stopping there, Echinacea kicked the monster hundreds of meters away, causing it to scream loudly. On this side, Martin looked up and observed from beginning to end, exclaiming in horror, "Look at her! There is not a speck of dirt on her face." Mikhail curiously widened his eyes to look. Immediately after, he concluded, did a monster find another monster and turn her into a spy? As for Echinacea, she was looking at the slightly dirty boots on her feet and sighing, "TCH, I really like these boots." It can't be helped. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Echinacea looked at the changing sky and secretly reasoned, dark clouds and lightning are gathering. She worried even more, thinking, We should go back to the encampment soon. It is going to get dangerous. After that, she turned her eyes to look at Urian, with many questions. At this time, he was also looking up at the sky. Echinacea silently called his name, Urian. His expression at this time was extremely cold. The next second, Urian suddenly spoke. That is enough, everyone. He gathered everyone together and announced, the weather's turning bad, so let us stop this afternoon's hunt and return to the encampment. Receiving the order, everyone shouted in unison, yes, squad leader. Just then, Echinacea cautiously stepped forward, looking at Urian with a lot to say. She opened her eyes wide to look at him, while Urian maintained that cold expression. Immediately after, Urian suddenly spoke, Good job. Rest when we get back. Echinacea sighed in relief after hearing that. She lowered her head, still in shock. Then, Bardere cheekily spoke, Hey, master, he definitely. Echinacea shyly turned away and replied, Yeah. She sweated and gasped. He remembers the day Baraha died. Dark clouds rolled in, and Echinacea's voice still echoed in the space. Not only that, he remembers everything that was erased. It started to rain at the encampment. Echinacea sheltered herself in the tent, with a tired expression. Bardere then wondered, so he is watching that Baraha guy. Just go inside. It sighed and expressed, If Urian remembers, he will take care of it. Echinacea at this time was absent-mindedly thinking, Urian? Urian's lines appeared, answer after the match. I do not doubt your swordsmanship, but... Echinacea thought back to each sentence and concluded. Now I understand why he said that. Urian definitely has memories from before I went back. Finally, she was utterly confused and wondered, if that is really the case, why did he let me survive? Why did not he try to kill me? Why does not he hate me? Questions that no one could answer kept appearing in her head. Echinacea was still tormenting herself. I am the murderer who brutally attacked him. She hugged her head and blamed herself. How much did he regret? How much did he hate me? She imagined Urian's gentle figure with a radiant smile. Echinacea suddenly blushed and pondered thoughtfully. But it is strange. What about the gentleness he showed? She recalled the medicine and ginger tea Urian gave her and could not help but speculate. If he really remembered, there is no way he could act like that. Echinacea remembered the moment Urian gently put his coat on her. Finally, she concluded, maybe he remembers, but he does not have any evidence, so he is just temporarily observing me. Echinacea hurriedly affirmed, he does not know who turned back time, so he is investigating me, a trainee who was not even in the past. She continued to reason, and at the same time, cautiously checking if I am the demon of the demon sword or not. After all those arguments, Echinacea concluded, right, this is the only thing that makes sense. Urian is testing me. She silently concluded, he keeps me close and observes until he finds the final evidence, and when he is sure that I am the demon of the demon sword, he will... Suddenly, Bardere exclaimed, What is with suddenly, that, at this time, Echinacea also stood up abruptly and observed. Outside the encampment, Urian was going somewhere alone. Echinacea silently called his name, Urian. She observed his expression and assessed, he is going somewhere. Without hesitation, she grabbed her cloak and said to herself, I have to follow him. Just then, Bardere reminded, What if you get caught? Echinacea hesitated for a moment and decisively replied, I will use mana to erase my presence. After that, Echinacea looked at the white smoke in her hand. She tightly grasped it and encouraged herself, okay, Urian won't notice. She took an umbrella and went outside. Bardere incomprehensibly expressed, Do you really have to go that far? What if something happens at the camp while he is gone? Echinacea quickly explained, I do not plan to follow him too far. She quickly analyzed, the fact that he is leaving the encampment at this time means he knows something, and this is my chance. Echinacea firmly declared, I need to confirm his target. On the treacherous cliffs, blackbirds perched around the mountain. Urian headed straight forward, while Echinacea secretly followed behind. Bardere could not help but be confused and said, Why is he going back to the canyon? Echinacea was still focused on following Urian's every step. Suddenly, Bardere exclaimed, Ah, is he bored? And going monster hunting? Echinacea was annoyed and did not bother to respond. Do you think Urian is that kind of person? After that, she looked straight ahead and hesitated. It seems like... In front, Urian was touching each cliff, checking. Echinacea keenly noticed it and said, He is looking for something. At this time, Urian's hand touched a rock area that emitted a purple light. His expression was still as cold as ice. Suddenly, Urian summoned the holy sword from his hand. It lit up an entire space. Echinacea, hiding on the side, exclaimed in shock. He drew Langiosa. What is he going to do? Turning back, Urian grasped the holy sword with both hands and swung it high to gain momentum. Immediately after, he did not hesitate to slash straight into the mountain in front of him, causing it to shatter. Echinacea was horrified when she witnessed that scene. She widened her eyes in disbelief. Inside the dark, broken crack, red eyes appeared. Black spirits, tightly wrapped together, emitted mournful cries. Echinacea directed her eyes to observe and silently exclaimed, "Those are ghosts?" She attentively looked forward and assessed, "I can guess the type of accident that Senior Baraha died in." Echinacea hurriedly affirmed, "Ghosts are one of the most dangerous types of monsters." She continued to analyze. They cling to people, controlling them to become their hosts. Master-level knights can resist, but those who do not reach that level are completely helpless. Echinacea recalled the chaotic scene of soldiers fighting with it, and secretly reasoned, if the ghosts flood the camp without warning, many members who have not reached the master level will be possessed by the ghosts and become insane. The past flashed before her eyes. Echinacea remembered the image of Baraha being attacked by the ghosts until he bled. She affirmed they must have killed Senior Baraha. She quickly concluded, that is why Urian came here alone, because he is not affected by ghosts. If that is the case... Finally, Echinacea concluded, Urian is the only Gyosa master who still retains his memories. If the other Gyosa masters still remember, they would also come here to fight the ghosts. Thinking this, she sighed softly and wondered, but why is it Urian among them? In front, Urian was surrounded by ghosts. Barderi exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, look at that, master." It marveled, "There are so many. It is so dangerous. Is not it?" Echinacea worriedly hesitated and replied, "No, it will be all right." She looked at the glowing sword in Urian's hand and reassured, Langiosa is the strongest sword when facing demons. At this moment, Urian tightly gripped his sword, focusing and gaining momentum for an attack. In the next second, he swung his sword and attacked the ghosts head-on. The power from the sword also emitted, heading straight forward. The ghosts were unable to resist and received the attack, being burned to ashes in an instant. Urian looked at them, disappear with satisfaction. At this time, Echinacea spoke, Langiosa. She looked at Urian affectionately and said, "And him too." Echinacea closed her eyes contentedly and expressed, "Let us go back." After that, she turned her back, put up her umbrella and returned to the encampment with a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Echinacea said to herself, because the ghosts have been killed, Barha and the others will be safe. I can finally relax a bit. Less than a second later, her expression changed. Echinacea's eyes widened in surprise. In front, a swirling purple vortex appeared. It moved closer and closer to the encampment, causing everyone to run away in panic. The umbrella in Echinacea's hand fell to the ground without her noticing. Bardir asked in surprise, "Master, what is wrong?" Echinacea sprinted forward and urgently announced, "The Kahal has appeared." Hearing this, Bardere also stuttered, "What?" It asked in great horror, "But why did it appear here?" The swirling purple vortex was still approaching. Echinacea angrily shouted, "I do not know." She stopped to observe the vortex and secretly concluded, if Urian knew, he would not have set up camp here. That means this Kachel has never appeared before. Echinacea shivered and reasoned, being sucked into that is the end of the line. At this moment, everyone was shouting for evacuation. The Kachel has appeared. Everyone, evacuate the camp. At this time, Echinacea paid attention to the crowd in front and assessed, Alice, Fatima, the other Gyosa masters have all evacuated. Then she realized in horror, what about Senior Baraha? After that, she looked forward and sighed in relief. There he is immediately, someone shouted loudly, Senior Baraha. Hearing that, Baraha quickly turned around. The call kept echoing, Baraha. Ian sprinted over and urgently begged, Baraha, help me. Baraha asked in confusion, "What is wrong?" Ian honestly reported, "I checked all the tents, but there is one tent of a new recruit that I have not checked yet." Hearing this, Baraha asked in confusion, "What? Who is it?" Finally, Ian spoke, Echinacea Roaz. Baraha was shocked when he received this news. His eyes widened in surprise. Immediately after, he ran off and said, "She is a guard, so her encampment is separated." Ian, running ahead, suggested, "I know where it is." "Let us go," Baraha gratefully said. "Thank you. I can't go alone, because the Kachel is nearby." Just then, Echinacea squeezed through the crowd, trying to shout, "Senior Baraha, I am here. It is dangerous there." However, because there were too many people, she was stuck and could not move. She gritted her teeth uncomfortably. Damn it, he can't hear me because I am too far away. There are too many people to use mana on. On this side, Baraha arrived at her tent. He lifted the tent flap and shouted, "Echi, if you are here, answer me." The bed inside the tent was empty. Baraha said, "No one's here. It seems like she evacuated earlier." Hearing this, Ian sighed in relief and said, "That is good." After that, the two of them walked out together. Baraha also reminded, "Let us go now, since we have finished checking. The castle is right next to us." The swirling purple vortex was getting closer to the two of them. Just then, Echinaceia's desperate voice rang out. "Senior Baraha." She quickly shouted, "Senior, get out of there quickly." Seeing her, Baraha also sighed in relief and said, "Echi, you are safe." "Thanks." Before he could finish speaking, his expression gradually changed. Ian did something shady from behind him, causing Baraha to stand still and observe. Before he could do anything, Baraha's entire body was gradually flying up. He was slowly being sucked in by the force of the vortex. Echinaceia shouted hoarsely from below, "Senior." Immediately after, Baraha was sucked into the kahal without being able to say a word. Echinaceia was unable to hold him back, regretfully reaching out her hand. Baraha's sword had been hidden in Ian's sleeve in a shady manner. Echinaceia was utterly disappointed and helplessly said, "No way." At this time, Ian pretended to be trembling and worried, "Oh my god, Baraha." This caused Echinaceia to pay attention. At this moment, killing intent rose in Echinaceia's heart. She silently recited the senior's full name, Ian Peltro. Then Ian grabbed her shoulders and shook her strongly, anxiously calling out, "Echinaceia, what are you doing here?" His face was full of concern, saying, "It is very dangerous here. Run away, we have to evacuate too." Echinacea frowned and remained silent, taking a few seconds before speaking. "Senior, you should have chosen acting school instead of the military academy." Ian did not understand what she was saying, but he did not have time to care much. "What are you talking about? Let us just run first. We will talk after we leave here." On the other side, Baron saw them and shouted, urging, "What are you guys still doing there?" He reminded while running, "Run this way. It is very dangerous there." Ian turned back to look at this time, surprised. Ba originally intended to call out Baron's name directly, but he quickly corrected himself, Vice Squad Leader Baron. Then shouted loudly in response, "We are coming right now. But Baraha?" As soon as Baron heard, he asked, "What? What about Baraha?" When seeing Baron, Echinacea silently recited his full name. In her heart, she recalled, "He is the master of Saliki Giosa, the Vice Squad Leader of the Blue Sky Knights, the one who tried to stop me in the past." In the past, Baron, despite being covered in injuries, stubbornly said, "Don't even think about running. Die with me here." At that time, he shouted, urging the people to run away, block the city gate, run outside quickly. Very quickly, Echinacea, covered in blood, walked out with Bardaris. Baron repeated the same sentence again, "Don't even think about getting out of here." Remembering this, Echinacea thought, "Baron stopped me, but thanks to him, many people were saved." At this time, Ian suddenly turned his head towards Baron, causing her to wonder, is he going to tell Baron that his guard has been swallowed up? He is the one who pushed Baraha in. Thinking this, Echinacea chuckled softly and said, "The one who should die lives, and the one who should live dies. How hateful." Ian, while leaving, shouted, "Run that way." Suddenly, Echinacea's legs were lifted into the air, accompanied by a groan. It turned out that she was being sucked in by the vortex behind her. At this time, Echinacea quickly reached out and grabbed Ian's clothes. Her hand tightened around his arm, and she pretended to be scared, shouting loudly. Ian's face clearly showed fear. The next second, he was pulled into the vortex with her. Baron was also startled by this scene. He did not think much and ran over, reaching out his hand and shouting, "This!" In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared into the vortex. A voice shouted, stopping him, "It is too dangerous, Vice Squad Leader." The soldier tried his best to hold back Baron, who was trying to rush inside. He looked at the vortex and said, "It is too late." At this time, the strange vortex suddenly spun violently. Its energy radiated out, illuminating a region of the encampment. In the blink of an eye, it seemed to explode, emitting an extremely intense light. Its power was so strong that Baron had to shield his eyes with his hand. The next second, the vortex completely disappeared, leaving only a shattered pit in the ground. Looking at the pit in front of him, Baron still could not believe what had just happened, and exclaimed in shock, "No way!" Just then, Urian came from behind and asked, "What is this?" He asked again in a halting tone, What is going on?" In another space, a stream of blood splattered into the air from somewhere. Below, only Echinacea could be seen sitting quietly to the side. while Ian was lying on the ground, groaning. Then she suddenly looked up. Echinacea looked at the quiet encampment in front of her and suddenly laughed. Images of bloody stabbing and slashing reappeared. She calmly said, "I did not expect to have to enter the Kachel. Kachel, a wound in space that has been severed, a mysterious land separated from the world. This space is the holy sword that God created from space itself. This is what Lakia Giosa left behind. Unlike Kairos Diosa, who observes time, Lakia Giosa's nature is to tear space and wander. Even the physical form is immortal and does not appear in any records. Where Lakia Giosa passes, space is torn, becoming a kachel. That existence has been proven. At this time, the Bardari sword reappeared. It excitedly exclaimed, 'Wow, where is this? The atmosphere is great.' Echinacea also agreed, 'That is right, because this is a kachel formed from a battlefield.' At the same time, Ian also woke up. He stuttered, 'WH, what?' 'What is it?' she heard, and glanced back. Ian looked all around, his face showing confusion and fear. 'The encampment, how did it become like this?' Echinacea calmly reassured him, 'It is nothing, this is inside the kachel.' Ian still did not understand and shouted, 'But the tents?' She patiently explained, 'What the space inside the kachel looks like depends on the environment where the kachel was formed. Lakia Giosa does not create new spaces, but rather stores and separates existing spaces.' After understanding, Ian stared at her in amazement and exclaimed, 'You!' Echinacea spoke the thoughts in his heart for him. 'Are you going to say that I knew everything but still dragged you in?' 'That is right, that is right.' Ian became even more confused after hearing this, panicking and shouting, 'What are you, crazy? What are you thinking?' Echinacea crossed her arms and reminded, 'I am a bit hesitant right now, please be quiet.' He asked vigilantly, 'Hesitant about what?' In fact, at this time Ian had already sensed something different about her. 'What is it?' 'That kid.' He looked at Echinacea's cold face and wondered, 'Is that the Echinacea Roaz that I know?' The atmosphere was completely different. At this time, she dusted off her arm and spoke, 'Senior, I am hesitating about whether I should kill you myself or let Senior Baraha do it.' Ian frowned and asked in disbelief, 'Kill me?' Echinacea hesitated and said, 'I am quite comfortable right now, so I do not want to kill people. It is such a terrifying thing.' She tightened her grip on the cloth, causing fresh blood to seep out, and spoke her wish. 'I want us to live peacefully together, eat well, dress nicely, like normal people, not killing anyone, and not being threatened by anyone.' Speaking to this point, Echinacea walked closer to Ian and continued, but she glared at him with a somber tone. 'Even those things that are hard to consider humans, do we have to consider them humans?' At this time, Bardari called out again, 'Master, it is me, use me. After all, there is no one inside the kachel anyway.' Echinacea lowered her eyes, intending to do so. 'Is that so? Dragging him along until I find Senior is also tiring. It is not easy to sit still here either.' Ian sweated and tried to reconcile. 'Let us calm down first.' Suddenly she spoke, saying, 'I wish you had aimed at me instead.' Echinacea pointed her finger at his heart, explaining the meaning of the sentence. 'That way, because you are disgusting, maybe I would have left you alone. No matter what you do to me, I would not care.' Her tone suddenly became serious. 'But this junior can't stand seeing you touch others.' Ian could not restrain himself and shouted, 'What did I do?' He tried to remain calm and reconcile. 'There seems to be some misunderstanding. Instead, you should think about how to survive and leave here.' Echinacea suddenly spoke, refuting, 'No, Senior must have his own difficulties.' After that, she asked him, 'Let me ask you a question. Are you someone who can repent and change?' Ian asked in confusion, 'Huh?' Echinacea still looked at him intently. Ian seemed to sense the oppression from her, and stuttered, 'I caught.' Then he grabbed her shoulders and explained, 'I do not understand what we are talking about anymore. It seems like you misunderstood something. It is just an accident.' While reassuring Echinacea, he secretly pulled out a blade. However, before he could do anything, Ian's hand was broken by her. Echinacea tightly grasped his hand, her voice cold. As expected, the senior is really hopeless. As soon as she finished speaking, Ian's sword also fell to the ground. He looked anxiously at the sword in helplessness. She saw this and reminded, 'Don't try to do these petty tricks anymore. Answer my question.' Ian used all his strength to try to break free from her control, shouting, 'Let go.' In his heart, he wondered in confusion, 'This bitch, how is she so strong?' At this time, Echinacea asked again, 'Why did you do that? Why did you do that to Senior Baraha?' Ian finally could not stand it anymore and turned hostile, cursing, 'You little bitch, damn it!' His face fierce, he shouted, 'Are you not letting go? Do you want to die?' Echinacea angrily grabbed his neck and ordered, "Shut up!" She used force to tighten her grip, causing him to only make weak sounds. Echinacea impatiently reminded, "Too noisy." "I told you this is inside the castle. Monsters will be everywhere. You know what is coming, and you are still making a fuss." With that, she threw him far away. Echinacea slowly put on her gloves, continuing to interrogate. "Tell me why." She sat in front of him, gently saying, "If I find it convincing, who knows, maybe I will spare you." Ian glared and cursed repeatedly. "You crazy woman, you monster." Echinacea was not angry at all, and even kindly reminded him, "Honesty is the best policy. You still do not understand the situation." Finally, Ian agreed to answer, "Why did I push Baraha into the duel? Are you really asking because you do not know the reason?" He seemed very aggrieved and shouted, "Because it is too unfair." Then he began to list the reasons. "I tried my best, flattering those damned knights, and enduring the hateful position of student representative. Yet a wanderer from the desert, who was not even a temporary guard, was suddenly made a guard for the vice squad leader of the Knights Order. Why is a little airhead, who only knows how to wear dresses and flutter around, assigned as the squad leader's guard from the very beginning of enrollment?" Ian shouted like a madman, "What the hell are you guys working hard for? Yet you just brazenly steal my position. That is unfair." Echinacea asked in a light tone, "Is that all? Just because of that you pushed Senior Baraha into the catchel?" Ian shouted in exasperation, "Just that. All that I struggled with, is that just that in your eyes? A kid who does not try anything, just luckily walks on an easy path, yet does not know what is good for them." She walked towards him step by step, questioning back, "You said I have never tried. Do I really look like I have never tried? Besides you, is everyone else living easily? Is everything others have obtained just thanks to luck?" Echinacea's eyes widened as she looked at him, coldly asking, "Because of such ridiculous reasons, you intended to kill people?" Sensing the killing intent from her, Ian backed away in fear. At this time, Echinacea placed her hand on her chest, secretly reassuring herself, "Calm down." She reminded herself that it is okay to be angry, but when acting, you must always keep a cool head. Otherwise, the demon sword will swallow me again. Ian seized the opportunity when she was not paying attention, secretly planning, "Damn it, I have to find a way out at all costs." Just then, he saw the sword on the ground and thought to himself, "The sword?" Ian carefully glanced towards Echinacea. Seeing that she was still careless, he thought, "Maybe I dropped it when I fell into the catchel. She probably has not noticed yet." This is the opportunity when that bitch is careless, so Ian seized the opportunity to run over and pick up the sword. In the next second, he powerfully raised the sword high and rushed towards Echinacea. Ian's face was full of killing intent as he roared, "Die!" The image of him appeared in her eyes. In the blink of an eye, Echinacea used Bardere to pierce through Ian. Ian stared down, his voice weakly uttering, "This." Looking at the image in front of him, he wondered in amazement, the sword. Just now she was using her bare hands. Very quickly, a stream of red blood appeared on the ground. Ian and the sword simultaneously fell to the ground. He hugged his chest, which was bleeding non-stop, and groaned softly. Seeing so much fresh blood, Bardere excitedly exclaimed, "Yahoo blood! It has been so long since I have been so happy." Echinacea lowered her eyes and looked at Ian, saying, "I clearly gave you a chance. It was Senior who kicked it away." He difficultly spoke, "What? What is she really?" However, before he could receive an answer, his eyes closed. Then his whole body fell weakly in front of her. Bardere breathed a sigh of relief, feeling very comfortable, saying, much lighter, "You also feel refreshed, right? It seems the pent-up killing intent has finally been released quite a bit." Echinacea simply replied, "I do not know." Then her expression became pensive, and she said nothing more. Bardere asked with concern, "What is wrong? Uncomfortable? You are about to die anyway." She denied, "It is not that." It immediately interrogated to the end, then why? Echinacea did not clearly answer, just readjusting my determination. Bardere asked blankly, "What determination?" She answered silently, "The determination of how to survive." Looking at Ian's corpse on the ground, Echinacea thought, "Anyway, it is fortunate. If it was not me but Senior Baraha who was here right now, he definitely would not have survived. Karoshioso once said, 'There is no opportunity for the second time.' The people who died yesterday cannot be revived. Maybe I will lose precious people again like in my previous life. Therefore, this time I must draw my sword to protect everyone." Thinking this, she put on another pair of gloves, saying, "If you aim at me, then maybe I will let it go. But if you harm my people, then I will absolutely not forgive you." Echinacea's face was very determined, affirming, "From now on, I won't let anything be lost." Bardere, after hearing this, asked blankly, "What is that? I do not understand." She then said, "How would you know?" Next, Echinacea spoke, saying, "Now I have to go find Senior Baraha. Maybe it won't be too far, right?" At this time, she suddenly saw a monster eating the soldiers. Echinacea exclaimed vigilantly, "That thing?" In the distance, the giant monster nonchalantly picked up the soldiers and put them in its mouth. At the same time, the soldiers were also slashing and killing each other. Echinacea was shocked to realize they are monsters inside the Kachel. She hid behind a tent to observe the situation, secretly hoping, "There are so many. Senior must be safe. Let us sense it." Then, Echinacea quickly closed her eyes and sensed. Very quickly, she located Baraha's position. Thankfully, it is not far. Maybe he is hiding in the camp. Echinacea rushed to him, telling herself, "I have to hide and move at the same time." Very quickly, she arrived. She carefully lifted the curtain and called, "Sen." Before she could finish speaking, something flew towards Echinacea, along with the voice, "Don't move." In the blink of an eye, a sword was at her neck, along with a bewildered sound, "Huh?" Baraha exclaimed, as if not believing his eyes, "Is that Echinacea Roaz?" He still asked, in confusion once again, "Echinacea Roaz?" She then spoke, "Hello, Senior Baraha." After confirming it was her, Baraha asked, "Why are you here?" Echinacea did not answer immediately and said, "First of all, can you move away a bit?" He then suddenly realized, quickly putting his sword away, saying, Sorry." She asked with concern, "Is the place where you were stabbed?" "Okay," Baraha only replied, "It is just a scratch at that level, but..." He then returned to the old issue. "Why are you in here?" Echinacea casually answered randomly, "I was swallowed. I do not really know why." Baraha then exclaimed, "You do not really know why?" She added, "Senior Ian also came in with me, but now I do not know where he is anymore." He indifferently glanced and muttered, "I do not care if he lives or dies." Then he advised her, "Just forget it, do not worry about it, there is no time to go looking." Echinacea obediently listened, "Yes." Baraha lifted the curtain to see the situation outside, saying, "As for you, just hide here for now." At this time, outside, everyone was still slashing and killing each other. The light was suddenly blocked in front of the soldier. The next second, he was already lying neatly in the monster's hand. The scene at that time was extremely chaotic. Baura recounted the situation. "I observed earlier that they are eating each other. As long as the shadow soldiers are still being swallowed by them, it is probably not too dangerous yet." Echinacea asked with concern, "What about Senior?" He turned his head and replied, "I will go look for some food in the other tents. I heard that if you can hold out in here until the Kachel disappears, on its own, you can escape. Because there is no squad leader in the Kachel, it is best to avoid fighting and hold out until the end." She heard and remained silent without replying. Echinacea recalled, "I also used to clear out the monsters inside and wait for the Kachel to disappear on its own to escape." She silently grabbed her hand, thinking, "But now it is different. I can't draw the demon sword in front of Senior, but with just this little food, I do not know how long we can hold out." Seeing that Echinacea did not say anything, Baraha suddenly reached out and stroked her head. He thought Echinacea was scared, so he consoled, "Don't worry too much, we will definitely survive and get out of here. If you feel uneasy, then believe me." Speaking to this point, Baraha even laughed, confidently saying, "I can still take care of a little junior like you." However, Echinacea at this time paid attention to his hand. His hand was stiff. Surely he is very nervous, right? Yet Senior is smiling like that to reassure me, right? After thinking for a while, she finally smiled and replied, "Thank you." Baraha put his hands on his hips, looking very reliable, and replied, "It is nothing. It is only natural for seniors to protect juniors. So let us find something to salvage." Speaking, he began to look for a way, while Echinacea also began to think, "That is what I see." After falling into the Kachel, there was a time when I researched materials on how to escape from the Kachel. In the materials I found at that time, there was an interesting hypothesis recorded. Thinking this, she called out, "Senior?" He turned his head and, Ed. Echinacea then honestly said, "Actually, I am quite interested in the Kachel, so I have read related materials before." Baraha then asked, "Is that so? What did you learn?" She told him, "Anyway, it is just a hypothesis, but I heard that every Kachel has a starting point." Baraha exclaimed in surprise, "A starting point?" Echinacea explained, "When Lakia geos a cut space, the starting point of that cut space. It is said that the starting point of the Kachel is where it connects to the world. The Kachel will return to its original state after a certain period of time. If so, then the Kachel has not completely separated from the world." Echinacea continued to reason. If we see the phenomenon of the kacho returning as the process of the wound cut by Lakiajiosa healing, I heard that the starting point will be the first place to heal. Baraha also vaguely understood after hearing this. That means the starting point is closest to the original world. Is it possible to escape from here through that place? She frowned, confirming with an extremely serious expression. Yes, that is right. The problem is how to find it. Have you ever seen the kaho form? Baraha put his hand to his chin and thought for a bit before replying. No, when I heard the alarm and ran out, it had already swelled up. He recalled that moment, speculating. But it seemed to start from somewhere in the center of the camp. Echinacea turned her head after hearing this, decisively concluding. Then it is highly likely that it is nearby. Let us check the central area of the camp. Baraha also followed behind her. Agreeing. Good idea. If we just hold out, the kachel will start to open from that place too. Then he suddenly patted her hard on the back, happily saying, If we can get out of here, it is all thanks to you. Echinacea turned her head to look at him with a grimace. Baraha realized that he was being a bit over the top, and said embarrassedly, Sorry. She did not dwell on it, and said, All right, we have to find the starting point quickly. Baraha looked at Echinacea's back, thinking, Eki, it is strange, even in this situation, she does not seem to be wavering at all. His face suddenly revealed worry, I declared confidently earlier, but I heard that the number of people who escaped from the kachel is extremely rare. Can we escape on our own with our own abilities? Thinking this, he suddenly called out, Eki! Echinacea immediately turned around. In confusion. Baraha bluntly asked, Are you not scared? After asking, he averted his eyes, secretly saying in his heart, Slipped up. Unexpectedly, she decisively answered yes, causing Baraha to be a bit stunned. Echinacea gently continued, Senior said he would protect me. Right. I trust and feel reassured about Senior very much, she said, grabbing his wrist. Senior also trusts me, right? Baraha lowered his eyes to look, seeing that Echinacea also looked up at him with eyes full of faith, saying, We will get out of here together. Baraha's eyes slightly widened, taking a few seconds before answering, All right. Let us get out of here together, Echinacea. Then he began to observe the situation outside. There were not many shadow soldiers left, but it will probably still be difficult to pass through. Echinacea said nothing. Then she turned around and went inside, saying, I have an idea. Next, she tossed up a piece of cloth, proposing to Baraha, Let us try using this. He did not understand her intention and called out in confusion, Wait, Eki. What exactly are you planning to do, Echinacea, on this side? Held the cloth in one hand and the sword in the other. Turning back to the shattered pit outside, Urian asked in a halting tone, What? What is going on? Baron called out with a worried expression, Squad leader. Then he reported everything that had happened. Urian, after hearing, excitedly asked, What about Echinacea Roaz? What happened to her? Baron turned his face away, hesitating. That, it seems like she has been swallowed by the kachel. He thought helplessly, I have not found a way to find the separated crystal, or a way to get inside. I can only wait until the current gradually pushes it out over time. Thinking this, Baron coughed, adjusting his voice, and began to report again, Baraha. However, he suddenly discovered that Urian seemed a bit different. Baron secretly observed his expression, thinking in disbelief. Ever since Urian was an officer cadet, I have observed him for 9 years, until now when he has become the squad leader. But this is the first time I have seen him like this. A person who is always calm and cold, I have never even seen a slight emotional fluctuation. Yet now, he looks like he is about to collapse from the fluctuation. Echinacea Roaz, that trainee, what does she mean to him that he is to this extent? Back inside the kachel, where Baraha was still confused by Echinacea's actions, he looked at her and asked, What are you planning to do with that? Echinacea, while rolling the cloth into a ball, replied, I am planning to gather this and set it on fire. The villagers usually pay attention when they see fire, because they know there are people near the fire. Baraha shouted in surprise after hearing this, then ran over to help. Are you planning to use it as bait? Let me join. Where did you learn this? This kind of flexible handling is usually the style of mercenaries. She averted her eyes, answering randomly, The knights of my family usually do that? Secretly thinking about the real answer, I definitely can't say that I learned it while gathering the mobile knights. Outside the tent, people and monsters were still slashing and killing each other non-stop. At this time, a spark of fire suddenly appeared in the sky and flew past. Very quickly, the monsters were attracted to it. The fire flew stronger and stronger. The monsters all ran in the direction of the spark. Baraha, hiding with Echinacea in a hidden corner, whispered, Niece, the time is ripe. She nodded. understanding his intention. Then the two of them began to run outside. Echinacea suddenly realized something, and thinking about it, in the middle of the encampment was her and Urian's tent. At this time, she suddenly saw something. Echinacea immediately pointed to the sky, calling out to Baraha, "Senior, look there." Something appeared in the sky. Baraha also exclaimed blankly, "This?" At this time, the sky suddenly changed, and a crack appeared. He said in surprise, "Wow, it looks so strange." Looking at the shining sun, they wondered, "Is that the starting point of the Kahal?" Baraha hesitated to ask for her opinion. "What do we do now? Should we try to touch it?" Echinacea decisively replied, "Of course, we can't just stand here and watch forever." She observed the crack, thinking, "But how do I reach it? It looks as high as the second floor of a building. I can't use mana in front of Senior." While thinking, Baraha's voice rang out, "Eki, climb up here." Echinacea immediately turned around. As soon as she turned her head, she saw the flag with the eagle fluttering high. And the person holding it was Baraha. She hesitated to probe his intention. "Senior, this is..." Baraha lowered the flagpole, saying, "If you climb up here, you can probably touch it." Echinacea asked with some hesitation, "It will be very heavy, are you sure?" He then flexed his arms, revealing his bulging muscles, and said calmly, "Don't worry, I can handle it." After seeing this, Echinacea also felt that her worry was unnecessary. It seems that is really the case. In her heart, she was shocked, although I knew it in advance. Seeing it with my own eyes is really terrifying. Then, Echinacea stepped onto the flagpole, saying politely, "Then I will trouble you." Baraha quickly used his strength to lift it up. Echinacea and the flag easily flew high. She looked at the situation below, thinking, "The monsters." Thankfully, it seems they did not notice. At this time, the monsters were still focused on the spark of fire. Echinacea was relieved and focused on the task at hand. "Senior, it should be okay now." Baraha instructed, "Be careful. Do not use your hands. Try touching it with your sword first." She obediently replied, "Yes." Looking at the crack above, Echinacea wondered, "Is it possible to slip out through this small gap?" She decisively made a decision. The only way is to check it out. Thinking this, Echinacea slowly inserted the sword into the crack. Just then, a roar rang out from below, startling her. Echinacea looked down, and her expression immediately changed. The monsters were all looking towards them. She exclaimed in horror, Very quickly, they all rushed to chase the two of them. Baraha gritted his teeth, anxiously shouting, "This!" Then he waved his hand, calling, "Iki, jump down quickly." Echinacea quickly jumped down to Baraha. He quickly picked her up and ran away. Echinacea felt uneasy and said, "Senior, this is after all." Baraha did not worry about it much, decisively replying, "Run first, and then we will talk." She turned her head to observe the monsters, assessing, "It looks like 10 or so, but there must be at least hundreds." Then Echinacea proposed, "Senior, let me down," but Baraha refused. "I run faster than you." He was already tired at this time, his face full of sweat, but he still comforted her. "It is okay anyway, if we can escape at least." Echinacea turned her head back to look, worrying. "But at this rate, we will be caught up too." She lowered her eyes, saying apologetically, "Sorry, Senior Baraha." The next second, Echinacea decisively threw a punch. But this punch was aimed at the back of Baraha's neck. His eyes widened, as if everything froze. In the blink of an eye, Echinacea was straining to support Baraha. She contorted her face, exclaiming, "So heavy!" Bardair heard and spoke. "It is because his body has muscles, making him even heavier. But Master, what are you planning to do?" Echinacea spoke her plan. "I will go to the outer edge of the Kahal." It asked in confusion, "The outer edge?" She explained, "The Kachel looks like it extends infinitely, but in reality, it only exists within the scope separated from the real world." Bardair then remembered, I also discovered that in the Kahal before, the Master suffered a lot at that time. Before long, Echinacea ran to a blurred point. She was not too surprised, thinking, "As expected, I can't go any further past this point." Echinacea quickly placed Baraha down, reassuringly saying, "You will be safe if I leave you here." Then she speculated, "Looking at the situation, it seems the monsters in the Kachel are all gathering here." Echinacea looked at the clothes on her body, her expression thoughtful. These clothes are too flashy and cumbersome to deal with them. In the blink of an eye, she had stripped off some of her clothes, tying her hair up neatly. Next, she reached out and grabbed Baraha's sword, saying politely, borrowing it for a bit, "Senior." At this time, the monsters had run over. Echinacea still calmly assessed, "There are a lot, are not there?" She held Basha's sword in one hand and opened the other hand, beginning to summon the demon sword. "Let us go, Bardari Gyose." Next, only Echinacea's gloves and Baraha's sword lay neatly on the ground. The mark on her left hand emitted a bewitching purple aura. Very quickly, the Bardere sword gradually appeared. Seeing her decisively swing the sword, it exclaimed in surprise, "Oh ho, you want to use me? Wow ha, it has been so long since this." Echinacea looked at the monsters running over and explained, "There are a lot of them, and most of them are types I have never seen before." Bardere was so excited that it stuttered. Can I use my special move? Can I?" She agreed. "Yes, I am using you for that purpose." Bardere got carried away and asked in an exploratory tone, "Is that so then? Can I take over your body completely?" Unexpectedly, as soon as it finished speaking, it was hit by Echinacea, who fiercely taught it, "That is not what I meant, you damned demon sword. Just the left hand as usual." Bardere did not demand any further. "Okay, that is fine too, I am too excited." Echinacea spoke, beginning, "Now, then." Next, she closed her eyes, sensing, harmonizing with Bardere. A few seconds later, Echinacea slowly opened her eyes, and dark, sinister black veins had appeared on her face. On this side, the monsters were running closer and closer. She still stood still in one place, waiting. After a while, Echinacea finally swung her sword, ordering, "Wreak havoc to your heart's content, Bardere." As soon as she finished speaking, a slash of the sword rushed out, chopping into the monster that was nearby. Echinacea's right hand used Barha's sword to fight, while her left hand let Bardere control. It shouted extremely excitedly, "That is right. That is how it should be." The feeling of pleasure through every fiber of flesh. At this time, the monsters had gathered in large numbers. Echinacea jumped up, swinging a line of swords. The slash of the sword unleashed mana, chopping down a series of monsters at the same time. At this time, a monster ran over, wanting to attack, but Bardere spotted it. "Oh, there is one that looks like a human." It quickly placed its order, "Mine, hands off." Echinacea then replied, "If you understand, then quickly eat it all up." The next second, blood was seen splashing in the air. Bardere excitedly yelled, "Blood! Blood! Ahaha! Scream even more!" Echinacea glanced coldly at the enemy, while secretly thinking Bardere Giosa has two moves. In front of her was a giant monster, rushing over. It powerfully swung its tail to attack. Echinacea leaped up, easily dodging. She flipped herself upside down, while Bardere slashed out. In Echinacea's head, the train of thought continued. The first is slaughter. The monster opened its mouth wide, full of fangs. The slash of the sword was also rushing towards it. She coordinated with Bardere while thinking, "The demon sword is the sword specialized in slaughter among the Giosa, therefore, the one who possesses the demon sword will instinctively recognize the most effective way to eliminate the target. The second is body control. The killing intent accumulated in the demon sword will be converted into mana. This mana will be used by the sword to control the host's body. The fact that the demon sword can control the host before awakening is also thanks to this move. In the past, whenever facing a large number of enemies, I also often handed over my left arm to the demon sword to control. Thanks to this, using my left hand has also become more proficient." As she thought of this, the monster was also finished off by Bardere. Before she could rest, a dragon rushed over. The butterfly gently moved its wings. Just like Echinacea at this time, she leaped a few steps from the ground and climbed high. Echinacea floated above the dragon's head. Then she decisively chopped off its lower body. She secretly felt the slash. The feeling is quite smoother than before. Compared to the castle at that time, this place is not easy to deal with either. Well, that was a few years ago. During that time, my abilities have also improved a lot. At this time, Bardere, while unleashing a move, excitedly laughed and said, "Monster number 49. It is much more fun than humans," Echinacea reminded it. "Shut your mouth and fight, Ball." It stubbornly replied, "Oh well, number 50. You told me to wreak havoc to my heart's content." She then questioned back, "Did I tell you to flap your mouth?" Bardere became stubborn again and cried out, "I do not listen. I do not know. I do not know. M number 51. Not far away, Baraha suddenly sat up, rubbing his neck and exclaiming, "This!" He reached out to support his forehead, frowning because of the headache, saying, "Since when has my head?" The next second, Baraha suddenly stood up, looking around, worriedly asking, "Wait, where's Eki? Could it be?" While I was unconscious. He anxiously called out, "Eki, if you are alive, answer me." Very quickly, Baraha ran to where Echinacea was fighting. Looking at her floating in the air, he wondered in amazement. "Over there, is that Eki?" Baraha stood there blankly, as if not believing his eyes, rejecting the thought just now. "What? That is absurd." At this time, he suddenly discovered something, exclaiming in surprise, "Wait, that—" Baraha observed her while muttering, "It is my sword, and the other arm." In an instant, his expression suddenly changed. It turned out that Baraha had clearly seen what was on Echinacea's hand. he exclaimed in horror. Is that the demon sword, Barterichios? A little later, the monsters lay all over the ground. Echinacea stood in front of a monster's corpse, breathing a sigh of relief and asking, "This is the last one, right?" After finishing, she collected Bardare back. It was still excited, saying, "It is so fun. Let us mess around in the Kachel again next time." Echinacea sternly reminded, "Don't talk nonsense, Val." After finishing, she calmly said, "Thankfully, it ended sooner than I thought. I should probably change before Senior wakes up." At this time, Bardare suddenly called out, "Master." "That guy has woken up." Its words completely froze Echinacea. Her eyes moved back, and she could only utter one word, "How?" Seeing that Echinacea seemed to have discovered him, Baraha also startled, and she, after seeing him, quickly hit her left arm, nervously muttering, "No way. I gave him a shock, strong enough to make him unconscious for at least half a day." Echinacea worriedly wondered, how much does he know? Seeing that she was starting to panic, Bardare then enticed, "Is that important? If he knows, kill him. Just do not tell anyone. Right, let us kill him." Echinacea tightly hugged her hand, thinking very uneasily, what if he has researched the demon sword then? The squad leader Urian. Knowing will only be a matter of time. Thinking of this, she could not help but feel fear in her heart. The next second, Echinacea reached out and grabbed the sword. She began to slowly step back towards Baraha. He was still naively calling out, "Eki." Unexpectedly, right after that, the tip of the sword rushed towards Baraha. He was so confused that he stuttered, "Eki." Echinacea coldly spoke, "So what?" She widened her eyes, looking at Baraha emotionlessly, asking, "Did you see it?" In the dark space, a red sword appeared, the demon sword Barterichios, the slaughtered demon sword controlling the host to cause a massacre. A sword pointed at Baraha's neck. His face darkened. If you are a guard of the Night Order, you cannot not know the appearance of Gyosa, but Echinacea pointed the sword straight at Baraha's neck. Unexpectedly, there would be a day I would witness it with my own eyes. Echinacea threatened with her eyes, her face covered with blood. "Have you seen it?" Baraha said with a worried face, asked Echinacea, "Do you mean the demon sword, Barterichios?" Echinacea threw the sword straight to the ground, making a very loud noise. Echinacea put the sword down, then sat down abruptly. "AAA, I am going crazy." Baraha kept fidgeting. "I am sorry." Echinacea asked back, "Baraha, why are you apologizing?" Baraha was immediately confused after hearing this question. I do not know why, but I feel like I have to." Echinacea opened one eye and closed one eye, and supported her forehead. Baraha saw this and asked, "So are you a Gyosa master? Master level?" Echinacea only answered, "Yes." In her heart, she already had the answer. To be exact, it is a realm higher than master. Echinacea closed her eyes and regained her senses. But what should I do? Echinacea remembered the scene of her family being harmed by a purple gas surrounding them. To save Senior, I had to go all the way into the Kachel. Echinacea had finished off someone, killed Ian, the one who wanted to kill him. Baraha was a little embarrassed at this time, but now I can't take action against him. If I just killed people indiscriminately like that, then there would be no need to become a squad officer for... What? Echinacea bowed her head and began to think, even if Senior went around spreading rumors everywhere, I do not want to take action against him. Two twin swords appeared in front of Echinacea. I want to see his appearance as a knight, like Alice. Echinacea stood up and brushed off her skirt. "Senior, I do not want to kill Senior." Baraha's face darkened after hearing this. Echinacea looked straight at Baraha with a cold voice. "But if Senior does not keep secret that I am the master of Barterichios, then I will kill Senior." Baraha's face changed even more. After hearing these words, Echinacea's voice was like hitting and caressing. "Please keep it a secret for me. This is not a favor. This is an order." Baraha was still scared, unconsciously scratching his head. But before that I have a few questions." Baraha put his hand in front of Echinacea and began to probe. "You carry the demon sword with you, but why can you control it?" Barterichios is the demon sword that controls its master. Echinacea only shook her head slightly. Her voice was still determined. "I can't answer. Except for, when I go crazy, then rest assured, I can still control myself." Baraha was no longer as scared as before and boldly asked directly, "Why did you join the Blue Sky Knight Order?" Echinacea only answered after hearing this, "To throw away the demon sword. By being given other Gyosa, so I joined the Officers' Academy." Baraha then continued to ask, after hearing that, "If you receive another Gyosa, can you throw away the demon sword?" Echinacea only gently replied yes. Baraha reacted violently. "Lion, you can throw it away now too." Baraha folded his arms in front of his chest and looked at Echinacea with eyes that understood life. "You are a master. Just becoming a knight is enough, is not it? Becoming a master at the age of 20 is not it very suspicious. I want to prove my step-by-step progress and will become a master at the age of 23. Echinacea adjusted her hair with a cold face. My becoming a master was also thanks to the demon sword? What about it? That can't be revealed either, Baraha said with a mocking voice. You lie without blinking an eye. If I was like you, I would have been a god sword. Baraha covered his face with his hand in a very tired way. This is the last question. Baraha asked a question that hit the mark. Why did you enter the cacao? That question made Echinacea jump in shock, making her stunned. A dragon laid down under the ground. Baraha began to say, everything will follow its natural course. Say something that sounds a little reasonable. I have witnessed the electric shock of your facial muscles to the point of contraction. You deliberately entered, right? There is no way you accidentally got swallowed in here. Baraha tiredly covered his face. Did you enter here because of me? Is it because I was sucked into the cachel? Baraha continued to say to Echinacea at this time, because you believe that you can survive even in the cachel, therefore you entered here to save me. Echinacea got angry after hearing this. No, it is just a coincidence. I fell in here. Echinacea angrily shouted back, did you think that a master does not make mistakes? Baraha covered his mouth and laughed after hearing that. Baraha covered his mouth and laughed and said, the sentence, if you do not keep secret, then I will kill you, is a lie, right? Echinacea widened her eyes and looked towards Baraha. After hearing that, Echinacea drew her sword, making the sword make a very loud noise. The power of the sword was so strong that Baraha fell backwards. Baraha fell very hard. The sword pierced straight through one side of Baraha's head. Echinacea stabbed the sword straight down at Baraha. Are you thinking that I am lying? Are you intending to use your only life to try it out? Baraha lay still on the ground and did not reply. A red mark had appeared on Baraha's neck. Echinacea bowed her head. Baraha used his hand to stroke Echinacea's hair. Her appearance looked very tired. Baraha softly called, Eki. Baraha put his hand on Echinacea's head and began to reassure. Don't worry, I won't reveal it to anyone. Baraha smiled brightly and looked up at Echinacea. You can deny it, but thanks to you, I kept my life. Do you see me as the type of person who can't keep a secret from my own benefactor? Baraha said to Echinacea with a certain voice, of course, I also won't tell Baron. A name flashed in Echinacea's head, and Urian as well. Echinacea held the sword firmly in her hand. Can he be trusted? Echinacea and Baraha looked at each other. Both did not say another word. Then Echinacea stood up from Baraha's body, quickly to the point of surprising Baraha. Echinacea folded her arms and turned her face to the other side. I also trust you, Senior. Then Echinacea said, in a gentle voice, sorry for the wound on your neck. Baraha supported himself and sat up. I am glad you trusted me. Baraha stood up and brushed the dirt off his body. I still want to hear many truths about you, but let us do that later. What to do now? Echinacea did not care about what Baraha said. I want to try this. Looking up at the sky that had turned red of sunset, Echinacea said to Baraha, first we will go back to the starting point, I understand. After speaking, Echinacea immediately strode forward. Baraha saw this and quickly ran after her. While walking, Baraha kept worrying. It is really shameful to be saved by the junior I was protecting, and be threatened too. Looking at Echinacea's small back, running in front of him, Baraha felt messy in his heart, but strangely, I am not uncomfortable at all. Echinacea's back seemed to light up in Baraha's eyes. On the contrary, she completely shined in Baraha's eyes. It felt like Echinacea right now was both familiar and unfamiliar. Echinacea held her sword and charged forward without any fear. Baraha shyly covered his mouth and laughed at this time. Baraha was extremely happy right now that he was being protected. I have fallen in love with that image. Baraha chased after Echinacea's figure. How great! A relationship between secrets is also the most beautiful starting point. While running, a voice asked, Master, Master. Echinacea, who was running, replied, What? That voice continued to come out. It seems like I know the reason why the cocktail appeared. Echinacea was suddenly extremely surprised, huh? Echinacea asked back, Tell me more. The voice immediately replied, My previous master often went into the cachel. That person also reversed time using kairogyosa like you. That voice continued to explain to Echinacea. In that case, could it be that the cachel has some kind of link with kairogyoso? Hearing this name, Echinacea could not help but ask back, kairogyosa. In Echinacea's heart she asked herself, Lakia Gyosa and kairogyosa, although their properties are different, both are god swords. Echinacea continued to move in the night. For example, the distortion caused by kairogyosa is followed by Lachia Gyosa. The voice immediately replied, That is possible. But anyway, the center of the transformation is you. That voice continued to speak into Echinacea's ears. Because you are the one who reversed time, would not the more changes there are, the more kachels appear. Echinacea had curiosity at this time. How was your previous master? Its previous master was a quite negative person. That person tried to change everything in the future. But from a certain point, that person began to know his place and said that, You should not randomly change what was destined. A bolt of lightning struck across the sky. Now that I think about it, I think he was scared. From when he began to change the future, the Catkills also appeared more. Echinaceia's eyes were full of killing intent. Damn it, the voice continued to speak. Hey, I am not sure that is true. I am just telling you. Echinaceia looked into the distance. Okay, I understood. Well, first I must escape from here. Both went until the sun set. To a village, Baraha asked. Eki, what are you intending to do here? Echinaceia stared intently in one direction. I will stab through the starting point again. Baraha looked around and began to think. Although you have finished off the monsters so there won't be anything dangerous, but is it really effective? Echinaceia stood in front with her hands on her hips. The monsters in the Kahal are an abnormal phenomenon created by the Kahal. That is not right. Echinacea began to talk about the village's past. When I stabbed the weak point, the monsters all gathered at that place. I think that is the weak point of the Kachel. Echinacea looked down at the puddle of water under the ground, reflecting her face. Also, this is a space created by Gyosa. If I stab through with a similar Gyosa then... At this time, Echinacea suddenly hugged her face and spoke loudly. Wait. Baraha saw that abnormality and worriedly turned to her. What is wrong? Where are you hurt? Echinacea turned around and angrily shouted, Does your tent have a mirror? Baraha was startled. What? Echinacea looked for it angrily. The mirror. If I go out like this, everyone will see this appearance. Echinacea remembered her appearance from before. I had put in a lot of effort to build an image that was the opposite of the name, Demon of the Demon Sword. Echinacea's head was extremely panicked at this time. What if Urien was outside? Baraha saw this image of Echinacea. He covered his mouth and tried to hold back his laughter. A mirror? I have one. Try opening the box in my tent, Echinacea replied after hearing that. Thank you. Echinacea looked into the mirror and began to panic. I knew it. The voice immediately came out. What? Reminiscing the old days? Is it too fun? Baraha went inside from the outside of the tent and saw that appearance of Echinacea, then spoke teasingly. In that box over there is a bottle of water for washing. Echinacea was a little hesitant. But senior. After hesitating for a while, Echinacea asked, Do you have any clothes for me to borrow? Baraha was so surprised that he opened his mouth. My clothes. Baraha gave Echinacea his shirt. She wore it, and it was twice her size. Baraha imagined that scene and his face immediately turned red. My shirt is a bit too big compared to you. Baraha closed his eyes. His face was a little red. We are near Teresa's tent. There might be women's clothes in there. Echinacea revealed a surprised expression after hearing that. Then that would be great. Thank you once again, senior. Echinacea put on that shirt and began to roll up her sleeves. Then she used a comb to fix her hair. Finally finished the outfit, Echinacea adjusted her clothes and said, borrowing it, Teresa. Baraha revealed a surprised look when seeing Echinacea. Are you done? Echinacea asked Baraha back. Yes. Is there anything weird about me? Baraha then immediately praised. You are very pretty. No, I mean there is nothing abnormal. Echinacea breathed a sigh of relief. That is good. Echinacea looked out at the red sky in the distance. But wait, before we go out, then we have to unite our words a bit, Baraha asked in confusion. What? Echinacea folded her arms in front of her chest and began to explain to Baraha. Let us just tell the truth about everything that is hidden. As for the monsters, we will say that they are only at the ghoul level, Baraha asked in confusion. The ghoul level. Echinacea explained it again, for Baraha to understand. Only like that will we not be suspected? Let us say something like, we will handle defending against the monsters until the Kachel disappears. Baraha closed his eyes with a reluctant voice. Okay, as you wish. If you want to hide the fact that you are the Gyosa master, then it would be better to say it like that. Baraha raised his voice and asked his questions at this time. Did not you say that you entered with Ian? Echinacea was stunned after hearing that. Baraha asked with a turned face. To this day, this atmosphere is still silent. Then could it be that he was killed by monsters? Echinacea's voice was cold. Probably. The situation was very chaotic at that time. Baraha put his hands together with fierce eyes. That bastard, if he gets out, I won't let him off. Then Baraha approached Echinacea and offered, We will know when we get out of the Kachel. Let us go to the starting point. As for the flagpole, just let me hold it for you. Echinacea raised her voice to object. No need. Echinacea went forward and took off her gloves. She held her sword and swung it behind her, with her eyes facing forward. Then Echinacea jumped and flew into the air. Echinacea held the hilt of her sword firmly with both hands. Her eyes coldly stared ahead. Then she launched an extremely powerful blow, making the barrier crack into many pieces, creating a long line. Then Echinacea landed on a nearby hillside. There was a long crack on that barrier. Baraha stood below and looked up. Is it stable? Echinacea looked down. It feels pretty stable. It is probably okay. That crack slowly spread out in many directions. It disintegrated in many directions. Each piece fell down, revealing the blue sky outside. Echinacea revealed a stunned look after seeing this scene. Looking at each piece of the barrier that continuously fell down, revealing the sky outside, both secretly praised. The sky has appeared. Outside, the corpse of that dragon was slowly disappearing. Baraha raised his head to look at the clear blue sky above. It really came back. Echinacea also raised her head to look at that sky. Thank goodness. Echinacea was startled and turned her head to look behind her. Before she could react, Urian had already rushed over and hugged Echinacea in his arms. Echinacea was stunned. Squad leader? Echinacea was embarrassed when she was hugged in Urian's arms. Urian supported Echinacea's head, and Urian's hand kept shaking continuously. Urian supported Echinacea's face, making her open her eyes wide to look at him. Urian looked at her with eyes that were teary like he was about to cry. He seemed unable to believe that he could meet her in the flesh. Echinacea was confused. Why are you looking at me with that expression? Urian still hugged Echinacea in his arms. That face was just like he was in love with me. Echinacea's hand clenched into a fist. You do not know I am the demon of the demon sword, right? Or are you deliberately making me lose my guard to confirm that? Echinacea looked at Urian with some panic. If that is not the case, then it is too unreasonable. In contrast to her, Urian looked at her with extremely affectionate eyes. Who is that expression directed at? Urian raised Echinacea's face. His face was red. Is the emotion that he is showing to me real? Echinacea pursed her lips with her eyes wide open. Who is that expression directed at? Echinacea looked straight into Urian's deep eyes. Is the emotion that he is showing to me? Echinacea asked, as if not being able to believe. Is it real? Urian's eyes looked at her with extreme affection. Urian put his hand on Echinacea's face and saw his action. She had some resistance in her heart. Or is he deliberately making me lose my guard to confirm that I am really the demon of the demon sword? You still remember about the day I killed you? Urian suddenly startled and pulled his hand back with an extremely confused expression. Echinacea hesitantly turned her face to the other side. Please stay away from me. Urian stood there looking at her with somewhat sad eyes. Both fell into silence. Urian was the one who spoke first to break the awkward atmosphere. I was rude to you. I was worried. No, because you returned safely. Sorry for suddenly hugging you like that. Echinacea also said shyly at this time. It is okay. I was just a little surprised, Urian asked with concern. Are there any places that are injured? Echinacea replied shyly. No. Right at this time, Baraha came over and glanced slightly. Both stood under the tree and began to reminisce. How long have I been in there? Urian replied. 2 days. Echinacea was somewhat surprised. 2 days. Right at this time, a voice attracted Urian's attention. Squad leader. Baraha came to Urian's side, hands clasped together very sincerely. Urian glanced and politely said, Baraha, I am glad you returned safely. Baraha replied respectfully after hearing that. Yes, although the number of monsters was very high, I could safely return. Thanks to trainee Echinacea, she was startled after hearing that, and looked at Baraha with confused eyes. Then she immediately denied, I did not contribute much. It was all thanks to Senior Baraha. Baraha did not care about what Echinacea said. She contributed a lot. Baraha looked straight into Urian's eyes and said, with a resolute voice, I think her efforts are no different than protecting me. Urian's eyes were somewhat surprised after hearing that. Then he remained silent, afraid that things would go too far. Echinacea immediately grabbed Baraha's shirt at the waist. Senior Baraha. Echinacea grabbed tightly at the shirt at Baraha's waist and her face changed. It is not like they were any high-level monsters. Senior was also nearby protecting me. Urian did not pay attention to Echinacea's words at this time. His eyes coldly stared at one point. It turned out that he was looking at the hand that was grabbing Baraha's shirt. Urian remained silent without saying anything more, and his head bowed deeper and deeper. Looking at the image of Echinacea taking Baraha's arm, Urian said with a cold voice, Thank goodness both of you safely returned from the Kachel. You will be given a separate reward when you return. Urian turned his back and left. Once again, welcome both of you back. Thank you for your hard work. Echinacea was silent. Then her face turned cold. Senior. Baraha looked over in confusion. What? Echinacea said with anger, I told you to hide it. Why did you say that it was thanks to me? Baraha closed his eyes and reluctantly replied, I am just telling the truth. Just say that it was thanks to being in a near-death situation that my swordsmanship was improved. Echinacea scoffed, You are good at dodging around the issue. Just then, Alice and Baron frantically ran over with bewildered expressions. Baraha? You safely returned, Eki? Baron went over to check Baraha's entire body, while Alice asked about Echinacea's condition. The surroundings of the four of them were all ruined at this time. May 15th, 1629. The Blue Sky Night Order had completed the suppression at White Crow Canyon. The sky was still strangely blue. The healthy trainees supported the injured ones. One unfortunate trainee had died. Other than that, there were only injuries. Although a kuchel had occurred, the amount of damage was not great. The unfortunate people had lain down under the sea of blood. Regarding the trainee that died, people had a doubt, but based on the statements of the survivors and the situation inside the barrier, the death was concluded to be caused by monsters. 2 days later, May 17th, 1629, the suppression team returned to Azenka safely. They arrived in front of the giant tower. The sky was strangely blue. At this time, Echinacea was lying on the bed. Her body seemed to have a fever. She tiredly supported her forehead. Echinacea was lying on the bed with a messy heart. Tomorrow is the day of the official guard commission. But my body is. I should have supported it with mana. I had taken it too lightly. Alice held a basin of water and a towel in her hands while sitting on the chair, anxiously looking at Echinacea. Alice anxiously wrung the water out of the towel. Eki, would not it be better to call a doctor? Seeing this, Echinacea immediately reassured Alice. What is with calling a doctor? I am fine. Alice looked down at Echinacea lying below, with a worried voice. Fine, you have such a high fever. Just lie down for a sleep and it will be fine. Alice placed the towel on Echinacea's forehead to reduce the fever. Echinacea looked up at Alice and softly comforted. Alice, go practice. The ranking battle is coming up. Hearing this, Alice replied, but... Before Alice could finish speaking, Echinacea immediately interrupted. It is because Alice is here that I can't sleep. Alice sighed tiredly. If it is because of that, then... Echinacea looked out the window. Alice lowered her voice at this time. Got it. Remember to tell me if you need anything. Hearing this, Echinacea replied. Thank you, Alice. Then, Echinacea pulled the blanket up and covered herself, closing her eyes to rest. Suddenly, Echinacea opened her eyes and said to herself, I have to meet Urian at the guard commission ceremony, but I am sick again. I should rest fully today, then I will get better. Seeing Echinacea was so tired, the sword spoke and said, What will one day do? You have to train more. Echinacea tiredly replied, I am trying my best. I only returned 2 months ago. Hearing this, the black sword asked in confusion, Huh, it has only been 2 months. Echinacea used magic to take the letter out of the mailbox. From March 17th to May 18th is 2 months, with the body of a young lady who is only used to holding a spoon to stir tea. 2 months passed quickly. Bardere kept nagging in Echinacea's ear at this time. I do not know. Please recover quickly. You lying down makes me bored to death. So boring. Echinacea held the letter in her hand, with a somewhat annoyed voice. So noisy, my head hurts. Bardere asked with confusion, What is that thing? Echinacea looked at the letter and tiredly replied, It is a letter from Sister Nicole. Echinacea continued to say to Bardere, I do not know what she found out during this time. The content in that letter. She plans to come to Azenka to temporarily escort a VIP. As for the white lion, it will come at that time. Echinacea looked at the letter with a tired face, her forehead covered in sweat. Who is the VIP and when will they come? The shipping fee is really expensive, but this is too short. Sister Nicole is really... Suddenly, Echinacea went silent and glanced to the other side. Outside the door, a voice said, Trainee Echinacea, are you in there? Can I come in? Echinacea thought for a while after hearing the voice. This voice. Fatima began to get anxious and agitated on the outside. Trainee Echinacea, I heard you were sick. Are you okay? Alice only sighed from behind. Alice said to Echinacea with some helplessness. I am sorry, Eki, did not want to bother you, but Senior kept asking where you were. So seeing Alice like that. Fatima also became embarrassed. Whoa, do not use that voice. Echinacea sat up straight and looked at the two. Echinacea looked down at what was in Fatima's hands. This, Fatima immediately explained to Echinacea. This is herbs, soaked in honey. You can drink it like tea. Fatima put her hand on her hips and happily smiled at Echinacea. This is a folk remedy passed down from my family. It is good for your health and delicious. Echinacea held the jar in her hand. You do not have to do this, thank you. Fatima forced a smile at this time. I am trying to score points. Please forgive me, I have not given up yet. Echinacea only smiled slightly. Senior has real perseverance. At this time, someone else brought a glass of water. Use this. This person put the food tray on Echinacea's lap. You have to eat and drink while resting. I asked the kitchen to make it for you. Alice closed her eyes with her hands on her hips and said to Echinacea, I told you to go practice, but you went all the way to the kitchen to bring this out. After Eki is done eating, she has to go. Practice? Do not worry too much. Alice kept rambling in Echinacea's ear. If you feel uncomfortable, I will drag Senior away to practice. So just tell me, one of the people in there. Ed, with me. Echinacea panicked. What truly? Echinacea lowered her eyes. Her eyes were a little distant. Echinacea held the medicine bottle in her hand, then looked down at the glass of tea next to it. Echinacea hugged the small bottle in her arms with some shyness. What is? There is nothing uncomfortable. Thank you both for caring and worrying about me. Fatima covered her mouth and laughed after seeing that it is nothing. As roommates, this is what should happen. In her heart, she thought, they have reconciled, right? They are so close. Fatima turned around and excitedly said to Alice, "Listen to me, on the way here, I heard shocking news. You will be surprised to know it." Alice asked in surprise, "What is it?" Fatima then revealed her purpose. "I will say it on the condition that you join the club." Echinaceia's face was still red. "This is very delicious, Alice." Alice put her hands on her hips and stepped forward. "Is that so? That is great." Fatima waved her hands in front of Echinaceia's face. "Hey, before you decided to join the club, if you became closer, do not worry about me." Echinaceia closed her eyes. "I do not think I ever answered that question," Fatima asked back. "It is just joining the club." Alice folded her arms in front of her chest and replied with a cold expression, "I still have not thought about it. The clubs these days are too political." Echinaceia ate, while calmly replying, "I find group activities too troublesome. I do not want to be bound." Fatima laughed twice. "Is that what it is?" Fatima then said to Alice, "Then the two of you are two perfect pieces with wisdom." Alice was confused after hearing that. "Why is it perfect?" Fatima pointed at herself and smiled gleefully. "It is because I am the head of the club in the first generation. The club currently does not have anyone." Fatima smiled brightly at the two. "So our club is not political, and it is not noisy either." Alice and Echinaceia turned to look at each other, replying at the same time, "Yes." Fatima began to talk about her club. "Our club will meet once a week to fight against each other. Those who want to meet more can make appointments separately. I think our club won't have more than 10 people. About 8 members is perfect." Alice asked in confusion, "Only that much?" Fatima laughed with her hands on her hips. Other than that, everything is free. I do not want to force you to practice." Echinaceia looked at the person in front of her and secretly thought, "More comfortable than I thought. Anyway, right now, only Senior Fatima and Alice are participating, so it is not bad." Fatima then smiled and winked at the two. "I probably won't be bound by group activities, right? I also like how Senior Fatima does not care about the rumors." Echinaceia put her hand to her mouth and softly bit. "Compared to improving my ability alone, improving my ability through teamwork would be more natural." Echinaceia raised her head and looked at Alice. Both looked into each other's eyes. Then both simultaneously said to Fatima, "Okay, I will join." "Me too." Fatima was so happy that her eyes teared up. Fatima jumped up high like a child. "I finally got you." "Thank you, Eki." "Thank you, Alice. I will try my best." Fatima took out 2 application forms. "Please sign your names." Alice was confused and asked herself, "You brought the application form too?" Fatima smiled to herself. "These are normal things. Read it and sign quickly." Fatima put the form on the table next to the pen. "Ah, that is right. What I was telling you earlier." Alice held the form and her face was blank with a big question mark. Fatima immediately explained to Alice, "The ranking battle on May 30th, there will be a vote to elect a trainee representative." Hearing this, Alice replied, "Isn't that obvious? The position of trainee representative is still vacant." While the two of them were arguing, Echinaceia had sat down at the table. The two of them were still arguing non-stop with each other. "That is right, but there is this rumor. I heard there is something abnormal in the former trainee representative's room. They say it is very bad." Echinaceia only sighed a long sigh at this time. Fatima looked at Alice with eyes full of expectation. "But there is even more shocking news," Alice asked while reading the paper. "What other rumors are there?" Fatima then emphasized to Alice, "Don't be startled," while Echinaceia was sitting at the table, diligently writing. Suddenly Fatima said to Alice, "I heard that squad leader Urian is getting married." After hearing this, Echinaceia wrote slanted in one direction. Alice asked back, "Squad leader Urian?" Fatima then replied, "That is right. I heard that the fiancé is also coming to Azenka." Alice asked in disbelief, "This news is so shocking. When will that person come?" This made Echinaceia freeze. Fatima replied to Alice, "Tomorrow, but they are not getting married immediately. It seems they are only coming to have an engagement ceremony." Alice said with a questioning voice, "Squad leader Urian's fiancé must be an extremely beautiful and wealthy young lady." These words made Echinaceia extremely disappointed. Echinaceia's hand trembled and the ink spread all over the paper. Fatima began to say the person's name. "That is right. What else, Didia?" Alice interrupted. "Is it Duchess d'Assant?" Fatima reacted immediately. Right, it is her." Right at this time, it seemed that Echinaceia could not hear any more, and immediately stood up, attracting the attention of the other two. Seeing her action, the two were puzzled and immediately called out, "Echinaceia." Echinaceia only coldly replied, "Alice, Senior Fatima, I am a bit tired. Can I rest for a bit?" Hearing this, the two left before leaving. Fatima worriedly turned around. "That is right. We were too noisy in the patient's room. Then we will leave. Get some rest." Alice was a little worried. "I will be back before night. Do not worry, Eki." Echinaceia only politely replied, "Thank you both." The two of them left, leaving a sad Echinacea with her head down. She walked to the table and then sat down on the chair. Echinacea's face changed, biting her teeth tightly. In her head were 1,000 questions. Oh, Urian is getting married. No, that can't be. Dietrich, who was with Urian, spoke up and asked, "Before we reverse time, there was no engagement or marriage, even until the time you died." Urian immediately replied, "There was not even a scandal." Echinacea's eyes were teary, as if not believing the truth before her. But why? Echinacea pulled a chair out, seeing this action of hers. Bardere spoke up and asked, "What are you planning to do? Write a letter." Echinacea sat down on the chair, holding the pen, and decisively replied, "No, I am arranging the things that happened in the past, and now..." Echinacea put the pen down on the paper. First are the things in the past. Echinacea recalled each time point. First day of August 17th, 1629. First time encountering the demon sword in the kitchen of Roang's mansion. Echinacea continued to chain everything together. At the same time, a dragon's case was discovered. Second, the demon of the demon sword appeared and began the mass slaughter from the Roang family. Then the demon of the demon sword did not appear. There were no murders. Third data. Spring of 1629, monster extermination in the Night Order, surprise attack by Spectre. At that time, it caused a lot of damage, including the death of Spire Baraha Islav. Then in the present, Spectre has been dealt with before. Baraha is still alive, and Ian has died. No one else has died. Echinacea fell silent in thought. Moreover, writing to Data 4, Echinacea felt heavy, Urian de Harden Kyrie, engagement with Duchess Diasant. Echinacea was thinking about the scene of the two of them being together. If it is Diasant then, that is the Duke family that gave birth to the current crown princess. Echinacea wondered about the identity of the woman who will be engaged to Urian. Is it another daughter? Echinacea put her hand to her mouth and began to think. If that is the case, then according to the situation, that is probably the Duchess that Sister Nicole will escort. Echinacea continued to put her pen down and began to write. From here on out are things that have not happened. Echinacea began to get confused by everything, as well as the events that had changed before. There is no guarantee that everything in the future will happen. Echinacea remembered an important detail, Elgiosa's discovery, the Saintess's murder case. Echinacea thought of the sword that appeared the other day. That was the case of discovering Elgiosa, one of the 3 missing Giosa, an unfortunate and terrifying event, where Giosa was found after its master was murdered. Here it seemed that Echinacea had forgotten something. After that then, Echinacea continued to remind herself of Data 7, fall of 1632. Azenka was destroyed by the demon sword. All Giosa masters died. Echinacea pursed her lips when she remembered this data. Her eyes also darkened. And next is, Urian died. Writing here, Echinacea's pen stopped. Ink from the pen dripped onto the paper, making 2 drops. Echinacea held the paper up and looked at it. Her heart was a little heavy. These are all the important time points. Until Urian died. The sky in Echinacea was gray. In those cases, which is the event that led to Urian's engagement, I can't guess. Echinacea's heart was messy at this time. If not then, looking at the roses behind her, Echinacea began to think. In fact, Urian's engagement may not be a butterfly effect caused by the changed events, but perhaps it appeared from Urian's choice, who still remembers the memories that have been erased. Echinacea remembered the time when Urian developed feelings for his fiancée. For example, he loved someone, but in the end, could not confess and regretted it when he died. So this time he may have confessed and went to be engaged. Echinacea held the paper tightly in her hand to the point of wrinkling it. The sky had also turned to the afternoon. At this time, the sunset shone into the room. Echinacea tiredly lay on the bed. I am like a fool. Originally, Urian did not have any reason to be related to someone like me. Looking out at the distant sunset, even if Urian chooses someone according to his own wishes, then I do not have the right to... She thought that. But Echinacea still could not hide her sadness. She remembered Urian's eyes when he met her again. What did that expression mean? Remembering when Urian hugged her, smiling brightly, diligently observing her, even that sincere and relieved look as well. But then an unwanted thought rushed over. The emotions that person showed were not real. Another Echinacea answered her. Of course it is like that. This Echinacea kept asking Echinacea questions that she did not expect. You would not believe those things, right? This Echinacea kept rambling in Echinacea's ear. Urian still remembers. The cold blade of the demon sword that you swung. The feeling of cutting through the body. Echinacea tried to cover her ears, and that is the same as you. Echinacea frowned, not wanting to listen. That person asked Echinacea, what exactly are you expecting? Echinacea seemed to be lost in her own maze at this time. You think you have a future with him. The magnificent palace, the chandelier, illuminated everywhere. At this time, a girl wearing a red dress slowly walked in. Urian then walked up with an extremely warm expression. trainee Echinacea. Echinacea wore a whole red outfit and walked into the party. The aura she exuded was unmatched. Echinacea lowered her eyes with a cold expression, not bothering to greet Urian back. Right at this time, another voice rang out, "Greetings, squad leader." Echinacea followed that voice and also spoke, "Greetings, squad leader." Urian stood high above and slowly looked down. Urian's eyes were somewhat cold, but were tightly fixed on Echinacea. Urian reminded Echinacea, "I hope that you do not push yourself too hard. The commission ceremony can be postponed." These words made Echinacea a little surprised. After speaking, Urian turned his back and spoke to the priest. "Hurry up and start quickly." The priest respectfully replied, "Yes, oh yes." Urian looked towards the ceiling, looking at where the angel statue was. The guard will always follow Lord as the center. Urian and Echinacea, one in front and one behind, listened to the words that the priest said together. Lord will guide the guard with both careful teaching and a sense of responsibility. The priest continued to say what was not finished. This vow is made in the name of loyalty. Hearing this, Echinacea lowered her head and secretly thought, "As expected, he cares about my physical condition." The priest continued at this time, "The guard will not hesitate to accompany Lord, and Lord must illuminate that path with dedication." Echinacea lowered her eyes at this time, only in a few blinks. While Echinacea was absent-mindedly thinking, the priest turned and called, "Guard Echinacea Roaz." Hearing this, Echinacea raised her head with confusion. The priest asked Echinacea, "Are you willing to follow Lord with unwavering faith and be ready to learn the virtues of a knight?" Echinacea had a flustered expression. She only knew how to answer yes. Then the priest turned to ask Urian, "Knight Urian de Hardin Kyrie, can you wholeheartedly dedicate and try your best to lead the guard on the path of knighthood?" Urian softly replied, "Yes." The priest nodded with a gentle and satisfied face. Like that. He looked up at the Supreme Mother above and began to announce, "I hereby declare that Echinacea Roaz has become the guard of Knight Urian de Hardin Kyrie. This vow will be effective forever, until death or rebirth." The priest presented two papers to Echinacea and Urian, May 19, 1629, A.R. Sabbatium. Both signed the paper together. Rebirth is the moment the guard becomes a knight. Echinacea put the paper up for the priest. After signing, "Once I become a knight," it also means that the vow will end. In other words, it will forever exist until the relationship is terminated by rebirth and death. Both of them simultaneously exchanged the two papers with each other until one let go of the sword. Both stood facing each other in front of the mother. While the two were still exchanging glances, the priest had left. Urian was intently looking at the paper he was holding in his hand. Echinacea spoke, "Lord Squad Leader." Urian looked up after hearing her call. Echinacea saw this and immediately explained, "Ah, no, I have to call you Lord now." Echinacea put on an indifferent expression but asked straight to the point, "I heard that you have an engagement." Urian frowned a little after hearing her ask and remained silent without answering. Seeing Urian like this, Echinacea also had an answer for herself. She turned her face away with some disappointment. "I want to congratulate you." Looking up at the ceiling of the palace, Echinacea was somewhat disappointed. "Then I will take my leave first." Urian suddenly called out at this time, "You!" Urian stood high above and looked down at Echinacea. "You once said you wanted to be happy, so you would become a knight." Hearing Urian mention this, Echinacea was extremely confused. Echinacea raised her head and replied with a blank expression, "Yes, that is right." Urian smiled in a painful way, supporting his forehead. "Is that happiness a peaceful life?" Before that question of Urian's, Echinacea became flustered. "Yes." Seeing this, Urian continued to speak, "Assuming that you had something you definitely had to achieve then." Urian was no longer the Urian that Echinacea knew. He was cold, and his eyes were full of scheming. Could she give up that happiness for it? Was she willing to be caught up in that chaos? Urian emphasized once again, "This is only assuming." Echinacea only remained silent without replying. After a moment of thought, Echinacea spoke, "I will not sacrifice that happiness." The answer surprised Urian. Echinacea repeated Urian's question. "You asked me if that so-called happiness is a peaceful life, right?" "Yes, that is." "Right, at this time the two were like two opposite poles. One bright and one dark." Urian stood against the light and listened to every word that Echinacea said. "My happiness is to live peacefully with the people I love." The two of them were like two different currents of air trying to mix together but were separated by something else. Regarding the choice to break that happiness then, Urian said with a serious and frank voice, "Absolutely never, even if I have to give up what I desire." Hearing this, Urian spoke, interrupting, "I understand, Echinacea." Urian turned his back and walked away. "Go back and rest today. The guard mission will begin in 3 days. If you want to rest more, then tell me at any time." Echinacea left after hearing that, leaving Urian alone, standing in the middle of the palace. Before Echinacea went out of this palace, she spoke, "Thank you, Lord." Not long after Echinacea left, a female voice spoke. It has been a long time since I have seen you again, Lord Urien, Your Highness. Urien looked over after hearing that. The person who spoke was none other than Urien's fiancée, Diasant. Diasant smiled to the point of curving the corners of her eyes and asked, Have you been well during this time? Urien let Diasant sit on the chair. He turned around to face the door and began to answer the previous question. Don't call me Your Highness, Duchess Diasant. My nationality is not Kyrie, it is Zenka. Diasant only smiled after hearing that. I understand, Mr. Urien, but still, do you still remember me? Hearing this question, Urien's face was expressionless. I met you at the Crown Prince's wedding, so I still remember. But I did not expect that we would meet again just because of the engagement issue. Urien glanced at Diasant, who was sitting behind him. I am only hearing that you are my fiancé for the first time, so you are my fiancé. Diasant sat on the chair holding a cup of tea. Of course not yet. An engagement ceremony will be held soon, so that won't be a problem. Urien was unhappy at this time. That is also an engagement ceremony that I have never heard of. How ridiculous. Then Urien asked Diasant, It was clearly sent a message already, right? It is an announcement that you will come here 3 days early. Diasant held the cup of tea and replied calmly, Yes, that is right. Then Diasant asked back, Urien, so you want to reject me? Urien only folded his arms and closed his eyes without replying. Diasant put the cup of tea down on the table. That is probably it. You probably understand the meaning of rejecting the engagement here more than anyone. Urien heard that and asked with interest. Duchess is not dissatisfied with this marriage. Diasant sat up straight with her legs crossed, her arms folded in front of her chest. I am, but there is no choice. This is the duty that comes with being born a noble. How many girls have lovesickness just because they have fallen in love with you? Diasant added, but because it is you, so I can say that I am a little lucky. Urien's eyebrows furrowed after hearing that, showing an unhappy expression. Diasant continued to ask Urien the question. Then what should I do, mister? Urien, are you going to announce to the world that this is a marriage that was not agreed upon and draw a knife against your relatives? Urien was initially silent without replying, but then he had an answer for himself. I need time. Diasant only smiled after hearing that. I understand. This is not an easy decision either. Diasant looked out at the sunset. Please add that even if you announce that you are not engaged, then I would not care, honestly. I hope this engagement will be cancelled. I do not have the courage to overthrow everything. Diasant did not forget to threaten. Of course, if the engagement is cancelled, you have to pay a price. Urien did not look at Diasant from beginning to end. Stop here. Duchess, the vice squad leader, will guide you to your room. Diasant did not say anything after hearing that and stood up. Then Diasant turned around and went out of the door. Before leaving, she did not forget to greet. Then I will see you again, Your Highness. When Diasant left, Urien began to vent his anger. He stood there silently for a long time, his heart full of thoughts. Remembering Echinacea's appearance earlier, there is no way I would sacrifice my happiness. Urien used magic. Something was shining on the palm of his hand. Urien looked into the distance with a somber face. I understood. Which decision will be better? Urien seemed to have made up his mind, but his heart still could not. However, his heart still could not be completely controlled. He only knew to say to himself in his heart, Please give me some time, until I can give up. Urien stood silently with his back turned, looking out the window. I will make a decision before I go crazy. At this time, Nicole suddenly pushed the door open and entered. Eki, I am here. Oh shoot, I forgot this is not a private room. Her sudden appearance made Echinacea's hand that was holding the cup of tea stop, and Alice was stunned. Who? Like that? Immediately, Echinacea pounced and hugged Nicole happily. Sister Nicole. Nicole asked anxiously, Oh my, this kid makes me so shy. Then Alice walked slowly and asked, Is she your family? She then confirmed, Yes, she is as close as family. Alice immediately politely greeted. I am very happy to meet you. I am Alice Winterbell, Nicole replied somewhat flustered. Hello, I am Nicole Siston. The atmosphere made Echinacea suddenly feel a little embarrassed. Then Alice understood and said, Then you two can talk. I am going to evening practice and will come back. Echinacea replied, Thank you, Alice. At this time, Echinacea brought tea to Nicole and hesitantly said, Probably. Nicole sneered. What probably? What do you mean probably? What do you mean probably? Then she continued, I was really worried about you, but seeing you make friends like this, it seems you are still living well. Echinacea sat down on the chair and grumbled. You say it as if I have never had a friend before, Nicole sneered. Isn't that the truth? The social world and those who you are superficially acquainted with can't be called friends. Nicole's eyes were pensive. But hey. Echinacea's face was pensive, Nicole continued. What about the demon sword? Echinacea lowered her face and said, Don't worry, sister. As you see, I am still okay. Nicole sat up, and her face was full of worry. Then that is great. No one discovered it. Bao whispered. The big guy discovered it. Discovered it. Nicole then said, Quiet, Bao. Echinacea said with some anger. It was not discovered. Echinacea poured tea into the cup and said, I saw a telegram saying you were appointed as a protector. Is the VIP you are protecting Duchess d'Assant? Nicole held the cup of tea and pondered. That is right. It seems the rumors have spread. They requested a mage from the magic tower, so I volunteered to go. Nicole continued to say, But I did not volunteer just to see you. Hearing this, Echinacea felt shocked. Then what? Nicole stood up, with her hand on the table first. Nicole suddenly burst out with power around her, were green smokes before Echinacea's eyes. In Nicole's hand appeared a ball whose center was a dazzling light point radiating around. Nicole's eyes were full of thought. A complex circle matrix, with all kinds of patterns, appeared around Nicole and Echinacea. They were wrapped in a glass cage. Seeing this, Echinacea showed surprise. Sister, this... Nicole adjusted her glasses and said, I have set a barrier so that the sound does not leak out. Nicole said, Exy, listen carefully. From now on, I will talk about something important. Echinacea replied, Are those the things you discovered when following the demon sword? Nicola said, Yes. Nicole still said with a pensive face, You said you heard about the engagement between Captain Urien and Duchess d'Assant, right? Nicole continued, The engagement between the two of them must be carried out. Echinacea was surprised. What? Nicole folded her arms and said, Because it will be safer with Count Roaz, there are people who are willing to kill the Duchess just to prevent this engagement. That is why I deliberately volunteered to be a protector. Nicole continued, Don't worry, I will explain slowly. Echinacea could not say anything after hearing that. Nicole was still folding her arms. Eggsy, besides His Majesty the Emperor, who else is a direct member of the royal family? Can you list them? Echinacea replied, If it is the royal family? Cruen appeared. First is Crown Prince His Highness. Captain Urien is the third prince. Karem appeared. Above him is the second prince. Nicole asked, What is the name of the crown prince? Echinacea put her hand to her chin, her eyes full of thought. Curran de Harden Kyrie. Nicole held the cup of tea and put it to her mouth to drink and said, That is right. So do you know what Crown Prince His Highness is best at? Echinacea replied, I do not know. A vase with roses in it appeared. Nicole continued to ask, What about the second prince's name? Echinacea replied, I do not know. Nicole put the cup of tea down on the table and said, Everyone is like that. The impression of other royals is often very vague. But with the third prince, Captain Urien, everyone knows about him. Urien appeared very smartly, the prince of the empire, and the youngest captain in the history of the Blue Sky Knight Order Azenka. Circles with patterns appeared, the master of Rangiosa, and possesses a brilliant and outstanding appearance. Urien turned his back with his long hair flying in the wind. He has too many factors that make people pay attention to him. There were mirrors on the floor that reflected a brilliant golden light. The problem lies in his aura being too brilliant, to the point of completely overshadowing the other princes. Echinacea's face was a little worried. This is not a very positive situation, right? If he was the crown prince, then there would not be any problem. Sunflowers radiated a soft light, but he is the third prince. That is in a position that should not be too prominent. Echinacea then put her hand to her chest and said loudly, When joining the Blue Sky Knight Order, the nationality will be changed, right? To put it accurately, he is no longer a royal. Nicole adjusted her glasses and said, Then, do the people of the Empire see him as a foreigner? Echinacea sat down and rested her hands on the chair in thought while Nicole continued to speak. Although the nationality has been changed to Azenka, in their eyes, he is still the true prince. As long as in his name it still has the name of the Kyrie Empire and the Harden royal family, then he will always belong to this royal family. Echinacea put her hand to her face with a worried expression and said, Then how does that relate to the Count family? A vase with 2 red and white roses. The current emperor once had 2 empresses. A lion holding a sword, in which the first empress that he married when he was still the crown prince was originally weak, so she passed away not long after he took the throne. A white rose drooped down with petals falling. The prince that she gave birth to is the first prince. Cruen appeared very handsome. The current crown prince, Cruen de Harden Kyrie. A man and a woman appeared in the mirror frame with roses around them, and the second empress was the one that His Majesty truly loved. There were even rumors that the two had a relationship before he married the first empress. 2 white roses that have not yet bloomed. The 2 of them gave birth to 2 princes. They are the second prince Karem and the third prince Urien. In a room, the empress lay on the bed. The emperor and child and the maid were mourning, but the empress had passed away when giving birth to His Highness Urien at a young age. At this time, His Majesty tightly held the Empress's hand and could not cry, sinking into the pain of losing his wife. Emperor His Majesty had sworn that he would not take any more concubines. Nicole's eyes looked at her and continued to say, "Now think about it, Iki." Then Nicole added to Echinacea another psychological view of the person in that situation. What do you think Emperor His Majesty thinks of the third prince, the Empress that he loved with all his heart passed away when giving birth to that child? For His Majesty, he does not need another son. Echinacea understood here. Could it be? Then Nicole folded her arms and spoke, as if wanting to prevent her from thinking deeply about something. "I do not know much about the things inside the royal family." At this time, Nicole affirmed, "But there is one thing that is certain. His Majesty does not love Captain Urian. No, it is more accurate to say he hates him." Echinacea was stunned after hearing that, unable to believe, no way, even if he was the child of the wife that His Majesty loved. As soon as that was said, Nicole immediately confirmed, "That is right." The image of that child sitting alone next to his deceased mother put both in the same scene that again changed to a different direction, because that child is the one who took away the woman he loved. At this time, Echinacea had understood the key to the problem, so that is the case, Nicole also continued. What a cruel story. Her voice rang out. Anyway, the current situation of royal succession is quite complicated. The struggle for the throne is extremely fierce. The next development opened up. First is His Highness the Crown Prince. Because he is the first prince, his identity is not clear. The maternal family and the in-law family all have a solid influence. There are no loopholes. A chessboard appeared with 3 chess pieces. A person moved a pawn forward 1 move, but the person that Emperor His Majesty loves the most. At this time, the finger of the person controlling the chessboard touched the advisor next to a knight, as if implying, again, the second prince, the son of the second empress. In terms of influence, the crown prince is leading, but His Majesty openly supports the second prince. Therefore, the strength of both sides is gradually equal. In the end, they must rely on the people's hearts to determine victory or defeat. Seeing this, Echinacea spoke, however. The one that the people in the empire truly praise is Captain Urian. At this time, the chessboard appeared again, with 2 knights facing each other representing both forces. Nicole confirmed. That is right, for the princes. Captain Urian is the common enemy. Speaking to this point, Echinacea panicked, secretly thinking, "In my previous life, I did not know anything about the harem like this," thinking about it, before returning to the past. Who became the emperor? At this time, Nicole leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. Captain Urian must be having a hard time. If he was just a reclusive prince, then it would be good. Excessive talent sometimes becomes a curse. Hearing those words, Echinacea fell into thought. Suddenly she wondered, so did Captain Urian choose to come to Azinka because he did not want to be caught up in the fighting? Nicole then confirmed. Ah, that is not it. Then she told Echinacea what she knew. I heard that from a young age, Urian was extraordinarily outstanding. No matter what he learned, the other princes could not keep up. Emperor His Majesty felt uncomfortable with such a person, so he pushed him to Azinka, which is no different than expelling him. Echinacea asked, so that means he did not leave voluntarily, Nicole confirmed. That is right. On the surface, it seems that he volunteered. But in reality, you can't kill or exile an innocent prince, so they used the excuse that he had excellent swordsmanship talent to chase him to Azinka. Hearing that, Echinacea felt it was ridiculous, but as a result, he became the master of the knights and a master. Nicole also agreed. That is right. He said that he hated him to the point of having to chase him away, but in the end he shined brilliantly. At this time, Nicole picked up the cup of tea and sipped. Both the emperor and the princes are probably furious. While Echinacea was pondering, I did not know that at all. Then she thought of his image. The Urian that I know is always noble and radiant. In her head, she suddenly remembered when he carried her in his arms. With Echinacea's whole body covered in blood, that was also the image of herself when she died in her previous life. If, after all, that person has some kind of misfortune. I thought that getting involved with me, the demon of the demon sword, was the only thing. The cup of tea in Nicole's hand was placed down and her voice rang out seriously. That is enough of the background. Now to the main part. She began the next development. Why does the demon sword point to the Roraz Count family? That is what we need to clarify at this time. This made Echinacea immediately excited. Have you found the culprit? But Nicole shook her head. Not yet. There is no one certain enough to pinpoint. Moreover, even if we find it, it is not someone that we can easily deal with. Suddenly, Echinacea suspected, could it be? Behind is the royal families. At this time, Nicole pushed up her glasses and nodded. Unfortunately, that is it. Then she listed the people in the target range that are related. There are 3 top suspects. Nicole listed the 3 names, His Majesty the Emperor, the faction of the second prince, and the faction of the crown prince. Then she thought of another direction. It is also possible that all 3 are on the same side. The demon sword case was originally a plot aimed straight at Captain Urian. A chessboard appeared, but a blade was stuck straight into a chess piece on it. A stream of blood spewed out, representing a suspect that was being mentioned. And the Roaz family had been caught up in that case. Echinacea fell into thought, thinking about something, and then said, "Explain it more clearly." Nicole immediately went into the story. "I do not know how the royal family got the demon sword, but they are certainly setting up some kind of play," Echinacea then guessed, "using Roaz as a sacrifice. Once the sacrificial sheep is tainted by the demon sword that appeared from the Roaz house, the person standing behind knew it in advance and intended to stand out to handle it. Look, something like the Glosa Master is nothing. The demon sword that the blue sky missed, we have handled it." At this time, Nicole's mood dropped. They want to show it off like that. I do not know which one they want to promote through this play. Hearing that Echinacea could not accept it, and gritted her teeth saying each word, but because of that dirty political game. While speaking, her body was trembling with anger and resentment. "They dare to use my family as a sacrifice. Why? Why is it my family?" Nicole silently listened to her and then exclaimed, "Because it is easy to deal with and suitable." This immediately made Echinacea speechless and stunned. Nicole continued, "They have no relationship in the political world, nor are they a noble with special assets or power." The image of a pawn sacrificing its life appeared full of old calluses. The next words made Echinacea even more shocked to the point of suffocating. And because there is someone with swordsmanship talent, they do not have to worry about the demon sword becoming too strong. She gripped the hem of her skirt tightly with both hands. Echinacea's entire body was exuding a dark and terrifying killing intent at this time. At this time, Val's voice rang out in her ear. "WOA. She has really gone crazy. The killing intent is exploding, but Master, I think it is okay." Then Val advised, "But if it continues like this, I am afraid it will be difficult to control. Can I help? Can I kill them?" Hearing those whispers, Echinacea closed her eyes tightly, trying to regain her composure. Then she asked, "Is my family the only one that fits those conditions?" Nicole then replied, "No, there are actually a few other families, but I do not know why it is the Roaz family." Suddenly, her words were hesitant. "Maybe it might be because of me." As soon as Nicole said that Echinacea was stunned, Why are you saying that?" Nicole seriously replied, "I am a student of the current sage. If a family related to me is harmed by Gyosa, then I will definitely not sit idly by." Her eyes were suddenly heavy with unspeakable sorrows, and if so, my master will also pay attention to this matter. From their point of view, that is the perfect condition to make a big deal out of. The basis is complete. While speaking, Echinacea suddenly grabbed her hand, making the words stop. At this time, Echinacea came to sit down in front of Nicole and tightly held her hand to comfort. "But that is not your fault." Nicole was stunned. Then Echinacea continued to reassure, "If the demon knew and paid attention, everything could be exposed, so why would they take such a risk?" Looking down at her younger sister, Nicole suddenly felt somewhat relieved. "Look at now. Have not I followed the trail and caught their tail?" At this moment, Echinacea's expression slightly lowered, and her voice softened. "So there must be another reason why the Roaz family was chosen. Now the last piece also fits. Before rebirth, the reason the Empire eliminated the Blue Sky and personally formed the expedition team. Who will win the hearts of the people? Who will seize the next throne? It is all just a political game revolving around power." Then Echinacea remembered the scene of herself covered in blood, picking up a weapon and laughing maniacally. "If I were not an outstanding genius, the royal family's play would have certainly succeeded. They probably could not imagine that the eldest daughter of the Roaz family could overthrow Urien and Azenka, dragging the entire empire into an era of darkness." Returning to reality, Echinacea wondered, what about in this life? This time the play failed, nothing happened, and the demon sword evaporated. So then, the person behind it, how did he deal with this variable this time? Thinking of this, Echinacea stood up and spoke, "So what does the engagement between Captain Urien and Princess Diasant have to do with your family?" Hearing her ask, Nicole hesitated a bit. That matter? Because the side that sent the demon sword suspects the Roaz family. Echinacea immediately wondered, "You said suspect Roaz? Based on what?" Nicole crossed her legs and interlaced her fingers. "This time, Princess Diasant, whom I, Azenka, am guarding, is actually the Crown Prince's younger sister. Therefore, this marriage is considered the Crown Prince taking the initiative to break up first. If the marriage is successful, Captain Urien will naturally become the Crown Prince's in-law." From Captain Urien's perspective, this is nothing short of a final ultimatum. Either submit to the Crown Prince and become a right-hand man, or completely turn his back to become an enemy. Suppose if he accepts the marriage, the Crown Prince's faction will take advantage of Captain Urien to check the second prince. To prevent that, the second prince's faction has tried to assassinate the princess, even if they have to use all means. Echinacea's eyes were in disbelief as she asked, "And if he refuses the marriage?" Nicole explained, "Refusing the marriage also means completely opposing the imperial family. In other words, it is a declaration of becoming an enemy of the Kyrie royal family, and at that time, the first family in danger will be the Count Roaz family." As soon as she finished speaking, Echinacea immediately became tense when her family was mentioned. Then Nicole continued, the side that sent the demon sword believes that Captain Urian may have connections with the Count Roaz family. Echinacea could not accept that and shouted, why? And Nicole calmly explained, the demon sword was originally supposed to kill someone, but it disappeared without leaving a victim. Think about it. Where could such a thing be done? Looking at her own hand, Echinacea frowned in thought. Then she clenched her fist and emphasized each word, the Blue Sky Knights. At that moment, she immediately suspected, yes, that is why he is being suspected, compared to the absurd idea that the Count Roaz's daughter is still safe and sound, even though she is holding the demon sword. Is not this explanation more reasonable? Moreover, you are his bodyguard. It would be strange to think that the two of you have nothing to do with each other. Looking at the pawn that is being targeted, she continued, there are also forces secretly supporting the third prince. Then she concluded the issue. Therefore, the Crown Prince's faction can't help but be wary. Now, Captain Urian has to make a decision. The lion and the eagle appear with the aura of absolute royalty. Either accept the marriage, join hands with the Crown Prince, or rely on Azenka and the Blue Sky and reverse the situation of the entire empire. On the floor is the flag and the sword stained with blood. But the second path will end in war, and then the Count Roaz family will hardly be safe. Nicole propped her chin on her hand with a pensive face, so we can only hope that Captain Urian obediently accepts the marriage, the safest path. Nicole continued, and acts gently towards the Crown Prince. Echinacea lowered her head upon hearing that. The window of the room opened and light shone in. Echinacea propped her hand on the windowsill and thought, Echinacea's eyes became sharp, surrounded by a red light. I want to slash everything, kill them all. Echinacea opened her eyes wide. If it were me, I could do it. Echinacea scratched the windowsill, leaving long marks, the Emperor and the Crown Prince and everyone, with my own hands. Purple smoke floated down. All can be brought down. Why endure it? Because of those bastards, people are being dragged in, suffering so much. If it were not for them. The three of them, Nicole, Echinacea, and Lancel, are happily together. Then one could live peacefully with their family. Echinacea raised her hand in front of her. Dying at my hands is only their karma. Sweep everything away, so that for a long time there is no need to worry about danger anymore. Objects covered in blood and chaos appeared. Kill them. Must take revenge. Take revenge. On the floor are 3 men who were killed. Covered in blood. Do not. You want to see the blood of those who pushed you into pain? Echinacea put her hand to her mouth and said, that is right. This is justified revenge. On the floor are people who were killed and people who are running amok. If you worry about the consequences, it is simple. Do not leave any witnesses. Echinacea, with devilish eyes, put her hand to her mouth. Witnesses. Kill them all too. Suddenly, Echinacea paused, looking thoughtful. A red stream flowed into the cup. Echinacea put her hand on her face. I am crazy. Echinacea looked down. I just thought about killing even innocent people. Doing that is a massacre. Echinacea in her imagination, holding the sword standing among corpses. How is it different from when I was the demon of the demon sword? Nicole held a teacup near her mouth. Master, isn't that it? Because she is here that you can't answer, right? Echinacea clenched her fist. You are going to kill them, right? Go kill them. Must take revenge. Blood debt must be paid in blood. Echinacea clenched her fist, and electricity appeared, causing Ball to shout, surrender. What is wrong? All right, I will shut up. In the room, with the window open, the light of the night shone through the curtains fluttering. The shape of the enemy has become clear. Focus on the target. Must be sure. Do not let any useless drops of blood spill. The night, with the bright moon, with the grasses fluttering. Remember the time that has passed, no matter how painful and miserable it is. Must swallow anger. Maintain faith. Echinacea looked up at the sky. Do not let murderous intent control you, Echinacea. A woman and a man walk together in a magnificent castle. Do as I say, wait for Urian to obediently get engaged, then find out who is behind it and take revenge later. Feeling that way, she reassured herself, yes, that is how it should be. Looking at the night sky, with dark clouds obscuring the full moon, Echinacea wondered, really? Uncertain thoughts continued to appear. Is it really right to do that? At this moment, through the window of the house, streaks of light flashed along with painful cries. At this time, Echinacea grabbed her aching wrist and cried out, as expected, you can't just use your bare hands. At that time, she took the cloth and wrapped it around the sword again. Looking at it, Echinacea could not help but remember her past life and sighed. Rangiosa, you are just like your master. Her hand reached out and thought, the sword cannot be touched. Then she pulled it back again and felt something that should not be touched in the first place. Suddenly, Echinacea seemed to remember something, but actually, for a long time already, I have wanted to touch it. Why do I hope he does not get engaged? Her whole body lost balance and collapsed. If he gets engaged, Roaz won't be drawn into this anymore. Is it because I feel sorry for his life being exploited by the crown prince? His words at that time flooded back into her memory. What she wants is something. Is she willing to sacrifice her peace to achieve it? Even if she is drawn into chaos, she still accepts it. Closing her eyes, Echinacea thought, is that question talking about Urian himself? Then what do I want? Why when I heard the news that his fiancée was coming, I wavered? Why when I saw his face at the guard appointment ceremony, I was angry? Why do I wish I did not know anything about his erased past? Why every time I see his expression or smile, I am afraid I will be mistaken. At this time, Echinacea noticed that the paper in her hand had been crumpled. Pieces of paper like that had been crumpled into piles and thrown into the trash can that was already full. She sat there blankly. Then a voice spoke, afraid of being mistaken about what words in her heart that had been suffocating for so long finally burst out. That he might love me. The piece of paper in front of her seemed to have a spirit, it asked. Why be afraid of that misunderstanding? She replied. Because it is too happy a misunderstanding, to the point that I am afraid that one day I will realize it is just a lie. At this time she felt that this was very unreal. About him loving me is impossible. In the room, a gust of wind suddenly blew the curtains, letting in the light that crept inside. Only the voice of the piece of paper rang out. If he loves you, will you be happy? Then it asked again, why does that make you happy? At this time, Echinacea slowly spoke. Why, The words written inside the piece of paper said it all. Echinacea Roaz loves Urian de Harden Kyrie. Finally, she spoke the words buried in her heart for so long. I love you. Echinacea Roaz has always loved Urian de Harden Kyrie since then. Scene change. A house has been burned down beyond saving. A scream rang out. An old servant knelt down, crying and begging, please forgive me, please have some mercy. The children in the family were injured, their clothes stained. The mother hugged her child tightly to shield them from the lashes. The child cried out, Mom, Dad. The father at this time lay on the ground, trying to get up, cursing. This monster, someone like you, will also fall into hell. That is Echinacea, of the previous life. In a moment of madness and loss of control, looking back now, she still can't understand her actions at that time. I never wanted to do these things. Around her at this time was no different from a battlefield. Dilapidated and desolate, everything was burned to ashes. Guilt grew in me. Repentance never reached. The fire burned bigger and bigger, but the current her could do nothing but pray, please. At this time, Echinacea's tattered body fell down, but her heart could not help but seek help. Anyone will do. Please save me. The lowly image of herself at this time was dragging her body full of poison forward. If there really is a God, please listen to my heart. And then a faint figure appeared. She never wanted to cause this. At this time, she only had despair. The scream wanted to come out, but was stuck in her throat, and he replaced me to turn it into words. Her eyes blurred with tears. At that moment, he engraved an indelible mark on my heart. Two guards yawning stepped out when they suddenly heard a noise that caught their attention. Seeing that the person who came was Urian, they both immediately saluted respectfully and loudly. A.R. Sabbatium, greetings, Captain. He then asked, how is she doing? The guard replied, there's been no major change. In the prison at that time was Echinacea wearing a scarf, her whole body tied with chains. Urian came closer and noticed that the bowl had been knocked over, still not eating today. Then he turned to hand over to the guard. I will take care of things here, you guys go outside for a while. The other person quickly replied, yes, I understand. Immediately afterwards, following the order, the two left, walking and saying, the captain, really, I do not know what is going on in his head. It has been half a year since the monster was imprisoned. That is right. Suddenly the other person turned and wondered, such a monster. The person again immediately replied, if you had dealt with it earlier, today would have been so much better. On the inside of the prison, Echinacea was secretly happy in her heart. He came today too. I am so happy. Looking at the expression on that perfect face, she said to herself, he is always silently watching me and then leaving without saying anything, but does he know? In Echinacea's eyes, small rays of hope suddenly appeared. That gaze has saved me so much. It may sound strange, but his gaze pierced through my soul. As if he was saying to me, do not give up. I am encouraging her. Looking at her through the iron bars of the prison cell, he just stood there looking without saying another word. And Echinacea screamed in pain, struggling with the chains. My name is Echinacea Roaz. Now I have black hair, but it used to be pink. Images of her parents appeared, both of them hugging her when she was little, a happy family of 3, like the color of the echinacea flower, the name my parents gave me. Her eyes moved to him, and his name, I know, Urian. In Echinacea's eyes at this time, there was only hatred and dislike looking at him. I have always wanted to call out like this. Thank you for waiting for me, thank you for waiting for me, thank you for always watching me. That is why she said to herself, I will definitely win, so please do not leave me, or keep looking ahead. For her at that time, there was no one else besides him. I just want to prove that his choice is right. Suddenly a bloody blade appeared. The other person also warned, shouting, It is really too late. I said it is too late. Unable to accept herself before, she instinctively reacted, thanks to him coming, I was able to win. I want... A photo was thrown haphazardly on the ground. Look, this is me. What does he think? Picking up the photo of herself, Echinacea secretly hoped, I wish he thought I was beautiful. Then she set off again and had to cross a snowstorm. Each heavy step lifted. Even if the storm was bigger, it could not shake Echinacea's iron will. I want to see you again. She raised her hand to shield the wind and snow, trying hard to move forward, thinking in her heart, when will I meet you? You also want to see me, right? That is why you are waiting for me. I am sorry, Urian. Arriving at the designated place, she put the sword back in its place and secretly swore, I will return everything, honor, life, oath, night order, comrades, what you have lost, everything. Immediately Echinacea shouted at the sword, Kairosha Yosa, take me back to the past, where no one died. And unexpectedly, I always thought that because I did not have the right to love, I did not love, but... She sat down and clasped her blood-stained hands together in a lowly manner. Love is not like that. It can't disappear just because I deliberately ignore it, even if I am determined to erase it. It does not fade away. Just because I am afraid of the changes that will happen, when I acknowledged that feeling, I pretended to believe that everything had fallen apart, and then turned away. Closing her eyes, Echinacea confirmed to herself, that is right. 2 hands reached out, gently lifting a small ray of light. At this moment, Nicole discovered her with a confused face. Then she shouted, Eki, what is wrong with you? Nicole quickly took the coat and put it on Echinacea, who was crying and trembling, pushing her and reassuring her, Are you all right? I heard you have a cold. Do you want to rest? Suddenly she spoke and replied, Sister Nicole. Feeling that Echinacea's current condition is her fault, Nicole said, I am sorry. I thought you needed to know this, so I told you. If you find it difficult, do not think too much. Nicole's reassurances continued. You are already troubled enough with the demon sword. Why add more burdens to a child like you? Then, Nicole affirmed, The problems of Roaz are also my problems. I will solve them myself. At this time, Echinacea's mood calmed down a bit. Sister, what should I do? Her face was full of tears. The words wanted to come out but could not be told. Nicole asked worriedly, Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Do you need me to call a doctor? The image of Urian appeared again. I seem to have fallen in love with that person. A person that I am absolutely not allowed to love. At this time, she began to walk around in the mansion with random thoughts. Last night, I do not even remember how I fell asleep. Sister Nicole must have been very worried. Echinacea suddenly realized her blankness and reminded herself, Sober up. Do not let yourself waver anymore. Then she began to systemize the plan. What I have to do is... Suddenly, someone came and called out to her, Eki, wait. The person who came was Alice. Then she went straight to the point. You are going to the club activity, right? That place is not a training ground. Hearing Alice say that, she observed her surroundings again. Alice asked worriedly, Are you still feverish? Today and yesterday you look absent-minded. Echinacea smiled wryly and replied, It is nothing. It is just that there are too many things to think about. Receiving the answer from her, Alice said in a slightly lower voice, I see. And Echinacea did not say any more words. Suddenly, Alice's voice rang out, Eki. Then she sincerely advised, Sometimes just talking to someone, the burden in your heart will be much lighter. Then Alice enthusiastically said, If you need such help, please tell me any time, because I am always by your side. Suddenly, she wrapped her arm around Alice's arm, causing her to be surprised. Eki, why suddenly? At this time, Echinacea waved her hand and opened her mouth. It is just that. You do not like it. Alice smiled and continued, No. Then she urged for both to move. Let us go. Senior Fatma is waiting for us. The outdoor scene at this time was extremely dreamy, like the phrase youth high school. When the two arrived, they successfully made the people there startled. Oh, they're here. At this time, the two walked in, and it was also the time when the whispers rang out. Sure enough, it is Fatima. It seems like she just joined some club, escaped from that plan. People say geniuses are eccentric. Hearing those words, Echinacea secretly judged. I heard everything. She blinked slightly and sighed. Her ears are too sensitive. Even trivial things can be heard clearly. Even so, now there are almost no more dirty rumors. At this time, Alice looked around. There are many new students today. I must quickly find Senior Fatima. Immediately afterwards, her eyes stopped on the person standing nearby with joy. Huh, there she is. Alice immediately spoke out, Senior Fatih, but before she could finish, Brad Von Poole with an unpleasant attitude ran over to interrupt. Hey, Fatima. Seeing that situation, Ekanisha suddenly realized, is not that guy the garbage that used to be with Ian? At this time, Fatima cautiously replied, What is wrong, Senior Brad? He arrogantly blamed. I accidentally heard some unpleasant rumors. Then he domineeringly questioned her. I heard you are enticing members from other clubs to lure them here. Hearing that, Fatima replied blankly, no. As soon as she finished speaking, he suddenly went crazy and shouted angrily, What do you mean, no? Then she took out a stack of documents and said, Senior, reviewing the application forms of other clubs. Before she could finish, he shouted in her face, Shut up. Immediately, Brad snatched the documents in her hand, smiled cunningly, counted the registration forms with his hand, then smirked. It is really here. Immediately afterwards, he pulled out a form and brought it in front of her, shouting, Look, clearly, the name is recorded here. How can you still deny it? With obvious evidence like this. He stood there with the style of a superior rebuking her triumphantly. Sure enough, women are all the same, thinking that their tricks can't be seen through. So stupid. Fatima angrily snatched back the documents and replied, I do not know who you are referring to, Senior. At that time, he pointed to the paper in his hand and replied, Mikhail von Frank Almery. The image of him appeared, Brad questioned. That name was originally destined to join our noblesse, so why is there an application form here? Fatima immediately retorted, Currently, student Mikhail does not belong to any club. That form was written and submitted by him himself. Is there a problem? Reb, still with an attitude of assuming he was right, stubbornly argued, There are many problems you really do not know, so you are asking. Suddenly, he stepped closer to her and called her full name, Fatima Toya. At this time, Brad pointed his finger at her face. Between the clubs, there must be rules to follow. You dared to receive an application from a student who was already destined to go somewhere else. Do not. You realize that that is an extremely rude act. He continued to assert, Mikhail should have joined our noblesse. She took the form back from Brad's hand and asked, Did student Mikhail also say that? Then she asked a series of questions. Or did he promise that he would join? Noblesse. Brad hesitated and replied, That, Fatima continued, it is the freedom of a student to apply wherever they want. Because he could not argue back, Brad angrily shouted, You dare to contradict a senior here, remember clearly, everything is like that. Then he continued to put on that hateful expression. Think calmly. Why do you think Mikhail would join the club you founded? At this time, he continued to ramble. Those who gather here have all recruited new students. He is just interested for a moment. You think that you are so awesome. Then Brad showed regret. From the beginning, allowing a barbarian like you to establish a club was a mistake. Hearing those insults, Fatima clenched the documents in her hand. At this time, everyone around began to point and laugh and discuss, but he had no intention of stopping. Common sense can't be applied either, right? Senior Fatima is a person who came from a nomadic tribe, which does not have a traditional national system, so she is often labeled with impolite words like barbarian or savage. Observing the situation for a while, Ekanisha secretly suspected, I can't listen anymore. Finally, someone decided to speak up for Fatima. Please apologize. Hearing the voice, Brad reacted and turned around. At that time, Alice came forward with dignity and growled, Apologize to Senior Fatima for saying offensive words. Immediately, saying that the person who came was her, but he did not care, and replied, Who are you? Again, a bunch of people who do not know above and below. Just gather together, get out of the way. Alice with sharp eyes did not listen to Brad's arguments. If you want the superiors to be respected, then you have to show an attitude worthy of the superiors. I really do not understand how someone like you can become a military officer student. As soon as the words were spoken, Brad was attacked and angrily shouted, What did you say? Seeing the tense situation, Fatima advised, Alice, it is okay, just ignore him, and do our work, not because we are afraid so we avoid him, but because he is dirty so we avoid him. Being mocked and despised by both of them, he could not stand the excitement, and wanted to pull out his sword to show his power. What? What did you just say? At that critical moment, a voice suddenly came from somewhere. Senior. Hearing someone call him, Brad's movements stopped. It has been a long time since we met, but you are still the same. Immediately afterwards, a person patted his hand that was about to pull out the sword and said, Last time I reminded you to keep your mouth shut. It seems like you have forgotten everything. At this time, the other students burst out laughing. Hey, Brad, no matter how gallant you are to the ladies, you do not need to act too much. The following discussions were released. Could it be that he is really so weak that he can't pull out his sword? Or is he in love with that lady? It has been a long time since he has seen a girl wearing a dress so his eyes are darting around. The hand of the person was lifted from Bread's hand, hearing that he gnashed his teeth. Next, Echinacea spoke. What are you going to draw the sword for? Do not. You remember what I said last time? Drawing the wrong sword may result in being expelled from school. Then she sarcastically said, has the wound I stepped on last time completely healed? Seeing her mention that Bread was both angry and red in the face, but did not dare to ho-he. The students who heard the conversation between the two immediately burst out laughing and teased. What, did you guys fight, Bread? You lost to that lady? He quickly clarified. Lost what lost? This bitch played dirty and attacked me in the back of the head. Echinacea saw his attitude and sneered, oh really, do you want to have a proper fight? She took off her gloves and threw them in front of Bread. Then she opened her mouth. I formally challenge you to a fight. Bread, sorry, I forgot your last name, because I do not think it is worth remembering. At this time, Echinacea looked straight at him and emphasized, anyway, Senior Bread, if I win, you have to kneel down and apologize to Senior Fatima. In the distance, a figure of a lady wearing a red dress stood there observing. Suddenly, a voice spoke that caught her attention. Bread, that guy, is not he going a bit too far? After all, he is a training knight of the captain. Echinacea was lost in thought. When she heard that D'Assant, the captain's fiancé, felt interested, the guard of His Highness Urian Echinacea's voice rang out clearly. Her eyes lit up. Anyway, Senior Bread, if I win, you have to kneel before Senior Fatima and apologize. Bread raised an eyebrow. A look of panic flashed across his face. A sword fight? On this side, she bowed her head, thinking, I was just in a bad mood. It is good to have this. Take the chance to give a warning and relieve stress. He gritted his teeth. Anger rolled up inside. She dared to look down on me like that. If I refuse right here, I will lose too much face. Immediately afterwards, Bread turned around and shouted, look at how this little girl is talking to a senior. I accept the challenge. Right here, I will correct your arrogant habits. His eyes flashed coldly. His lips curved into a challenging smile. If I win, you will have to do everything I tell you to do for 3 days. I will teach you what is politeness with a superior. At the same time, Fatima worriedly came forward. EKI. She did not flinch but replied, whatever you want. What about the referee of the match? Bread quickly pointed to the side. This guy will do it. Hearing that, Echinacea agreed. Okay then, let us start right away. The atmosphere was completely silent. Someone quietly prayed, may the winner have mercy and forgiveness. The defeated will know submission and humility. The sword will be imbued with glory and justice. At this moment, Echinacea suddenly threw the stick down on the ground. At the same time, Bread pointed the tip of his sword high at the same time and gave the order, A.R. Sabatium. He excitedly rushed towards Echinacea. His face revealed malice. As soon as the sword brushed past, she quickly turned her body. Suddenly, the sharp point from the tip of each sword rushed straight to him. Bread was terrified for a moment, my eyes, only to see the tip of the sword stabbed straight out behind him. Witnessing that scene, someone exclaimed, did you see just now? With that speed, it just cut a strand of hair when stabbing. He continued to analyze. The elbow did not move at all, that is, the snap of the wrist. The person next to him immediately denied, no, it must start from the shoulder. Using only the wrist to rotate the direction, the tip of the sword will shake. Returning to Echinacea, she smiled with malice. Seeing that Bread became even more enraged at Echinacea's provocative eyes, he vigorously swung the sharp sword high. Suddenly, she bent down, he exclaimed in surprise. What? Right before his eyes, Echinacea's body rotated a few times in the air. At this time, she bent down. The sword in her hand lowered accordingly. Suddenly, a slash swept across Bread's throat. Seeing that another person carefully observed, then spoke, hey, it accurately just brushed across the collar. Not a loose shirt, but a tight-fitting shirt. The person next to him showed a bewildered face, really shuddering, that can be adjusted. Another person also chimed in, hearing from the senior who just went to exterminate the monster. It turns out it is true. D'Assant has appeared to observe the battle since when? On this side, Ichina continued to swing the sword. Her eyes shone with a cold expression. Right before his eyes, frantic slashes slashed towards Bread. One of them worriedly whispered, hey, Bread is about to die? The remaining people showed contempt. That guy has no ability, but still puts on airs. In that moment, Bread constantly reminded himself, counterattack, I must counterattack. At this moment, Echinacea once again swung the blade towards him. But when the tip of the sword once again stopped right before his eyes, Bread crumbled, only to see Echinacea staring at him like a villain. Realizing the critical situation, Bread shouted, enough, enough, I admit, defeat. Seeing his body trembling, she coldly reminded him, open your eyes, senior. Echinacea lightly retracted her sword. Her cold eyes lowered. It did not hurt at all. But you are so scared. Do you admit that you lost or not? At the same time, Bread shouted in fear, I admit, I lost, so put away your sword now. Seeing that, Echinacea once again reminded him, as promised, you have to kneel down and apologize. To the club leader of our group, Fatima hesitantly spoke, EKI, I am okay. She blatantly ignored him and turned to look at him, but I am not okay. Ah, Senior, what are you doing? Bread's voice was heavy with humiliation. I misspoke. Please forgive me, Alice angrily questioned. Misspoke how? She angrily spewed out a string of scolding. Your attitude is not a mistake. Are not you just acting like what you always think? Do not use the excuse of misspoke to lighten your mistakes. Echinacea also had to nod in agreement. Bread knelt on the ground. He spoke in a trembling voice as if cornered. Right, what I thought in my heart just spilled out. I am so stupid. I sincerely apologize. I will not do it again. Hearing that, Fatima without hesitation forgave. Okay, but never do that again, and do not cause trouble with my club anymore. The other members in the club are scarier than me. Bread answered tremblingly, okay, thank you. Amidst the noise, Diasan stood still, observing everything. Afterwards, she walked alone on the gray hall. A calm voice rang out from the front, causing her to startle and raise her head. Princess Diasant. Diasant was embarrassed, hurriedly corrected the words, Your Highness Yurien. Ah no, Sir Cruin. He looked at her, his eyes mixed with blame and worry. You are wandering around alone. You also understand yourself how dangerous the situation you are in is. Before the question, Diasant asked innocently, Is the internal of the Blue Sky Knight team unsafe? Yurien emphasized through gritted teeth. Anyway, there must always be a knight escorting you. In that moment, Diasant unconsciously looked at him, panting. He ran all the way here. But she dismissed that thought right away. Surely he did not hurry here for me. After a moment of silence, Diasant suddenly questioned, Sir Yurien, you did not personally run here because you are worried about me, right? He paused for a moment, then replied, Your safety is very important. There are many people aiming at you. She immediately denied, It is not that. Diasant smiled faintly, while lowering her voice. It is just that you knew where I went. Then personally came to this place. If you were just worried about my safety, you would have just sent an escort. It would have been enough. At this moment, she gently called out a familiar name, Echinacea Roaz. Continuing, Diasant looked straight at Yurien. The corners of her eyes curved slightly. You heard that I was going to meet your guard, right? Surely there are people of yours around me acting as spies. Suddenly, Yurien clearly called out her name, Princess Diasant. His eyes sharpened, accompanied by a cold voice. Do not cross the line. Yurien's voice repeated once again, more stern. Princess Diasant, do not cross the line. Seeing that Diasant was half startled and half provocative, oh my, she is your guard. Yurien narrowed his eyes slightly. His voice was calm but full of restraint. So, casually interpreted, you can imagine freely, but remember clearly, I have not made any decisions yet. Hearing that, she asked curiously, surely you have other options. From the opposite side, his voice echoed straight into Diasant's mind. What if I decide to give up the Holy Sword Rangiosa? She was stunned for a moment. Her voice trembled. Give up. The Holy Sword, ah. The Holy Sword Rangiosa is the definition of a hand stained with evil. Once the holder commits evil, they can no longer hold it. Therefore, the owner of Rangiosa absolutely cannot do things that go against the justice of the human world. That is the reason why the royal family can treat Yurien without having to be wary, Diasant thought in her heart. A person who could only act righteously is not that an easy person to manipulate. The more she thought, the more confused she became. But if he gives up the Holy Sword, Yurien suddenly spoke, interrupting her thoughts. The scope of options will be wide open, how, saying that he coldly turned around, at the same time not forgetting to remind her, Now go back to your room. From now on, I hope you do not walk alone without a guard. As soon as Yurien's back disappeared out of sight, Diasant could not help but exclaim, Heavens. She covered her slightly curved lips with her hand. Her eyes showed madness more profound than I thought. If so, maybe there is still a chance. In another development, Alice turned and announced, So the selection of club members, please hand it over to Senior Fatima. She immediately raised her hand. Leave it to me. After a while, Alice showed pity. You have worked hard today, EKI. Now no one will dare to make things difficult for Senior Fatima anymore. Echinacea chuckled. What hard work? I just moved a little. She turned to look at her with pensive eyes. In today's competition, I realized one thing. Every time I attack the upper part, it seems like the strength is not transmitted as desired. Finally, Alice asked a question. EKI, what do you think? Echinacea slowly commented. When Alice swings the sword too high, the center of gravity in the lower body often fluctuates. Saying that, she secretly reminded, if you want to maintain your center of gravity, you should widen your stance a bit more. At this time, her body almost stiffened. Alice worriedly asked, EKI, what is wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? only to see her face change immediately. Right before her eyes was Urian. Alice hurriedly saluted. A.R. Sebetium, greetings, Captain. At this time, he suddenly made a suggestion. Alice, can you step aside for a moment? I have something to discuss with my guard. She did not have time to think and nodded. Yes, Captain. Alice hesitated and turned to Echinacea. So I will go first. EKI. She replied in a low voice. Okay, Alice. As soon as there was only her and Urian left, her heart kept pounding. What should I do? Echinacea lowered her face. Her mind became more and more confused. I can't look him in the eyes. At the same time, whispers echoed from afar. Why are they both standing still? She worriedly touched her hair. Surely my hair is messy because of the fight just now. Another person carefully speculated. Or they are betting on who can't stand it and speak first. Meanwhile, Echinacea was still worried. Are my clothes okay? What about my makeup? Suddenly, Urian's voice echoed straight to her. Are you listening to me, Echinacea? She startled and answered quickly. Yes, sir. Urian looked at her intently. His voice lowered. What happened? Ah. Echinacea was a bit confused. Yes, he awkwardly asked again. Did anything strange or uncomfortable happen? Did anything make you unhappy? Hearing that she shook her head to deny nothing, Urian asked worriedly. Really? Did not you meet someone? Seeing that Echinacea's heart was like fire, she could not help but feel a little worried. Did the story of the group of people at Bread's Club causing trouble reach Urian? After a while, Echinacea calmly replied, If it is a dispute between the clubs, I have resolved it with a duel. I do not feel too annoyed. Urian blankly inquired, A dispute in the club? What is that about? She startled and asked again, Were not you just asking about that? He immediately denied but spoke softly, Have not. You met a person who is not a new student? Echinacea unreservedly nodded to confirm. Yes, I was at the training ground all day today. Hearing that Urian's face relaxed slightly, I see. That is good then. His eyes stopped on Echinacea. Is your body okay? She quickly tightened her arm, then quickly replied, I have fully recovered. If you have anything to order, I can start the task of a guard immediately. Urian scratched his head shyly. No, that is not it. You should get enough rest. I am sorry for taking up your time. After speaking, he silently looked at Echinacea for a long time. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Urian hesitated to open his mouth. Could it be that? In that moment, he spoke heavily. You hate facing me, or not? Echinacea quickly raised her head. Her eyes widened. I do not hate. It is not that I hate. Receiving the answer, Urian showed a dubious expression. If it is not hate, then why? You do not look at me. Meanwhile, his eyes seemed to be burning Echinacea's heart. She pursed her lips. Her cheeks flushed under her thoughts. I am going crazy. I can't control my expression. What should I say at this time? Echinacea's eyes gradually became empty. She thought in her heart, My mind is becoming more and more empty. After a moment of silence, Echinacea blurted out a small sound. And like an arrow shot into her own heart, she unconsciously blurted out, Because you are too handsome, Captain. Returning to Urian, he was stunned for a moment. The atmosphere between the two seemed to freeze. Urian suspiciously inquired, Hey, what did you eat wrong? As soon as the words were said, Echinacea was awakened. She frantically questioned herself, I am crazy, what did I just say? Is not there a hole here? I want to crawl into a hole and disappear. Suddenly Urian laughed. Then he could not help but laugh loudly. Seeing that Echinacea's inner heart became even more panicked, she hurriedly spoke. Sorry, Captain, I just lost my composure a bit. Urian immediately reassured. No, it is okay. At this time, he suddenly changed the tone of his voice. More importantly, I have a proposal. Saying that, Urian lowered his voice. The day after tomorrow, I have to go out to Azinka. It may take a lot of time. This job may also be dangerous. Moreover, according to the schedule, one will not be able to participate in the ranking competition of the academy. His eyes stopped before her. Even so, would you like to come with me or not? Before the unexpected invitation, Echinacea could not help but feel a little surprised. Yes. Urian continued with a calm expression. Originally this was something I was going to do alone, but if you do not feel uncomfortable because of me, then I want you to come with me. Seeing her worried, he did not forget to remind her this is not an order but a request. If you do not want to, then you do not need to force yourself to come. Etchin hesitantly spoke. What exactly is the mission? Urian showed a hesitant expression. The content of the mission is difficult to explain at this time. Suddenly Urian showed a sad expression. His voice also weighed heavily. If you decide to go, please let me know before tomorrow. If you are silent, then I will assume that you refuse. Contrary to expectations, Echinacea unexpectedly agreed. No, I will go with you. It is only natural for a guard to accompany a superior on a mission. As soon as the words were said, she frantically tightened the sword. I blurted it out. Maybe he wants to find a secluded place, to test whether I really am the demon of the demon sword. Echinacea worriedly looked at Urian. It is still not too late to refuse now. but the faint smile on his lips stopped that thought. Thank you. At that moment, Echinaceia's heart became even more flustered. Immediately afterwards, Urian quickly explained, Well then, by the morning after tomorrow, please prepare your luggage thoroughly and come to the command study at 10 of the clock. The trip may last more than a week. Even depending on the situation, a month is not strange. Please arrange it beforehand. Before leaving, he left a promise. I will wait for you. Echinaceia. Urian's words were like an unretractable mark. Her heart was heavy. Maybe I just hastily made too big of a decision. Another voice slipped in, echoing like a whisper deep in her mind. Master. You really are strange. Why would you follow that thing? Echinacea softly replied in her thoughts. I do not know either, so do not ask. A few hours later, Echinacea sat alone in front of the mirror. She angrily questioned herself. I am crazy. Why did I agree to go? Thinking of this, she lowered her head. Her face flashed with confusion. But Echinacea thought in her heart, looking at that expression, how could I refuse? Moreover, she unconsciously remembered his appearance. Urian seemed to be happy no less. Thinking of this, Echinacea could not help but feel a little confused. Am I so easily swayed, or is it because it is Urian? Then remembering the slip of the tongue, her face burned. Whatever the case, what handsome. I am really crazy. At this moment, Echinacea suddenly glanced forward. It is the pure scent of young leaves wafting in the wind. Echinacea thought, maybe it is time for a thin dress for the summer. It has been a long time, or should I go shopping a bit? I do not know if there are any good clothing stores in Azenka. Just that thought made her shake. Thinking about doing makeup, shopping like this, before I did not dare to imagine. Before the time reversed, I could only survive. With minimal actions to survive, there was no way to enjoy life. Back then, I thought my heart was completely hard to stop, but now, it seems like I am gradually finding myself that I have lost for so long. A thought suddenly flashed by. Gentle as a summer breeze, I wonder if he would think I am beautiful. Immediately, Echinacea scolded herself. Heavens, what are you thinking about? The mysterious whispering voice rang out again. What are you so flustered about, master? She stared at the mark engraved between her palms. That voice continued to ring. What are you looking at? Is there anything you want to say? She stumbled. No, it is just... In a flash, Echinacea's heart wrenched. All those expressions of Urian must have been directed towards Echinacea Roaz in the past. With Echinacea Roaz that Urian saw at the birthday party, maybe there is still some possibility. But I do not dare to wish to be by his side, even if I want it and crave it, I can't. Thinking of this, Echinacea silently reminded herself. I absolutely must not reveal this feeling. It is better to turn my back, hide it. At this moment, the sound of knocking on the door rang out. EKI, are you in there? Nicole worriedly looked at her. I came to see if you were feeling better. You did not look well at all the other day. Echinacea hurriedly replied. I am fine now, thank you, sister. Then she stopped, at the same time solemnly announced, Well, it is the right time. I have something to tell you. Starting tomorrow, I will follow the captain on a long-term mission. Nicole blurted out, not believing her ears. What? She could not hide her worry and spewed out a string of questions. Impossible. The person who understands the situation best now actually delayed the decision and is going somewhere. Have you heard anything? What is that person going to do anyway? Echinacea lowered her head. He said he could not reveal the content of the mission. She sighed helplessly. Really, I do not understand what he is thinking. Then soothingly she sighed. Anyway, from tomorrow, both you and the captain will not be in Azenka, so in the near future, Princess Diasante. Nicole suddenly interjected. She replied loudly, Do not worry about that. Captain Urian has assigned Master Glossa to be the guard for the princess. Hearing that, Echinacea curiously asked, Master who is it? She explained, It is Sir Teresa. Sir Baron is male and also the deputy captain, so maybe Sir Teresa is the better choice. Seeing that she unconsciously murmured, If it is Sir Teresa, then I can rest assured. In Echinacea's head there were still many questions. She pursed her lips. Honestly, I want to ask the princess many things, but... Echinacea mustered up her courage and spoke, sister, who do you think could have left the demon sword there? Nicole hesitated a bit. Then she coldly spoke, Even if you know, there is nothing you can do. Echinacea still insisted, I have to know anyway. She said in a cold tone, her eyes shone with determination, I can't not know who plans to destroy us. Seeing that Nicole slowly spoke, honestly, I think the second princess side is highly likely, but I can't be sure. The information I just said was collected from within the magic tower, and the magicians. If you want to find more information, then you have to investigate the royal palace. She suddenly shouted, No way! Echinacea worriedly interjected, That is too dangerous. Her inner heart could not help but feel a little uneasy. If you are discovered investigating royal secrets, then you will be charged with treason. Seeing Nicole still existing before her eyes, Ekanesia secretly reminded herself, I can't lose her again. After a while she showed helplessness. The person who brought the demon sword to Roaz. If I can find out who it is, I will not let them go. But now I can't find it, and there is nothing I can do anymore. Saying that, Nicole's voice was somewhat choked. I am sorry, EKI. Ekanesia hurriedly grabbed her hand and comforted her. You have nothing to apologize for. She quietly soothed Nicole's heart. I only know these things, thanks to you. I also know that you have tried your best, to the point of voluntarily being a guard for the princess. Saying that, Ekanesia sincerely bowed her head. Thank you, really? Nicole looked at her. Her voice softened. EKI, you have really changed, Ekanesia confusedly asked back. How so? Do I look strange? She was a bit stunned. No, before I always thought you were just a child. A younger sister that I have to worry about and take care of. But now you have grown up to the point that I can rely on you. Is it because you became the owner of the demon sword? Has that sword changed you to this extent? It seems like you have grown up when I am not by your side. At this moment, Nicole suddenly touched her hair. Immediately afterwards, she smiled kindly. You have grown up, Ekanesia Roaz.